Good evening, Kenyans, and good, sijui niseme good what, all people of the world. Huh? Demba, what time is it?
His time is 1:25.
1:25, so good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we are back live on this cultural day in Kenya.
Boxing Day, National Cultural Day, Eco Boxing
No,
Day in
it
the
was
UK.
changed. It was changed to Cultural Day. We celebrate our culture, and one of it, we saw the Maragoli. People were celebrating the Luya culture, and there was Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi, who seemed to host that event. But what came out clearly is the focus was on the upcoming event, Bukhungu 2. And they seems to have jitters on the same. It may be going to redefine the politics of Western. So we saw them even issuing ultimatums. Watu wasikuje Bukhungu without asking the real honors. Ati huko ni bedroom ya Musalia Mudavadi. So we want to weigh in on the ramification of Bukhungu 2 meeting. I've watched the Luya TV, and this event has been quite well advertised. I've also talked to people one-on-two on the ground. It seems the mobilization is going on. I was just told that 11 MCAs from Trans Nzoia have quitted Fort Kenya and joined DAP, the new party. So there are fireworks that are happening in Western, and they normally say power is not given, you take it. So there is a slice that William Ruto wants to take from Western. There's a slice Raila Odinga wants to take or maintain in Western, and there are people who are saying, Sisi, we are the sons of the soil and we need to own this land. So William Davadi and Wetangula withstand the political onslaughts that are going on. It seems like the man Atwoli wants to wreck the ship. He says he has a big announcement. Is he going to make EUGENE and OPARANYA the spokespersons of the two leading factions of Luya community? We wait and see. So you're welcome on board. Let's have your take on it. Demba, welcome our viewers as we start.
Yeah, welcome, viewers from all over the world, wherever you're watching from. I can see already joining us from Facebook. We have, let me give some shout out. Remy Korir, anasema Bukhungu twaja, asante sana. Kevin Adika, thank you so much for coming on. George Mengich, thank you. Akengo Omwangu, thank you for joining us from Facebook. Bethwell Yego, George Otieno, asante sana. We still love Baba. Thank you so much. Akengo Omwangu, Malala is going home. Baby, he tried to contest in Eldoret North. Asante sana. We see you, Hemstone, inside of Mabay. Asante Vincent Olekipelian from Narok. Asante MC Adams Eve. Asante Saimo Mesh. Asante sana. Julius Liaram. Asante Jared Joram Wangira. We can see you. GAK, common disease. I'm watching from Melbourne, Australia. Tell us kindly where you're watching us from so that we give you a shout out on this cultural day back in Kenya. And of course, it's Boxing Day in Europe. Tell us where you're watching us from. I can see Nelly Johnson, Billy, Asante Nyakwar Ogigo, Francis Awor, Asante, Humphrey Manyasa. Humphrey Manyasa wants to be admitted. We have just shared the link. Kindly click on the link and you can join the conversation. Kiberenge kwa Masafu, asante sana. Kennedy Imbevi, George Wabwire, Levi Robinson from New York State, asante sana. Levi Robinson from New York State, asante. Vincent Ward from Embakasi, Embakasi iko locked. Agengo Mwango, Malala, Jackie, David Morathe, John Makulia from Bita, Bita iko locked. Peter Cherotich from Kitengela, Kitengela iko locked. Asante sana. Paul Wabwire, Eric Mutoro from Tanzania County iko locked. Lameki Bakari, Village Market Nairobi, Nairobi iko locked. Remy Korik Bomet iko locked. Charles Wagatheru, Nairobi tuned. Asante sana. James Pole and Sarah, Humphrey Manyasa, Zone Call Kamama 002 iko locked. Asante. If you want to join the conversation, the link has been shared. You can just click on the link and you come on so that we participate. Lumbasi Emiston from Mount Kenya iko locked. Kisumu Nyahera, Veronica Uja, asante sana, tumekuona, uko locked. Tell us where you're. Jojo Demba from Mariakani, Eric Kirui from Mogadishu, asante. Atande Kelvin De Santos, asante sana. Yes, so just join in, click, you'll be admitted and you'll be locked and you'll participate in the conversation. Back to you, Wekesa. Wekesa, you are muted.
Wewe ukisema ati wewe hautaenda, na mnajua huo Kakamega, hapo ndio bedroom yangu. Sasa nataka kuambia hao majamaa, kama hawatachukua permit kwa Musalia Mudavadi, wasikuje huko 31. Niseme nisiseme, nitoboe nisitoboe. Sasa Mheshimiwa Musalia, wewe ndio unanipatia ruhusa. Ukiwapatia kifunguo waingie, mimi nitafungua. Lakini tayari ushasema wasikuje. Sasa I want to officially say, hakuna mkutano Bukhungu Stadium tarehe 31. Ama mimi naongea vibaya? Hii siasa ya Waluya sasa, sisi tumesema hatutaki brokers wa kukuja kuanza kugawanisha Waluya. Ati wanasema hiyo mkutano, kitu ambayo inaniuma sana, ati wanakuja walete Waluya wote, ati waseme Raila tosha tarehe 31. Sisi hatukatai, lakini hata kama mnataka kusema Raila tosha, si mwende mfanyie Kondele, si mwende mfanyie Siaya, si mwende mfanyie Yala. Kakamega tumesema it's a no-go zone. And we are serious about it. We want to join other Luyas to ensure that Musalia Mudavadi is the president of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, we are not going to negotiate about that.
Wekesa.
Hello. Sorry, guys. I'm on mute. Oh, sorry. Welcome, guys. We have Douglas Nyamwea. We have Humphrey. We have Omar. We have Vincent. We have WG. We have Benson, Gilbert, and Inawezekana. Of course, I have Themba and myself. So we can, you guys have seen the initial the opening remarks and then the clip. Let's weigh in on this Bukhungu 2 meeting, why it's causing a lot of fireworks in the political scene. If you followed the speech of one Moses Wetangula, the guys are really panicking. I think he took time even to lay insults on one Atwoli. He says Atwoli cannot even command 150 votes, yet he took all the time insulting him. I don't know why. So let's weigh in and see the ramification of this meeting. And is he going to send these two guys into political oblivion? Unajua siasa ni you need to strategically arrange yourself. Unaweza bounce back ama usaulike. So let's have Benson. Inawezekana I think is the first person on this arrangement. Let's have Inawezekana and then Benson. How are you guys? How is your cultural day? How did you spend your cultural day? I think you can introduce how you spend your day in a few seconds, and then you weigh in.
Yes, thank you, Ekesa and Themba and all other panelists. Asanteni sana. Today, cultural day, it was good. Tumeshinda tukitulia, you know. Some of us, we opened boxes of presents, and I think it was good. Although sikupata present yoyote, but it was good. Kuongelelea hii Bukhungu 2, unajua sisi kama Waluya hatutaki kuuzwa. We want to be who we are, kwa sababu tunajulikana as a democratic state. Unajua Kenya is made up of many states, makabila 47. So the Luya state tumesema hatupangwingwi na hatutaki kupangwa. So this akina Malala, who is my age mate, anataka kutuuza kimpango. This guy wants to sell us to one William Ruto. We have been voting traditionally. We are democratic, and we have been voting traditionally to our cousin, to our brother, to our relative from the lake. We have been voting there, and it is known.
Yeah,
it is known in the public domain. Yes.
Guys, I've muted you, and don't unmute unless you are the one speaking. So only one person can unmute, and that is the person speaking. So the rest will remain muted because it will create some echoes and background noise. Thank you.
Yes, as I was saying, mnanisikia?
Yeah, uko sawa, endelea.
Yes, as I was saying, sisi hatutaki kuuzwa, sisi hatupangwingwi. Malala is just making a lot of noise, and those who are idle wanajaribu kuanza kumsikia, you know. Sisi hatuuzwi kwa mtu yoyote ambaye anaitwa William Ruto. Anatudanganya hapa ati Musalia anaweza simama peke yake na ashinda hii election. That's not true. That's not the reality. We have history. All of us here, the whole of Kenya knows Musalia hawezi shinda. Even Raila alikuwa anamshinda in the Luya backyard. Now Malala hapa anatuambia ati sasa ati lazima akina Atwoli watafute permit. Permit kitu gani? Yeah? Sisi tunasikizanga wazee wetu. Sisi kama Waluya tunasikiza wazee wetu, na Atwoli tunaenda kumsikiza kitu anaenda kutuambia tarehe 31st. We will listen to him, and that is what we will follow. The majority of us, all counties of Western Province, tutaenda kumsikiza. So hii mambo ya akina Musalia ati wanataka kusimama, tunajua hawataki kusimama, wanataka kwenda kuuza kura zetu. That's what I would like to be as my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I will have Themba to go first because he will be moderating. Sawa, and then we have Benson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening watu wa Kenya. Najua ni jioni huko. Cultural day. Najua mnajienjoy sana. Welcome all. You know, I've had Malala speak, and I've said, if you are a presidential candidate and you have someone like Malala speaking for you, you don't need enemies. The question you're asking, they want Musalia Mudavadi to be the president of Kenya or to be the president of the Luyas. Because if you seriously want your guy to be the president of the Luyas, those are very unfortunate statements. You can't start locking out people. You can't start saying that Kakamega is a no-go zone. You know, that's not even constitutional. You're not supposed to lock anybody. You're supposed to appreciate, you know, welcome competition and allow people, because is Mudavadi. What if everybody locks their place? Say people from Nyanza on Western, Nyanza area, lock their place, and they say even us, this side is a no-go zone. Then people of Rift Valley also lock their place and say this place is a no-go zone. People of Mombasa also look and say this place is a no-go zone. When you have people like Malala speaking for you, you don't need any enemies. That's a very unfortunate statement. And Bukhungu Stadium, the people who allow constitutionally, it is the police. You just need to notify the police and that you're going to have a meeting, and they give you the permit. You know, and then of course the local administrative processes. Then you're supposed to, you know, once you follow those processes, you can go to any stadium. But if you're having someone saying that we want to zone this area, we want to lock this place for anybody, I think that's very unfortunate. I'm hoping that his masters are going to call him down and call him out on that statement. It's okay for the Western people to prefer their own, you know, but they need to open up. If they want Mudavadi to be the president of Kenya, you don't zone the places. He's having a key support base in his area, but he needs also to reach out.
Remember,
the other day, yes, sir.
Remember, let me ask you, but why is he okay? He's trying to zone, but only against one candidate. We have seen Ruto having so many rallies in Western, and he has never opposed. He has never even raised. He has never had a problem. There was that big rally for Ruto. He has never commended. So why is he having a problem with this Zmio thing?
Yeah, you see, for his own reasons, I'm imagining that they fear, especially in their own way, they seem to have views of what is going to be passed in Bukhungu. You know, Bukhungu too is a big thing. And he's trying to suggest that some people ought not to are not welcome in that place. And if Atwoli is a loyal elder, you know, and if he's organizing that, and according to him, he prefers the Azimio candidate, that is his democratic right. And definitely for Malala, probably that eats out on some of the support base they thought they had. That is okay, but you make some statements that are going to hurt you more, because for me, the spin doctors, those people who are going to work out, they're going to use that against Musalia Mudavadi, because they're going to say, if your key ally is telling us that nobody should come to Western Kenya, then we also want to lock you out of where these other candidates are strong. So we also don't want you in these other places. As a candidate who is trying to portray himself as a peaceful, you know, middle person who is uniting Kenyans, you don't want such people around you. And you see, the same thing might happen to those people who are probably supporting Baba in Nyanza, Kisii, and maybe Western, Coast, and even other places. So what will happen to Mudavadi? So that's a true picture of someone who is, you know, not presidential. If you are trying to campaign for a presidential candidate, it requires some level of, you know, caution in how you speak. So if you're going to be speaking like the excitement of the crowd should not lead you into uttering some words that are actually going to jeopardize the candidacy of your person. Mudavadi, Raila, Ruto, and all other presidential candidates have the freedom to mobilize and organize across the country, anywhere in the country. Rift Valley, the other day, Raila was in Eldoret, and of course the other places. They should be able to move freely. And that is the constitution that we are looking at. Now, when you are finding people who are trying to bring the perception that if you're going to be a president, then you must zone certain places and nobody should come there, but you should be allowed to other places. That's retrogressive thinking. That's not what we want. Let people mobilize. Let meetings take place. Let those who can mobilize whichever place. Ruto should go anywhere. Nyanza, Coast, Central, Western. Raila should move across board, use his networks to organize. Mudavadi should be able to go freely to Nyanza, Coast, wherever, so that they mobilize. But this issue of zoning and saying that this is so-and-so's place, I don't think, hiyo imepitwa na wakati Wekesa, in my view. So for now, I want to
now, let me ask you on this, before I remove this small cabana.
Yes, sir.
I saw that Mr. Raila Odinga has arrived in ATWOLI'S home. Then he was accompanied by Wycliffe OPARANYA, and then the MP of Huisero, of course, is from ANC, and then Peter Nabulindo, the newly Matungulu guy who defeated the ODM guy, but he's an NC, but now accompanying Raila Odinga. Then Bernard Shinyali, Kolomani, and then SCM Muhanda. Yeah, so there's quite a number of ANC leaders who are accompanying Raila Odinga to ATWOLI'S home in Huisero. Is that what is causing the jitters?
Yes, definitely. If you read that, even any political player and analyst and someone who is seeing any political move, definitely it can cause jitters in your camp. If you see, like for example, if you woke up today and you saw that Ruto was going to Nyanza and he was accompanied by, let's say, Opio Wandai, some of those ODM stalwarts. Definitely.
Orengo.
Definitely.
Accompanied by Atiende
Amolo. You see, right now, any move is read in terms of, is this a threat? Wekesa, those days probably when you used to, ulikuwa nakatia madem, so kuna kadem unataka, alafu unaonanga anatembea na this guy ambao pia alikuwa namtaka kitabu. Definitely unaanza kuona walikuwa nasema nini. Huyo ni nani ulikuwa unaongea naye? Ni nini mlikuwa mnasema? Kunakuwa na kajitas. So we must accept that the moves, Atwoli has over the time interacted very closely with Raila, and he has said categorically that he doesn't support a Ruto presidency, and he has also said categorically that he supports a Raila presidency. So definitely the people that are coming from this side are appearing to support, to go to Bukhungu and appearing to interact with Atwoli. It raises eyebrows. But I don't think as a politician, you should be so much careless with your words, especially when you're trying to prop up a presidential candidate in the name of one Musalia Mudavadi. You need to be very careful even how you are trying to mobilize your people. You need not to look like you are trying to make your people, fight, go against someone, block the place, that you need a permit or something like that. Those might not be words that even tomorrow might deny them. But you see, you never know the implication that he has on the local Mwananchi when you say we are going to block it. What if something bad happens? Is he going to be? It is the same Malala who was seen beating an election official during the by-election. The same Malala. So you see, you see such kind of behavior. It tells you about what kind of politics we are going to go into when you get into 2022. We want politicians who are responsible in the way they mobilize and the way they talk to their population. Because someone might interpret that I'm going now to, carry arms. And such are the things that will cause security issues in some of these places. So I think it's unfortunate that Malala could speak like that, but he needs to be called out by his own supporters. I think even the people sometimes are supporters, and this is not unique to Malala. You remember in the just before we got, I think, to 2013, the way Moses Kuria was mobilizing his people, he was literally using insults against other populations, but people were clapping. I think as a population, we need to start telling these politicians what we expect from them. When someone starts speaking against other people in any way, we need to call them out. If possible, we need even to shut them up, because when someone is saying something like, inciting other people, and then we are clapping and we are dancing to that, then we are kind of encouraging them, and which is not right. So as a citizen, as a voter, being mobilized, we need to start taking our front seat. If someone says irresponsible statements, we call them out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I want you to moderate, and so the next person will be Benson. I will give my contributions later. Yeah, but I'm following. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I bring Benson, let me acknowledge other people who are joining us. Peter Shimato, Kiringo Mwango, Ainea Wino, and Ainea Wino. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us how your cultural week and Boxing Day is going. Washington Apedra, thank you so much. Zen, Cool, Kamama, Lumbasi, Emiton. Watu wa Kakamega, watu wa Bukhungu area, if you can come on and tell us what you think about Malala's statement, ingia kwa comment section if you cannot come on the live, so that you tell us what you think, if you agree with it or not. Let's have an opinion count on what you think about what Malala said about what is going to happen in Bukhungu, and if you think Bukhungu too is a good thing and is going to happen or not. Yes, Benson, bro Benson, your time.
Okay, habari zenyu. Thank you very much, Mr. Themba, for the opportunity, and Mr. Wekesa and all the panelists. Just to talk about what really happened concerning Malala. One thing it brings to you, it tells you the kind of the leadership that we have. It tells you that the leadership we have is not policy or like vision oriented. Is a leadership of incitement. That is one. Secondly, when you start to say such like words, and you have somebody like Mudavadi, like Themba had already said, you are somebody who is running for presidential bid, and you need to be very, very careful with the words that you say. And I can give you a typical example. You can remember when Hillary Clinton was running against Trump, and like he said, the bunch of deplorable, and that thing cost them a lot, So they should be very careful with the kind of words that they are saying, because one, it will cost you. Secondly, by creating zoning, tell me, if you are saying that they could do that one in Kondele, what will people of Kondele do when Musalia Mudavadi is there? And it will be like, that's kind of like provoking them. So he should be very careful on that. Secondly, with the Bukhungu Stadium, one thing that I know, somebody is going to gain and somebody is going to lose, because maybe Malala is realizing he has a very serious competitor who is going to compete with him. And with that Bukhungu, this guy is going to get a bigger audience, which he might miss. So the only thing he might do to save himself, he has to create like that kind of an environment whereby people might kind of discuss him. That could be another issue. Another issue again, actually is spoiling for Mr. Mudavadi. Maybe he have realized that Mudavadi is not going to make it. And if Mudavadi is not going to make it, what is the another way, like me myself I can make it? Yeah. So by doing that, saying he's talking about Mudavadi, but he's spoiling for him to get a chance. So I think he has realized that Mudavadi is going to be defeated, and is doing that to make Mudavadi sink more. That's the only word I can say.
Thank you so much, bro Benson. Future Bray says that Malala was right with his statement because Mzee Atwoli thinks he can impose and dictate upon the Luhya nation. Luhyas are not ready for such. I know, says, thank you guys. You're doing a great job and waking up the sleeping masses. Big up and God bless you. Thank you. I know, Matati Wycliffe says that I regret having taught Malala at high school. Such careless talk is still confined to student activism, to say the least. That's keep your comments coming, keep your views coming about what Malala said, about what you think about Bukhungu too. The link has been shared for those who want to join the conversation live and come and speak to us. Now, if you are not able to join, don't worry. The studio is free. You will be able to join. I want to bring on is it Gilbert? Gilbert. Gilbert, are you there? You can unmute and talk.
Mimi sina mengi, mimi nasema tunaenda Bukhungu sababu tunajua mtafiti Atwoli sababu tunaelewa vizuri, pia tunajua hiyo mkutano ya Bukhungu tu kwenda kueleza wadai ya kwenda mkutano siasa. Tunajua kwamba kila naenda kulea wakirisaidia tendo nyuma. Sisi tunaona siasa ya Kenya inaenda. Kwa maoni yangu naona sasa anatosha kwa sasa. Hata ingekuwa vizuri kama anaelewa siasa, nafasi yake iko kwa sababu upande wa Ruto kuna wengi ambao wanataka hiyo nafasi. Kama Ruto anatoka tena, Ruto ni mtu ambaye anaenda raundi mbili, lakini mtu anaenda raundi moja. Kwa hivyo kwa ufupi ni kwamba hiyo mkutano ya Bukhungu ni maana sana, kwa sababu sisi walio tukiangalia hatuna kiongozi ambaye anaweza kuongoza saa hii. Ndio maoni yangu.
Asante sana Gilbert. Brian Luciana said Malala is right. I'm in Kakamega. Do you know Jubilee had more MPs than ODM here? Atwoli cannot even be an MCA in his own. The declaration has no effect at all. Glorious anasema that's not a talk of a true leader. Mormet Kim anasema, okay, we have the link share up there. Wafula Ji anasema Malala is taking it upon himself to wipe ODM out of Kakamega in order to win the governor's seat through ANC. But the reality is that ODM has dominated Kakamega for 15 years. Luchimbo anasema Malala wache ujinga. Victor Mono, well, Senator Malala's remarks are not good at all. He is a youth leader who not only represent Luhya or Kakamega residents, but all youths as a whole in Kenya. Let's have a very organized, candid conversation in open discussion, more so public forums. Aluman Junior anasema Bukhungu too will be successful. Pen Nyagaka, Kisi governor to be. We need your number kindly, Pen Nyagaka. Malala and group are wasting our time. 2022 are two horses, Ruto or Raila. Join one of them. Pen Nyagaka, we need your contact on the chat kindly. We need to talk to you. Favor Kisa, Mudavadi is a bitter man. Kenvix Otieno, someone should give Malala and Mudavadi. Of course, now you see that. Keep your comments coming. Eric Mutoro, it's your time. Kindly unmute and give us your views.
Okay, thank you. I'm Eric. I'm seeing the remark that ilimekiwa na Malala, it is a very bad one. As a youth leader, he is doing very bad because the Mudavadi ni anatafuta kura nchi nzima. But the way you see Malala is talking is like he's looking at Luya president. So that locks us out as a Luya community. We are, of course, inafaa tukitoka nje kwenda kuomba kura, inafaa tunaenda kuomba sisi kama tunaenda kuomba the whole country. We don't have to lock other candidates outside that hawata step huku. Because what Malala is doing, hata ukimsoma akili yake, is a project. He is not real. He is selling somebody's something. So na already huyu anaondolea mwenzake kura. Hiyo ndio kitu ile yenye uliona election ya Amerika, wakati ile yenye Trump amekuwa na ule jamaa Biden. Hiyo kifo ya ule jamaa I can't breathe peke yake ililete shida kubwa sana na ilinyang'anya. Hiyo ndio ilifanya Trump akaanguka kura. Bure Biden angeshinda Trump because of that Africanism. Huyo mtu mweusi watu wakasema I can't breathe. Unaona, that one always kitu kidogo tu inaweza nyang'anya mtu kura zote. So when you see now currently Mudavadi, he can't even dare to beat Raila. The two, it's between Ruto and Raila. And going a declaration, huyu mzee ni elder, kwenda Bukhungu stadium to go to declare somebody. Hiyo ni ground ya kila mtu. Anybody can go there. Nani amenyima Mudavadi pia kwenda hiyo ground wa mdeclare pia? Nobody. So he should go on the declaration ile yenye inaenda kumekiwa. Let them allow other candidates to come. We are growing. Wakati wetu kama ijafika tukubali pia. Kama wakati ile nye kama ni Raila ako supported na Western. You see, yes, ukiangalia mtu kama Mudavadi, the MP wake mwenyewe hana MP. Kwa mlango yake amenyang'anywa mpaka na ODM that is going to compete with Raila. Honestly, that's total lie. Let us tell Mudavadi the truth. Hawezani na hii mbio ya sasa hivi. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric Motoro. I like your contribution. At least keep your comments coming. Lawrence Nyadinda.
I will be there in Kakamega. I will be there in Vihiga. I will be there in Busia. I'm going to be there in Trans Nzoia. And there will be no escape route for Moses Wetangula. There will be no escape route for Moses Masika Wetangula. Sense, son.
Thank you, Ekesa, for that. John K. Toya tuned in Mtwapa. Too late for Timoka. That is Dio Gracious, Dio Daudi, Omwami, who's Malala, Atambui Malala. Future Braves, actually, our so-called leaders are self-centered. Van Evans, Malala is scheming to be a governor. Is it true, WG, that Malala doesn't care about Mudavadi's presidency? For him, what matters for him most is to be a governor. Kindly give your comment as you give your on that as you give your contribution, WG.
It is true. It is true. He doesn't give a damn whether Mudavadi falls until he somersaults. It's none of his business. What he wants to see himself is to inherit the Kakamega governorship. And that's what is, disturbing him. And right now, he thinks he has reached there yet. I don't know how the ground is, but he appears to be so confident. You see, so that is what is disturbing him. He knows Nani Mudavadi is going nowhere. So he is busy using him as much as possible, as long as there is still something to scheme out of it, of him. So can I submit now my... Malala is... he is one person who I can't quite understand why Mudavadi is still seeing him as
as a person who is helping him. You know, I'm seeing that ANC as a whole is now, through Malala, is drifting towards confrontational politics, the politics that we left even in 2007. And if you've seen even ODM itself right now, even from the combative approach that it used to have, it has changed the strategy. It is now politics of you know, policies. So if you can get the kind of crowd that ANC was enjoying today, and then instead of convincing these people on what you are bringing in the table, why they should believe in Mudavadi presidency, the only thing you can sell to them is that they should elect Mudavadi Musalia because he is a lawyer. And I don't know if even the Kikuyus today had something to gain from Uhuru's presidency as a person, just because he's Kikuyu. I think they should be, you know, focused on what the presidency should be giving the Luhya nation. It doesn't matter whether it is from Musalia Mudavadi or from William Ruto or from Raila Odinga. It should be like, what are we gaining out of this? That should be the common factor. Again, Malala is borrowing the politics of hatred from UDA, whom I think he's representing in Western. Musalia Mudavadi may just be the avenue through whom he is using, but I feel that Malala is a strong supporter of UDA, because not at any point has Malala ever, you know, criticized William Ruto in his you know, combative, negative politics in Western. So I think he's advancing William Ruto's politics of you know, of insults. And if he was wise, he should have stepped back and asked himself what that kind of politics has brought UDA in general. When he went to Meru and then confronted Kiraitu Murungi, when he was confronting Charity Ngilu, what kind of benefit did UDA derive from it? It was nothing. So if he's not able to see that, then I think he's a person who is hell-bent for destruction. And I don't think ANC, even if they were given room to play the confrontational politics, I don't think if they have what it takes to even protect that confrontational way. They lack support. They lack, you know, they lack marshals. He cannot. Malala himself, there was a time when he was squeezed one time, and he went to parliament crying like a small kid. So before he involves or engages in all this, he should ask himself. Another thing is that I think that kind of politics, when it is applied in an area which is generally known to be peaceful and people of Mulembe, you see, then it beats the logic. Does he think that those supporters will cheer him on? Will they be cheered up, or they will be pissed off? So if he can continue with that kind of politics, I'm seeing that even that gubernatorial, you know, position he's eyeing is going to go away. The other thing that kind of politics is interfering with is their relationship with other communities, even in Oka. You know, someone like Kalonzo is a peaceful guy. He believes in politics, and they are some of the voice of reasons that used to even you know, be found in NASA. When people would go so confrontational, they would come in with a voice of reason to bring you know, sanity back. So with this kind of you know, jumping up and down, I think even the Oka guys are not going to take them seriously, especially when you castigate a particular community. You know, even if you don't belong to that tribe, you may ask, what if next time it is me? Will this person spare me? Let's say today they get confrontational in this thing of choosing the presidential candidate for Oka. So what will happen if they don't agree? Will they also be victims of Malala? So all these things we should. And the other thing, before I leave, I wanted to highlight is when Madividi or Mudavadi was saying that this time round he's going to be quite unpredictable. And I have been thinking, what could be the unpredictability of Mudavadi that may surprise anyone? The only unpredictability is for him to run towards Ruto's camp. That could be one. Or number two is that he should be declaring that he's not contesting, or maybe proposing that Kalonzo should take the flag of you know, and which today I saw that Malala was also toning down. So that I almost concluded that they are moving towards you know, reasoning in a way that Kalonzo Musyoka could actually be the flag bearer of Oka as opposed to Musalia Mudavadi. That is what I wanted to. One last thing, I wanted to ask the ODM leaders in Western. Kwani, are they so scared of Malala that Malala would come up jumping, and no one would even confront him politically? They just leave him, let him go like that. You know, it is us here talking about Malala. Them, they are, by now someone should have come up to rebuke him openly. One of those you know, aspirants or the other people. So for now, let me leave it as such, Themba.
Thank you so much, WG. One thing we have to appreciate, you can never, Brian, would you kindly mute? Thank you. One thing we need to appreciate, it is foolhardy for you to imagine that you have the monopoly of violence. Violence, nobody has monopoly over violence. You cannot stand up and say that ntakupiga. You never know what the other person can give you, and we don't want to go that direction. And that is why, even as you're saying that, one thing we want to preach as always is that every politician, every presidential candidate, every person seeking for any vote should be free to converse and even to mobilize and look for votes from wherever part of the country they want to. Nobody should be made to believe that you can protect, you can zone off a place. That is why we have to castigate what Malala said. Whatever fears that he has, we have to call him out for that. And this want to ask the supporters of Malala and ANC that if you have a presidential candidate in the name of one Musalia Mudavadi, you must, as a matter of urgency, tell the person who is campaigning for him in the name of Malala to start treating him as presidential. And if he's going to speak for him, then he must be called out to be told that you are not just bringing a Luhya leader. Mudavadi is not going to be a Luhya leader. He's going to be the leader of a nation called Kenya. And a nation called Kenya has 43 tribes. If all tribes are going to say that we want to protect this for our own, then we'll have 43 nations protecting their own. So you need to start thinking beyond a Luhya. We do not want a Luhya leader. We want a Kenya leader who belongs to the Luhya tribe. So you don't have to come out and start telling us that, you know, we don't want to see anybody coming. You must seek permission from him, from me. The Constitution does not say that. The Constitution says that you are free to move within Kenya. So if you're having a leader who is being supported by someone who does not even understand the constitutional provisions, then that's already a danger. And that alone can cost Musalia Mudavadi the presidency. That alone, the fact that he has people who are telling him to zone off certain places can cost him the presidency. And he needs to be told as such. We want to acknowledge those who are giving us your comments. Kindly keep them coming. Abel Mosigizi say, I surely wonder between Malala and the governor who is the maestro in Kakamega. Oburenyi Masai, Nyumbani Mapema, Rao Tosha, Ongera. Ruben, no one is better. Raila Ruto, nor Mudavadi. These people are for their own interest. Thank you. Ben Omari, who is Malala? Let him try to disrupt the meeting. Now you see, these are the things we are saying. If you come in, you think you have monopoly over violence, other people are going also to prepare for you. These are the things we don't want. And you see, an eye for an eye, you can leave the nation blind. We don't want that. Sylvia Wairu says, Raila Mchawi. Those are not comments that you want to put here. If you have a problem, why would you be concerned with someone's manual? Why would you be so concerned with Raila, whether he's circumcised or not? How does that have to do with the presidency? You see, you have to think beyond sexual organs. You see, like mostly I say, think about a lady from the shoulder upwards, not from the shoulder down. Also, you think about a man from the shoulder upwards, not from the shoulder down. Don't reason with the man from the belt down. Nobody is going to the state house to look to sleep with anyone. That is not a qualification. So I think when you come here and you start putting some statements, it shows us how low you are in terms of your thinking, and it doesn't help your candidate. So if you must come to the forum to insult, do something else with your bundles. You can call your friends. If you have a circumcised boyfriend, call him and talk to him. At least he will serve you better than coming to insult other people. Thank you. Malala is a political infant. Fools multiply when wise men are silent. Thank you. Stephen, Steve Mwingine, 2022, Nibaba, Luciano. Kindly keep your comments coming. No insults, please, on the comment. No insults. If you must insult someone, kindly use your bundle wisely. Use it for something else. Don't come and insult people. Don't insult anyone. Thank you. Now I want to go straight to Omar Odero. It's your time.
Habari ya wananchi.
Yuko salama Omar. Endelea tafadhali.
Leo ndio nimeangalia vituko ya huyu kijana anaitwa ni junior, sijui kama ni 20 amefikisha 20 kweli, kwa sababu naona hiyo ni akili kama mtoto mdogo. Politics ya Malala, kitu ya kwanza, Malala, Mudavadi na Wetangula, ukiangalia kwa uso siasa ya leo ni watu wamepanic. Kitu ya pili, huyu Malala kafaa kuchochea watu, kafaa atiwe ndani, kwa sababu hiyo si demokrasia. Kwa sababu Malala kuzungumza hivyo ni kumharibia Musalia. Musalia sasa anakuwa hana kitu kabisa. Watu wameanza kumdharau Musalia kabisa. Wale watu walikuwa na muheshimu Musalia wanaanza kumdharau, yani ni kama Musalia hayuko, ni jina tu sahihi. Na ile kitu iko katika hiyo hoka, hawa watu pia wamechoka na hii grupu ya Musalia kwa sababu ya Malala. Watakuja pia wata give up wakati kifika, au wenyewe watatoroka Musalia na Wetangula na huyo Malala. Ukiangalia siasa ya hoka, aswa Malala yuko ndani, Malala pia anavuruga hoka, na itafika wakati Gideon Moi, Kalonzo Musyoka itabidi watakuja kwa mzee, wataachana na Mudavadi na Wetangula waende kivyao, kwa sababu wameweka mtoto hapo. Mtoto hana heshima kabisa, mtoto anaharibu. Waseme tu Malala aseme anamkaribisha Mudavadi kwa Ruto, imeonekana waziwazi. Unajua sisi watoto, imeonekana waziwazi. Malala kusema Mudavadi atafute watu wengine, ni kama Malala already anataka kuwatoa. Ameona pia kwa Kalonzo hata make it, kwa sababu hauwezi ukaweka Musalia na hauwezi ukaweka Musalia na Kalonzo siasa. Kalonzo Kalonzo amemshinda Musalia siasa kwa mbali. Hata hii mambo ya flag bearer hiyo tu itaenda kwa Kalonzo, maybe wakatae. Na tumeona sasa ile kitu katika hoka inakuja, akila Musalia wameona pia wako bita mara mbili, wako bita kwa Raila, wako bita kwa Kalonzo, kwa sababu obvious hiyo Kalonzo ndiye atachukua. Sasa wanahakikisha yani hawana sehemu ya kwenda ile utu. Sasa Malala anaona badala mtu wake aibike, ampeleke Sigoi. Na sasa hiyo itamuonyesha Malala na Mudavadi na Wetangula kivumbi ya Western. Hata hiyo maybe hata akitaka kuitisha kiti ya UMP huyo Mudavadi hapo Western hatapata, kwa sababu ile kivumbi inakuja Western. Kitu ya kwanza nimeona katika hii chama ya ilizunduliwa juzi hii ya kila Amalwa, wajumbe karibu 11. Imekuwa ni maajabu, wajumbe 11. I think so, ni ma MCA wamejoin hiyo chama. Yaani wote ni kama wote wametoka kwa Ford Kenya. Inakuwa ni bita. Yani ukiangalia ile kivumbi, huyo mzee anakuja kubeba hiyo wave, itafagia kila sehemu, kwa sababu unaona wana wasiwasi. Na kitu kingine pia nimekuja kuona huyu mwanamke anaitwa Ngirishi. Sijui kama mmeona siasa yake, ameona kuna ujanja between William Ruto kumfavor Waiguru. Kuna ujanja hapo, yani nomination watamuibia. Lakini Ngirishi pia ametumia akili yake, amesema adhani kama ataenda hiyo nomination, na adhani kama atakuwa hiyo UDA, atatoka hiyo UDA, lakini atakuwa kwa ballot. Hiyo pia ni bita kwa William Ruto. Na kusikia upande ya Central, unajua pia nina marafiki Central, wanasema hii popular ya DP inabadilika kila ikikucha, inabadilika, inaenda chini. Tukifika January William Ruto na huyu upande ya Musalia Western, watu wao watakuwa wamewatoroka wengi. Katika hii wave sasa inaonekana inakuja ni wave ya baba, na ule mtu kila mtu anataka aingie kwa hiyo nyumba, kila mtu anakimbilia kwa hiyo nyumba. Fununu pia nasikia, lakini siko sure, nataka niangalie. Kuna huyu governor anaitwa Mvurya Kwale. Huyu Mvurya kuna mtu anafanya kwa ofisi yake, ni rafiki yangu sana. I think anafanya kazi kwa hiyo county government yake ya Kwale. Anaambia dalili ya Mvurya ni dalili ya kukuja kwa baba, kwa sababu anasema vile Kwale sasa inaanza kubadilika, kuna watu wanataka kukuja kwa baba. Sasa ukiangalia hii politics ya 2022, mulimuita huyu jamaa mganga, wakamuita huyu mzee ni mtu wa vitandawili, lakini itafika pahali sasa huyu mtu wa vitandawili watakuja kumpigia salute baadaye. Alafu ile kitu mimi najua katika tukirudi katika hoka ndani, Gideon Moi, Kalonzo Musyoka kuanzia next year hawatakuwa na Musalia, wataachana na Musalia, kwa sababu ile kuachana na Musalia ni hii mchezo Malala analeta. Alafu hii mkutano ya Bukhungu ya Atwoli hiyo itafanyika. Hiyo watu wanamjua Raila vizuri. Raila ukimzuilia kwa ukuta ndio anapasua kwa hiyo ukuta, anaingia na nguvu. Sasa Malala hawezi akamzuilia Raila. Hiyo mkutano itaendelea vizuri na hakuna kitu atafanya. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza.
Asante sana Omar, hayo ni maoni yako na tumeyapokea. Thank you everyone, those who are commenting on the comment section. Tafadhali keep them coming on the topic. We are talking about Bukhungu. Can ANC and Fordk Kenya stop it? Kwa sababu tunasikia Malala anasema anaenda kuistop, and we have said here categorically the politics of segregation should be stopped. Kila mtu awe na nafasi ya kuweza kutembelea mahali popote. So we want to ask, kindly be respectful on the comment section as much as possible. Be respectful. You are free to support your candidate, but be respectful, no insults on the comment section. Asanteni sana. Nataka kumleta sasa Victor. Victor, karibu, toa maoni yako. The topic is... Yeah, go on.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm loud enough.
Yes, we can hear you, Victor. Go ahead, Karibu.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Let me start with the comments that the sentiments that Senator Malala made. Yeah, for sure, they're not pleasing at all. Being a youth leader who is not only representing Kakamega people, but only also representing a number of youths. Actually, a number of youths are even looking forward to perhaps be like Malala. But now, of late, the sentiments that he's making is really demeaning his leadership as a senator. You know, as a youth leader, several times there's a committee that Senator Malala chaired that he had a very good round of applause. I can't remember which committee was it. Was it about the Ann Waiguru's case? I think so. If somebody can just remind me, please. I think he chaired it very well. And from there, I think he gained a lot of followers. But of late, he's been sliding. I don't know what has been happening. and he's a youth leader, other than being a Kakamega senator. So sometimes our sentiments that we make, more so for the politicians, they can lead people astray. And in this case, I'm talking categorically to the Luya people, because when he was making the remarks, I had some people clapping and shouting and all those. But it is high time so that we have to separate what is hatred and even hate speech. Because at some point, if a leader can say, Kakamega is his bedroom and there is nobody allowed there, yet at the same time, you also want somebody to stand as a president, not a president in the lawyer community, but as a president for Kenya. You know, that is a symbol of national unity. The moment you say that, and you also want to sell your leader in other parts of the country, I think you're not selling in a good, in a good board. So at some point, he made a wrong remark, and as a people, we should be condemning such remarks. And he's also a leader for the youth, because I know he has got a lot of, so many youths are following him. And we also found that most of politicians, are using youths. And that is why so many people were clapping about that. But if you look at that, it was, preposterous. His sentiments were extremely preposterous. And if in any case somebody would muzzle him up, he would be muzzled up completely, such that he would not even utter those words to the end. But unfortunately, he had all the airtime to yap all around, which is not good. I know most of our politicians, most of the people who want the president's seat, they are really looking for some puppets to make a lot of noise in the social media. I'm very sorry. I don't know whether a puppet is a wrong word that I can make over here. But so I know each and every point, even, the DP has got also his puppets as well. His Excellency Raila Odinga also has his puppets. And His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka and Wetangula, they also have all that. But you see, you have to sometimes sieve whatever you say to the public. That's something that can sell your candidature. So it is high time that we, the political class have to talk about, they have to sell their candidate. Okay, other than calling about things on how you are going to block and all that, because I know at one point Mr. Mudavadi, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, will find his way to other parts of the country, and I'm very sure he won't like it when other leaders are also making such sentiments as Malala made. So it is high time that we as Kenyans, we should stand up and stop these old Stone Age remarks. By now, people are very much awake. They're not looking into the ethnic violence and all that. We don't want to shed any blood this time around. We have to come up, stand strong, and say enough is enough. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Victor, for your contribution. I think Malala should be listening to this. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to categorically say, I want to encourage our comments as much as we can, but again, kindly try to keep it civil. Remember, we are all Kenyans. Kenya is our business, and we are only disagreeing in opinion, and you don't need to insult no one to win. Desmond Tutu, who has just passed on at 90 years, said that you need not to raise your voice, you need to raise your argument. So you don't have to insult someone. Don't improve on your insults. Improve on your argument. What is it that you want to say? But as a nation, we have to bring up a nation of tolerant people. That simply because we have different perspectives does not mean that you are a different person. We are Kenyans, and we don't need to be used by our politicians at all, at all. So I want to acknowledge some of the comments that have been coming on. Emmanuel Sagwa, Brian Luciana Chanana, Sam Mountreed. Thank you, God. Now the topic is about Malala, not Ruto. Yes, our topic today is Bukhungu Reggae. on? Is the Bukhungu Reggae on? Can ANC and Ford Kenya stop it? Yeah, we discuss politics, and Ruto is part of the politics of Kenya, but today we are not talking about him. We are talking about the unfortunate statements that have been made by a politician who speaks for a presidential candidate, and the candidate wants to be the president of Kenya, but they are trying to what they are calling zoning and saying that people should not go there. So keep your comments coming. Keep your comments coming, and maybe as you come on, kindly mute so that we are able to be together. I want to bring on Dan. Dan, kindly.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Who is that?
Huyu ni Clinton hapa. I think UDA supporters pia tuwafaa kupewa nafasi ya ku counter attack what others have said about us, you know. We also have our own opinion on what Azimio supporters are saying, so.
Ngoje time yako, Clinton.
Nimeomba tu nafasi kusema, sijasema unipe time, ya. Nimekuambia tu hata sisi utukumbuke. Asante.
Watu wa UDA na makasiriko. Hata baada tujaanza na mmeanza kusikia ni kama mnajibu wakati. You are giving according to the order of how you attended the session. So relax Clinton. Utapata nafasi. Kama una agree na Malala, that is okay. Dan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. How are you guys?
Fine, we would want to see your face.
Okay. Yeah. How are you guys? Mko poa?
Mko poa.
Actually, wacha mimi nisema hivi. Siasa ya Kenya inaleta tu mambo mingi kwa akili za wananchi. Manake nilipoangalia Malala clip akisema kwamba watu wasijaribu kuingia Bukhungu kwa sababu wameshaambiwa na NC the party leader that wasiweze kuingia. Jambo la kwanza mimi wacha niseme hivi, any eruption that ya vita ama kitu chochote kitaibuka pale, wacha ikuwe number one, Malala is behind. We don't need that one. Number two, there is a time Malala was supporting Raila Odinga, who is the party leader, ODM. Now saizi amekuwa the other side of the party, amefika mahali anasema he don't need that kind of ODM or ODM members to attend the meeting. Basically, let Malala know he's younger in politics. He's young in politics. So let him not start coming up with kind of maybe feelings ya kwamba yeye ndio msemaji. Yeye sio msemaji. Na wacha chue kwamba Mudavadi is the presidential candidate, is not an ordinary mwananchi like anybody else. Unajua ukiwa presidential candidate kuna heshima unapewa, ama ukiwa MP, member of parliament, lazima upewe heshima, lakini Malala anachitupa. Na kuchitupa kwake ni ile anaendelea kuondoa supporters from NC kwenda pande nyingine. Na I'm sure that through the utterance from Malala, in the ratio of 10, wacha niseme 7% washaamua watatoka waende kwa Azimio la Umoja. Number two, NC himself, wakati Malala alikuwa amesimama akisema kwamba watu wasijaribu kuingia. From a point, I can see that NC he should call Malala to check on the words that he talk. That's what I can say, because mwananchi ndio ana appoint. Sisi watu wanaongea kwa podium, and then at the end of the day unarudi pale kwa wananchi kuomba kura. Sababu wewe sikimbia hapa na pale ukiongea maneno ambayo haisaidii, haichengi ama hainui chama wewe ni kuongea vibaya, yani kuongea vibaya kuhusu watu wengine. Temba, kuna kitu uliongea kwamba wakati unakatia demu, ukikatia demu, ukiona the other guy mwenye alikuwa na yeye, not necessarily unataka kujua ni nini unaongea, you feel like that kind of wivu fulani. No. So watu wensi waache hiyo tabia ya kuona kwamba wakiwa kwa hiyo party wao ndio wa kusema. Ukiwa kwa party yoyote, hata kama ni ya UDA, uko na right ya kutembea mahali popote, bora tu unajiungana na yale maneno, nafanya nini, unazungumza ambayo isiweze kuattach ama isiweze kugusa wananchi. Manake sisi tumesimama, tumepiga kura, na tunapopiga kura tunapiga kura tukijua kwamba tunapigia the leader who lead the nation, whereby tunapata uchumi wetu ikue sawa kwetu. Lakini huyu Malala peke yake ukimwangalia, sio kwamba na support NC, he supporting himself. Kama angekuwa na support NC, hangesimama kusema hivyo to block people that musikuje pale. So
down there. I was seeing him down there.
Sorry? Someone is speaking. Hello.
Well,
so I was saying,
if you're not on, let's mute.
There's somebody who was speaking. That's why I decided to hold on. No?
Yeah, I'm just telling them if they're not on, they mute so that you go. Okay, go on. Done.
Yeah. So kwa chama cha ODM na NC, unajua NC imekuwa kwa ODM wakiwa pamoja na Raila Odinga, isikue kwamba wanapigania urais ilete ugawanyiko kati yao. Hawa watu finally watakula kwa mesa moja. Tusikue na watu kama Malala, tusikue na watu kama Kaluale, tusikue na wale watu kama, tuseme kwamba ukiwa kwa pati nyingine wewe ni mbaya, lakini kwa yale maneno watu wanasimama akiongea, unaona kwamba this person anajaribu kujionyesha. Wacha nitaje mwingine hapa, anaitwa Nyali MP. Kuna vitu aliongea kana kwamba, unajua these people let them not think that wakati wamepewa mic wamesimama kuongelesha wananchi, that's the only the time they have. There is another chance itakuja waongee. Ukisimama kuongea, wacha kuchipiga kifua kwamba unajua. The only thing we need from these guys, let them talk fluently, because kila mtu akona uhuru wa kutembea mahali popote na kuomba kura kwa mwananchi. So isikuwe ni ile incitement na kuleta vita kati ya watu ambao wako the other side. So ningependa kuongelea about watu wetu wa UDA. Isikuwe kwamba wakati jambo UDA na NC, ukiona jambo likifanyika, number one, watakimbilia kusema the opponent from ODM. So mimi ningeomba na kusema hivi, wenzetu wale ambao mko kwa UDA, siwezi kataa kwamba nyinyi hamna ama mko UDA na mko NC, siwezi kusema kwamba hamna uwezo wa kuzungumza, kila mtu anaweza kuzungumza, lakini wakati nyinyi jambo likifanyika ama wakati unasimama mahali popote pale, tafadhali naomba mkuwe na usawa na muombe Mungu wakati mnasimama kuongea. Asante sana, nimeshukuru. Yeah, that's my point.
Thank you so much, Dan. We are continuing vizuri. Tutakuwa na Vincent Owuor akifuatwa na Clinton, and then Ochieng Owuor, and then of course Kevin Krom. Then we'll have Odinga. So Vincent Owuor.
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
Let me talk about this There's I just want to make a comment about hii mambo ya Bukhungu reggae, the Bukhungu 2. I think currently what our leaders are showing us, we as voters, they're showing us like they're really showing us a bad picture. And if I start with what Malala is comment today about his speech, I can say that Malala is not a good leader. And something kuna kitu inamdanganya that since I think if you follow Malala started from, I think it is from MCA. He come all the way from MCA to Senate. So something is that thing. There's something that is cheating him that still he will make it to what? He will make it to governor, which maybe it is possible, maybe it's not. It is not impossible. Also, it can be possible or it can't be. As a leader, ukienda pale kwa podium unatafutia mkubwa wako kura and you are thumping your chest about other people, or about mostly about other leader who also want that seat, and you are campaigning for your leader. You are saying that you can't go there without my permission. That is my bedroom. Malala anafaa jifunza asione ya kwamba sasa wote wakisema that kibra, unajua the word hii mambo ya bedroom ilitoka kibra. Sasa asifikirie ya kwamba watu wakisema kibra ni bedroom ya baba, sasa yeye pia kuna that chance. Malala is still young to call Kakamega Kakamega is his bedroom. Is still young. So aache hii mambo ya chest thumping. That is my son. And what Malala have to know, anafaa juu ya kwamba that Atwoli ni vile Atwoli bado jamjibu. Atwoli ataongea siku moja, atamwambia mambo moja na hata waiongea about Atwoli, or hata waiongea hata hii mambo ya campaign na campaign ya Mudavadi. I think ataacha. Juu Atwoli akiamua sasa anakujibu ama anakutusi, atakuongelesha mambo moja hadi usahau mambo, hata mambo ya politics atasahau nayo. So anafaa jue is not the first young youth mwenye ametoka western in politics, in mostly ukiangalia ODM wako na mayouth, akina Babu wakianza kuongea, Alado wakianza kuongea, Simbarati akianza kuongea, au ni wale wenye wakianza kuongea sahi. This guy called Malala, he will not talk hata why kabisa. So acha mambo ya chest thumping. Chest thumping tumeona watu wengi, mostly in politics. We in West currently, like, let's go back to Western. Only just in Western. In Western we had this guy called who the former Budalangi MP Ababu na Mwamba was a very alikuwa mtu mwingine, yeye ndio alikuwa ule soja wa baba, na wakati alileta shida, kaleta mambo zingine ndogo ndogo. Sasa Ababu na Mwamba kwa wapi? So Malala nafaa juu, tumeona viongozi, tumeona even if he is calling that is representing youth, let him represent youth well. And me currently I can say that he is not representing me. I don't know which youth he is representing. So achi mambo ya chest thumping. And I think this thing, hii mambo ya Malala ametoka nayo very recently here, wakati alitolewa kwa nini, alipatiwa nini, alikuwa na cheo kingine hapa, alipatiwa na opposition in Senate. So hapo after kutolewa hapo ndio sasa akaanza kuchukia Raila. And we are saying this, hata akichukia Raila aseme nini, Bukhungu, I think wenye wataenda Bukhungu wataenda. Yeye asipoenda, akipenda aende, akipenda asiende, aende apige hizo kelele zake mbali. But achane na hizo mambo za chest thumping. There's no way he as a leader anaweza anaweza enda pale kwa jukwaa aseme that declaration they want to declare Raila here in Western, let them go to Kondele, ati Kondele hiko, Siaya hiko, siji Homa Bay hiko, and yet you are a leader, and very soon ye mwenyewe atatoka all the way from Western akuje Kisumu, aende Homa Bay, aende Migori akitafutia Mudavadi kura. And saa hii kwa wakati huu ambaye kwanza anafaa ongee vizuri, anasema that declaration can't happen here with what, without bila nini yake, bila amri yake. Amri yenye sisi tunajua mwenye anapenda amri is the government, the police. Bora tu polisi OCS wakishapeana barua, that thing will go on. And Atwoli hata wakisema nini, Atwoli kitu yenye Atwoli ameita, mkutano yenye Atwoli ameita, hakuna mwenye anasimamisha, hata yeye Malala, kwani yeye ni nani? Aenda tengeneza and kitu zimdanganya ya kwamba sasa hii juu anatembea na nani, anatembea na Mudavadi, hata akianza let me say this, Mudavadi ataenda is either ataungana na baba ama ungana na huyo Ruto. Akiungana nao tutaangalia sasa huyu Malala ataanza kupigana nini, ataanza kupigana nini kelele. So let him be very careful. Akitafuta sera, akitafuta kura, atafute na njia mzuri. Anaribia Mudavadi, na Mudavadi anafaa akuwe very careful. Kama ako serious that anataka president wa Kenya, na kama anataka mzee wa kijiji, aende tafute mzee wa kijiji huko nini Western, ndio Malala aenda apige kifua yake. Sasa anataka kiongozi, anataka kuongeza wa Kenya, na mwenye ameweka pale sijui anamkampenia, anapiga kifua kila time, anapiga kifua. Wawache kupiga kifua. Akipiga kifua, hata sisi pia baba kuna jeshi wenye sasa hivi wakianza tu wakitoka tu nje waanze kuguruma nje, I think hata hakuna mwenye ataongea. The likes of Aladu akianza kuongea hapa, huo Malala I think mambo yake na siasa itaisha. So asifikirie ya kwamba akitoka from all the way from MCA to Senate kitu tamdanganya ati sasa hakuna nini, hakuna that audacity ya kuongea na watu vile anataka. Hayo tu ndo naweza changia kwa sasa.
Asante sana Vincent kwa mchango wako. As much as Vincent is saying that hao wengine wako na you know jeshi and stuff like that, that is not the direction we want our politics to go. We would want to start telling these politicians that politics can be clean, can be played without insults, without threats, and without necessarily zoning places. So that is yes, sir.
Themba, let me answer you. You know the reason why I've used that language?
No, you
guys,
you are giving Malala unnecessary airtime. Malala is insignificant as far as Western Kenya politics is concerned. He features nowhere. So let's not spend time on him. He's not
okay.
Let's forget it. Let's talk about serious things like Mudavadi trying to stop a meeting. Who is Malala? Not giving unnecessary airtime, unnecessary credit. Please.
Mr. Chair, ambia hii jamaa ya Bukhungu aache stress. Malala ni senator wa Kakamega, alichaguliwa na kura maelfu bana.
Malala has no stake as far as Kenya politics is concerned. So msituharibia masikio mkituambia hapa Malala.
Bernard, karibu. Naona umeingia umekasirishwa na Malala, lakini karibu. Now Clinton,
yes. Yes, Mr. Chair, kwanza mi napenda protection sana Mr. Chair. Kuna jamaa anajiita Josephat Kusala hapo kwa comment section. Anatutishia sisi wafuasi wa wale wengine. Anatuambia Kakamega loves Raila more than Kisumu. Malala vitu gani? Aende aoshe choo za Bukhungu. Baba anakuja. Sasa sisi kama wafuasi wa wale wengine, we feel scared, man, from such statements. So Mr. Chair, protect us in this forum, yeah? We know Kisumu loves Baba more than Kakamega. Na huyu jamaa akituambia hivi na sisi pia tuwatafuta kura huko Kakamega, we really feel scared. So Mr. Chair, your protection ndio itatusaidia hapo. My second...
Wewe Clinton, wewe unataka kuprotectiwa from what? Umeambiwa tu a simple fact ya kwamba Kakamega loves Baba more than Kisumu. Kwani what are you protected from up?
Sasa Kakamega sisi kama wale wengine tunasema ni swing vote, ama sijui ni swing zone. Alafu jamaa anakuja kutuelezea hivyo bana. Hiyo tunaita vitisho, na Kenya siku hizi wajinga waliisha na hatutaki na hatutakubali.
Sawa, endelea.
Mr. Chair.
Tafadhali, let me protect you from that. Tafadhali usiambie Clinton ukweli. Moving forward, tafadhali. Hiyo ukweli usiseme hapa kwa sababu hiyo ukweli kuna vile inatisha Clinton. So tafadhali usiseme hiyo ukweli, mwambie ya kwamba Kakamega Baba hana support. Hiyo is a better theory for him. Haya Clinton, nimekuprotect. Endelea.
Aya, sasa kuna jamaa nimemsahau alikuwa anasema Ngirishi atatoka UDA ama ashatoka UDA. Ngirishi anatutaka sisi kama watu wa UDA kuliko tunavyomtaka.
Sasa Clinton, wacha nikuulize. Yaani nyinyi every time tukileta hata tukijaribu tuseme sasa leo mada iwe tunaongelelea ANC na Ford Kenya.
Si mada hujengwa bana, mada hujengwa.
Sasa yani itabidi tu tusukume tu tuongelelee mambo ya UDA hata sasa zile hataki kuongelea mambo ya UDA.
Historia Ngirishi nimepata hapa kwa forum, kama si kwa Vincent ni kwa wale maomar wawili walikuwa wale maomar.
Mambo ya
ni Jojo Dero, ni I think Omar Odero ndiye alisema kitu kama hiyo.
Don't leave the witness. Let the witness witness.
Nilijua tu nikivaa t-shirt ya yellow niingie hapa ni kuatakiwa mpaka mwisho.
Leo tulikuwa tumesema hata tulikuwa tunasema na Wekesa tukasema leo tukasema kuna Ngirishi ameongea kitu leo akasema tukasema acha tuachane na mambo ya Ngirishi na UDA leo hata tusiongelelee kwa sababu tukianza hiyo tutaanza kuongea mambo ya Ruto sijui nini tukasema acha tutoke huko. Leo tuongelee Bukhungu na Reggae na ANC na Ford Kenya. Kuna vitu mingi sana unaweza sema hapo. Wachana na mambo ya UDA na Ngirishi na Ruto.
Temba, wajua unakula data ya unakula minutes zangu na najua umenipea 3. So Temba, huyu mama pia aambiwe ukweli. Huyo mama mheshimiwa aambiwe ukweli. Haizi akatudanganya mpaka August hapa eti anatupenda. Kumbe ni mapenzi tu ya uso lakini roho iko kwingine. Tuligundua hiyo roho hajatupea. Tukamrelease aende place amepeleka roho yake. Sasa nilikuwa nasema hivi, Madam Ngirishi anatutaka kuliko tunavyomtaka yeye. Akiona ameweza aseme atawania kiti cha ugavana kupitia chama cha ODM. Hiyo nimemaliza. Na Ann Waiguru, kwa nini tunampenda sisi kama watu wa UDA? Ann Waiguru alikuwa kama si striker, alikuwa defensive midfielder wa BBI. Na pale Kibra kidogo tu mumweke striker. Saizi amekuja kwetu kutushikia goal, mnasema huyo atafungwa tu mabao kadha wa kadha. My friend, Ann Waiguru yes anaweza kuwa weak to Madam Ngirishi, lakini kwa sababu yeye ni mnaitanga aje? Governor mwenye ana defend sijui nimesahau hiyo jina English. But akona huo uwezo, as in the fact that ana defend kiti chake kimemweka mbele kiasi ya Ngirishi, na tukimuongezea na support ya mahasla Mount Kenya, Waiguru will carry the day. So Ngirishi tumewapea for free, maybe anaweza kuja na chama chake lakini hawezi kuja ODM. Mbona tunakataa misemo ya Malala? Malala si mtu wa kwanza kusema alichosema Kenya nzima. Tumekuwa na by election Kibra na Vincent Owuor aliguzia. Hapo by election mlisema huyo mwizi asikuje hapa. Hii ni bedroom ya baba. Leo Malala amesema Western ni bedroom ya Raila. si ya Raila. Mbona anataja huyu jamaa na simtaki? Western ni bedroom
You
ya
got it right.
Mudavadi.
You got it right. You got it right. Don't. Thank you.
Bana, siku anataka kusema jina Raila, tafadhali. Western ni bedroom ya Musalia. Ni shida gani ama ni kosa gani ametenda Seneta Malala? Wajua, tuambiane ukweli. Kama tulisema Kibra ni zone ya mtu fulani,
umoja wa kitaifa na azimio la umoja wa nchi hii, sababu huo ndio mwelekeo rais ametupa na Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Mnaunga mkono watu wa Bungoma? Hebu nione tena kwa mikono. Na leo nataka niseme wale wanaosema ati Wamalwa wanafanya siasa. Mimi am a political appointee wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Na kama rais ameona njia njema ni kujenga daraja, building bridges of brotherhood, nchi itulie, ni jukumu langu mimi nije hapa Bungoma nyumbani tujenge hizo daraja, we devolve the handshake. Na baada ya handshake mwezi wa 3 2018 watu wa Bungoma nilikuja hapa ku devolve the handshake. Nikauliza ndugu yangu Wetangula, wewe ulikuwa na support Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga alikuwa anapigana na bosi yangu. Sasa Raila Odinga na Uhuru wamefanya handshake, wamesalimiana. Wewe na mimi tuna vita gani? Vita ilikwisha Mabanga, tukafanya handshake. So we are supposed as members of Uhuru Kenyatta's cabinet to be assistants, to assist him, not to resist him and every idea he has to progress this country. Sasa leo sisi tunasema tunataka watu wa Bungoma tuache kile kisima cha Esek, tuachane na kisima cha Sitna, tuende kwa kisima cha Rehoboth, cha DAP na party leader wetu wa Munyinyi na Eseli.
We, sasa toa hiyo kitu. So Themba, mbona mnapenda kunidisrupt? Nilisema kwa mara ya kwanza sitapewa nafasi juu niko na t-shirt ya yellow. But acha nimalize tafadhali chair.
Hakuna mtu sikiza, tutakuongezea muda. Wewe ongea tu. Unajua wewe tumeshakwambia hapa, yani lazima ulete UDA. Anyway, endelea.
Na lazima ulete hiyo dapi. Dapi kwa Kijaluo ni chungu ile ya kunini maji. Hiyo party unaita dapi, sijui kaa itatoa hata MCA moja. So kila mtu atembee Kenya anavyotaka, lakini siasa ya bedroom ni nyinyi mlianzisha na mimi naipenda. Nataka iendelee vivyo hivyo. Kesho Malala aende Bukhungu, pia ni Western. Aende hapo Bukhungu pia aambie watu ni bedroom ya Raila, ya Musalia. Alafu tushinde tu hivyo tukiendaga. Alafu finally wanatemba. Mimi nafurahi sana. Lakini kuna kitu kidogo tu akinifurahishi. Sisi kama wafuasi wa UDA, I think tutaandikia ICC barua. Tuambie wafuatilie siasa ya next year kwa umakinifu zaidi, kwa sababu tunaona mkono mkubwa. Mkono yenyewe iko na miba, uwezi ukaishika mkono ya serikali kwa siasa ya next year. Tuliona hiyo mkutano yenu ya Kasarani ilikuwa haina shida, hazina mkupigana. Na hiyo si nini yenu, hiyo si, that's not your bana, hata Kiswahili changu siku hizi kimepotea. Hiyo si tabia yenu kuwa watu peaceful. So tuliona mkono wa serikali na hiyo mkutano haikuwa inafaa kuwa hivyo. You are not always peaceful people. So government should leave the politics alone. Hawa jamaa wawili waende wamenyane na mtu wa kushinda ashinde. Hii tabia ya kupigia Musalia usiku, juzi nilisikia akilia kwa kanisa ingine Central, eti anapigiwa usiku kila siku a support mtu fulani. I think that one should also stop. Alafu predicting mara Musalia will end up with Ruto, Musalia sijui ataenda wapi. I think mnasikia hata Musalia. Kama alikuwa anakuja kwetu anaweza piga about turn. Please leave our Musalia alone. I make decision yake. We still have time up to maybe June next year. Mwache kumuonesha njia, na njia yenyewe anajua ni time haijafika. So Mr. Themba, I think I can stop there. But please, 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 let us respect what Malala said. Malala just said the same thing you said in Kibra, and we were happy and we gave you all the votes in Kibra. Mbona leo inakuwa shida eti Malala kama kiongozi wa vijana sijui amesema kitu mbaya? Hakuna kitu mbaya amesema. Kibra hata Han Waiguru aliwaambia ni bedroom ya baba mkapiga makofi. Leo tumeambiwa Bukhungu ni bedroom ya Raila ya Musalia tukapiga makofi. So the statement is okay, lakini pia sitachoka kuambia kwamba karibuni UDA, kwa sababu from the look of things a government project will not work like 202. Na mtu kama Themba, you are very sharp, Ben na marafiki zangu hapa wote hamfai kukaa kwa baridi after next year's general election. Kujeni nyumbani tujenge chama kimoja, chama cha kitaifa. Achana hizi vitu ndogo ndogo mara DAP. Sasa si huyu CS anatoka Bungoma. Bungoma mko na vyama 3. Na nikisema Waluya Unity mnataka kunimeza hapa. So tafadhali kujeni nyumbani tujenge chama kimoja, chama cha kitaifa, chama cha mahasla wote. Tuunde serikali ijayo na tusonge.
Hakuna nyumba, hakuna structures, hakuna leadership. Hiyo ni nyumba gani una invite watu kuingia?
Ben, nikianza kupingana na wewe kwa hii chama chetu cha UDA sitamaliza. Support mtu wako, tukutane kwa debe 2022. Chair, kumbuka hiyo protection yangu kwa Ben na kwa comment section. Yeah.
Okay. Wewe unasema ati Mudavadi anagongwa, lakini with people like Malala, Mudavadi doesn't need hata kugongwa. You just need to let Malala talk and votes zinapotea hivyo hivyo tu. Ni kama Ruto, you don't even need to fight him. You just need to let Sudi talk na votes zinaenda pole pole tu. Kevin, karibu.
Yes. Ndugu zangu, hamjambo?
Hatujambo Kevin, endelea.
Mimi nashukuru sana kwa wakati huu. But okay, sitaongea kwa sasa hivi, kwanza nitaongea baadaye kwanza niwasikize kidogo.
Haya, sasa jana niliona umekuja alafu ukatoweka, sijui ulikuwa unaenda kulala.
Kidogo tu.
Themba, Kevin amekataa kuongea juu ya vitisho Ben ameleta. Najua Kevin roho yake iko kwetu. Lakini vitisho Ben amekuja nayo na ameleta sura
yangu.
Unaona ile t-shirt amevaa, alafu wewe unajua mtu atakwaje kwenyu na hata sura yako hamtaki kuonyesha. Sasa mtu kama huyu tutakuwa naye namna gani?
Sasa mimi nimesema hivyo juu nilikuwa najua ako hiyo side nyingine, lakini nilikuwa namtaka kwetu. Alafu anani reject kwa podium live. Hiyo pia ni tabia mbaya
kwa sababu party ambayo haina kichwa.
Ukienda kukatia msichana anakataa, lakini akuambii kwa macho eti sikutaki. Si angetulia niambie huko kwa inbox.
Not everybody can be bought. That's one thing that UDA people need to realize.
Bernard, unajua wachana na UDA hatukuwa tuwaongelele leo. Leo tunaongelea Bukhungu, ANC na Ford Kenya. Watu wa UDA leo tunataka tuwawache mtulie.
Sasa hapo Bukhungu mtatuongelea kuanzia statement 1 mpaka statement last.
Watu wa UDA leo hatutaki kuwapatia sekemneke, hataki mtuletee hasira. Naona pia Ndeto amekuja hapa. Ndeto leo hatutaki hasira. Leo tunataka atuongee mambo ya UDA, hata hatutaki kumention. Mkitaka
mimi nawaahidi kitu moja. Hii mkutano ya Bukhungu ikiwa peaceful, naweza reconsider decision yangu nikuje kwa chama. Lakini ikienda kama hiyo ya kawaida,
there is nobody who can disrupt the Bukhungu meeting.
But huwa mnajidisrupt hata nyinyi wenyewe.
Not UDA, not even the provincial administration. It's not possible.
But huwa mnajidisrupt wenyewe. Juzi hapa Kasarani mlitoa huyu jamaa tulimnyang'anya useneta masikio hapa Kasarani, si mlimtoa masikio na alikuwa ODM.
Juzi ni lini? Wacha hiyo story.
Wachana Clinton is playing
masuala ya chama ambacho wewe sio member.
Ngoja Bernard.
Swali langu la mwisho Ben. Ile mkutano ya Kasarani ilikuwa yenu ama ya serikali?
Clinton umetumwa. Nani amekutuma?
Ile mkutano ya Kasarani ilikuwa ya serikali, haikuwa yenu ya kawaida.
Azimio la umoja wa nchi ya Kenya.
Clinton ametumwa kuja ku disrupt hii meeting. Unaona sasa hii.
Hapana Temba, tuambiane ukweli. Juu hata sisi tunapanga mikutano.
Clinton umetumwa kuja ku disrupt hii mjadala.
Hiyo ndio statement yangu ya mwisho Mr. Chair. Kidogo tu niiseme alafu.
No, but you are disrupting
Mr. Chair, disruptors hata wako kwa parliament. Mwingine aliibia mwingine. Sasa usinitoe juu na disrupt. Hata parliament wako.
Kuna mtu anakutoa, tunakutaka hapa lakini usidisrupt meeting.
Sasa si uniruhusu niseme ya mwisho.
Haya, sema basi.
Sasa nilikuwa naambia huyu Ben, tumeona mikutano mingi ya chama cha ODM hazijai kuwa peaceful. Hiyo ndio kitu inaniuma. Alafu hii nyingine nilikuwa nategemea pia isikuwe peaceful. Alafu inakuwa peaceful kuanzia start to the end. Si kulala. Why? Sisi tukipanga tu hivi kidogo pale Mount Kenya tuseme UDA wanajibu ODM. Is that fair?
Clinton swali. Kuna mtu amekuuliza swali hapa vizuri sana. Anaitwa Amelia Dhiambo. Amesema hivi. Watu wa UDA hampendi historia. Hiyo kitu ya Kasarani si ni historia. Kwa nini unaitumia?
Historia kiaje?
Si hampendi historia.
Sasa Temba, Kenya hatuhitaji historia kusema kweli. Tunataka Kenya iende mbele.
Mbona unarifaa kwa historia?
Haya, tunaangalia sasa Bukhungu. Bana, ikiwa peaceful, tutaandikia ICC iangalie serikali inaingilia uchaguzi.
Haya, asante.
Hatuwezi kuwa na uchaguzi kama ile ya Tanzania. Jamaa hakuna crowd kwa city, ikifika siku ya kura kidogo apate 900,000.
Masaa yako yameisha.
Clinton Jacoredo, it is my turn now, brother. Good evening, ama good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Themba. Hivyo vitisho vya Jacoredo ni vitisho vya nyoka wa ng'ong'a kobele, hatutatishwa. I wanted to take a different turn with regard to today's topic. I think we've actually dealt with Malala to an extent that we are just seeing the disadvantages and the mistakes he's making. Today I want to defend him a little bit. I think the best description, the best English word to describe Malala is what we call sanguine. He's someone who is optimistic. He has ambition. Malala saw some gap, and he wanted to take the opportunity. A story is told of a small hamlet where hunters were chasing a hyena. And then the hyena passed through a farm, and there was a lady in the farm with her child, small child. So when a hyena reached the farm and the hyena started negotiating with the lady that the hunters are following me and they might take away my life. Kindly see what you can do. Hide me somewhere. And the lady, out of mercy,
covered the hyena using the potato vines. Then the hunters came, they asked, have you seen some hyena passing through your farm? She was like, no, I've not seen any. We sure the hunters went, and you know, after they disappeared, the hyena came back, and now, you know, the hyena was telling the lady, no, I now need your child. So the lady had to surrender her kid simply because there is nobody to defend her. You know, Malala knows that with Mudavadi in the presidential ballot, is not going to make it. And Mudavadi will be leaving some gap there. Malala is not just eyeing the Kakamega gubernatorial seat. The guy his eyes is fixed on being the lawyer kingpin. That's the ambition the guy has. So he's telling Mudavadi, you know, anamuelekeza Mudavadi mahali anaelekea kwa shimo, such that he gets the space, the much needed space. And you know, our good brother, our leader Musalia Mudavadi is falling victim to this cheap sales line. I think if he works on his script, he might succeed. I don't know how it's gonna work, but again, he's trying. He's trying. He's on the right track. If he manages to, you know, get the Kakamega gubernatorial seat, then he's just but a step away from being the lawyer kingpin. Something that I know he's praying for. Thank you so very much, Manavena. It seems like you have some question.
That one is far-fetched. That's a long ball. I don't think it's anywhere Malala can reach it. You look for Luya Kingpin by galvanizing the communities around, not by keeping away everybody else and saying this is my home. So as far as the ground is concerned, Malala is playing his politics the wrong way. He's going to end up in the forest worse than Mudavadi. I don't think if that is his vision, then he's approaching it the wrong way. He should take lessons from Oparanya. Oparanya was lieutenant MP, became the governor. Now he's doing the national office. He's built himself politically on the ground, and his vision for the national. How do you begin to be a heckler here and there, and then solve this one, then say this is somebody's bedroom, and you want to be a Luya king? The hardest community to be a kingpin for is Luya community. In fact, as at now, Malala's loyalism is in question, so he can't even be anywhere there. That's
Yeah,
much I can
let
say.
me just comment on it also. Let me just comment on it. I think you need to look at it critically. Malala is doing what Ababu Namwamba did, and he ended up in oblivion. Luya community is not a homogeneous community like any other. We have 18 substrats. For you to lead Luya community, you must be extra intelligent. That's why even Atwoli at his level, he always works very technical because he knows how Luya is. It's not a homogeneous society where you can come up and everybody. You have to have wisdom to how do you navigate. So the only people who are showing those signs, people like EUGENE, who knows who long goes the weight, but somebody who is coming with the abrasiveness of Ababu Namwamba and Malala, Just wait after next election. You'll be nowhere. And Malala is just on payroll of Ruto, the way Babu Namwamba was given money to go and buy a house and he was finished. He left the lucrative position of ST General ODM. Now Malala was right inside actually Azimio when they were beginning. Now somebody commented and said there was even committees he was leading in parliament. But someone threw money and removed him from a very center of politics. Now he's just on the borderline. So after 2020, we will not see Malala anymore. Even this gubernatorial seat, real politics have not begun. You will see. So I can't even imagine a Malala on a higher scale when he's already on a self-destruction.
Can I also be allowed to make some sentiments about what he mentioned earlier? Well, talking about the issue of Malala being, a kingpin, I think that is laughable. That is extremely laughable. I mean, we have a lot of Luhya who are elders who can lead. But talking about Malala being a kingpin, I think the only thing he's trying to do is just trying to do some bit of drama. You know, politics is all about drama. You make some little bit of drama, you appear in the frontline head newspapers. That is when you feel like you are politically active, whether it's in the negative way or the positive way. So I think that is a way of how politicians in Kenya have been escaping and acting so that they can appear in frontline head newspapers so that they can make some sense. I think that is a way perhaps he is going to, he's trying to play as far as gubernatorial seat is concerned. But talking about Luhya kingpin, that is laughable. I think it is two-way, 100 years, to come. He can't even fit on that as well, because the utterance that he's still trying to say, he still have a long way. So we have a lot of very smart people in Luhya community that can lead, but as a kingpin, he's only trying to make some drama so that he can appear on frontline head newspapers and for his post. Remember, he's only selfish for his post, not any other post as well.
Wameshika mzee mmoja kutoka hapa Western ambaye hajawahi kuchaguliwa hata siku moja. Alisimama kura, hakufikisha kura 2,000. Hajawahi kusimama tena. Hata ule msichana mdogo MCA wa Bungoma nilikuwa naye hapa, huyo mzee akisimama naye huyo msichana atamwangusha. Lakini amekipea nafasi yenye hana kimaisha. Anasumbuka na kusema maneno ambayo tutakuja kumwambia enough is enough, you must stop or we will stop you. Kwa sababu alifanya sarakasi zamani, akaenda Kakamega akasema anaweka Musalia kama spokesman wa Luhya. Wengine wetu hatuku participate, but we had no issue because in our constitution we don't have an ethnic spokesman. Sasa amesumbuka, anasema na mkumbuke ni mtu ambaye hajachaguliwa hata siku moja, hivi na Salikuru hawezi chaguliwa. Sasa anasema atatoa list, nani atakuwa MCA, nani atakuwa mbunge, nani atakuwa senator, nani atakuwa women rep, nani atakuwa governor, nani atakuwa president. Tunamwambia haitafanyika. Kama hiyo ndiyo machachari ya kupokea pesa kutoka kwa wengine, your days are numbered, my friend. And they will realize kwamba hakuna tofauti ya wewe na yule anaenda sokoni na tumbili kuchekesha watu. Kwa sababu watu wameerevuka Kwanza kabisa, there is no provision in our electoral law for ethnic primaries to determine candidates. We do not vote in Kenya on the basis of ethnic affiliation or ethnic identity. Kama wewe unaenda Kakamega kusema Waluya wanakuja kupanga nani atakuwa nani, nani atakuwa nani, umeacha wapi Wateso? Umeacha wapi Wasabauti wa Mount Elgon? Umeacha wapi Wakikuyu wanaoishi Western? Umeacha wapi kabila zingine? Wewe mzee, chunga sana maisha yako, usichezee na watu bwana. Usicheze na watu. Na sisi tulimwambia wakati ameleta huko Kakamega ati BBI, Musalia na mimi tukasema we have not opposed BBI, but we oppose grandstanding by selfish characters who think that by being on the front line of BBI they are better than others. Tulienda Kakamega, hatukuenda. Walitoroka, hawakutoroka. Tuliingia Kakamega.
Bernard, namna gani?
No, I'm not in the back office, so I cannot control anything. Wekesa should remove the video from the screen.
Yeah, ameitoa. Sasa I want to bring on who hasn't spoken.
I wanted to make
me here. I've not spoken.
Who is that, Sam? Ama ni nani?
Me here.
Wewe umekuja baada ya Bernard. So wacha nilete. Who is this? Kevin. Kevin, you want to speak? Alafu nilete Bernard.
I want to speak.
Okay. Kevin ongea, alafu nilete Bernard.
Bana yobaya watu wanioni.
Sema mtaye.
Yes, sir. Kevin. Kevin. Hey,
Bado.
Hauko tayari?
Bado.
Okay, sawa. Wacha nilete Bernard, alafu after Bernard nilete Wekesa, then nilete Ndeto. Haya. Bernard. kindly mute if you're not speaking. Mute. Kevin, mute. Thank you. Now, when you join in, kindly mute if you're not speaking so that we are not having that feedback. Bernard, there's something wrong with your audio.
Oh, it's coming through.
Inaleta some kelele hapo. So
sio mimi.
Ni wewe.
Okay, I don't know. Do I? No, that's mess up the whole thing.
Aya, ongea basi. Geoffrey mute tafadhali. Geoffrey Okumu mute. Aya, Bernard endelea.
Okay, now starting from Ababu Namwamba was the proprietor of Luya consciousness. That was his last move in politics that sent him to oblivion when he began to go around the country sensitizing people on the Luya consciousness, whereby all the Luyas should unite wherever they are and vote as a bloc. So Wetangula coming up and saying that the call for the Luya meeting in Bukhungu is now against the other community. he should first of all tell us who has been the proprietor of Mle.
I think we've lost Bernard, right? I think we've lost Bernard. Ndeto, are you there?
Themba, there is Okumu. Wacha Okumu aongee kabla ya Ndeto.
Okay,
Hey,
Okumu.
Wekesa, you know, we are following the moderator. So I think at this
Ndeto,
time,
relax. I was not bringing you on. I was just saying hi. Sorry.
Kindly Ndeto. Don't misquote me.
Wekesa, we need to see you. We need to see you,
It's not
Wekesa.
me.
Why
Ndeto
after
mute.
Christmas?
Ndeto mute.
I am here.
You did not receive my box. Receive my box if you have not received any.
Okay, can you both of you mute so that we can listen to Okumu? Thank you. Okumu and then Wekesa. Okumu, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
After Okumu, I can let kwanza.
Can you please hear me?
Okumu, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. I'm here since 10 and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, I want to talk on a few things about the topic that we've been discussing here. Now, looking at the Luya vote, the larger Western vote, traditionally it has been voting, majority has been voting towards ODM. So anybody saying that Luya vote is not on Baba's side, I think is has a long way to go, because traditionally they have been voting as a bloc, even more than the Nyanza people. Now, second thing, let's look at the meeting today that happened at ATWOLI'S home. Now, looking at the leaders that were there, we had the ANC leaders, the likes of Nabulindo, the likes of the Wisero MP, I don't know the name, and a few members of the ANC party. And at the same time, Musalia Mudavadi was having another meeting, another function in Chavakali, right? And Chavakali, from Wisero to Chavakali is a very short distance. Now, what does that tell you? Take an example that Raila Odinga or William Ruto is having a meeting, a function in Eldoret. And then you find Oscar Sudi and other close MPs not joining him in the meeting and going to another leader who is also attending. So it speaks a lot when the ANC MPs could abandon Mudavadi and go have a function or a meeting with Raila at ATWOLI'S place. It speaks a lot that there is some discord in the ANC. And I think this is because of Malala. Malala has become a parrot in ANC. And because Mudavadi has failed to tame him, a number of members of parliament in the ANC are feeling uncomfortable with the way Malala is behaving. Now, look at the OCA as a coalition. OCA is divided into two. a faction of Gideon and Kalonzo. Gideon is Uhuru's man, and your guess is as right as mine that definitely it's just a matter of time before he declares his support for Baba. Now Kalonzo is playing some wait and see game in the Oka arithmetic, because Kalonzo is a diplomatic man and he's always makes his decision at the last time. So I think he's waiting to see if Mudavadi will organize himself with the likes of Malala. But from his body language, even from the way he speaks, even if you watch him in the videos, in the interviews, he's leaning towards going to Baba's side. And I think in Oka, we are only left with the Mudavadi and Wetangula. And to me, Wetangula is someone, anaenda na upepo, because Wetangula, I don't think he has some weight in Oka. I really don't think he has some weight. It's like he's just there, flowing in the current. And the actions of Malala and the statement of Malala made today is very unfortunate. But I think Malala is coming from a point, from a place. Now remember, Malala was once in the leadership of Senate. He was a deputy chief whip at some point. Until the time he was removed from that post, that is when he started fighting Baba. Before then, Malala was singing Baba, and at some point, we remember even ANC wanted to de-whip him from the party. I think we can all remember that. So after being de-whipped and demoted from that post of majority deputy chief whip, that is when he started to insult Baba and to throw all manner of words. But I think Malala's actions is just like other colleagues have said. It's taking Mudavadi to the pit, so to say, because he's not helping Mudavadi in any way. In fact, the way he's parroting has made people like Jirongo to disappear. Where is Jirongo now? And I remember Jirongo warning the likes of Malala not to insult other political leaders, because at one point they will need them. But because Mudavadi has failed to tame the parrot in Malala, and that is what is causing discord in Oka, because the way Malala is behaving. And that is why you see other leaders, like the ANC leaders today, instead of being accompanying Mudavadi in the function at Chavakali, they opted to accompany Baba. Why? Because of Malala's behavior. So I think it's upon Mudavadi to read this, and it's just a matter of time before Oka breaks down. And Mudavadi, I don't think it's going anywhere. It's just a matter of time before he joins maybe Ruto. He's playing hard to join. He will join Ruto as a person, maybe with Malala. But the number of MPs from what we saw today in Wisero, majority of the MPs will either join the party that was recently launched, or others will join ODM. But not all of them. Majority are not willing to join UDA with Musalia. So I think that he will stop Baba coming into Kakamega is laughable, because who is for Malala to stop Baba? If Uhuru and Matiang'i could not stop, who is Malala to stop Baba from coming to Kakamega? Who is Malala? So I think Malala is daydreaming or something. He can't dare stop Baba. He knows the kind of person Baba is. So that is my contribution, and that is my sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Okumu. Deto, it's your time. Bernard, you disappeared, man.
I was rudely interrupted. Sorry.
Yeah, but now your Nini looks better. Your sound's better. Your sound is better right now. So I think you can hold on right there so that we bring in Deto, then you can come on. Deto.
So, thank you.
Yes, good evening, team. You know, it's another time. Merry Christmas. Yesterday, Bernard, I saw you. You were still on the steering, and we are happy because of your hard work. You know. So I also want to take this opportunity to wish every one of us a Merry festive season. As well, we are waiting for a new year 2022, which will be full of activities, including now the long-awaited elections. It's also a very hard time because we have seen families losing their loved ones. Let me take this opportunity to also pass my condolences to all those who are left by their beloved ones. And I believe moving forward, we will all have good moments. So let me come back now to today's topic. And it is about Bukhungu Stadium. You know, I have seen today Baba was invited by one Atwoli in Atwoli's homeyard or backyard. And in a way, I've seen Atwoli is a very generous man because, you know, he has given Baba cows, chicken, you know, and also even some farm products. You know, what kind of a man can you describe? He is a real farmer. He is a real farmer. I never knew that side of Atwoli. And it is still in the same meeting where they emanated some news about maybe the highly awaited occasion that will be there on 30th, which, according to Atwoli, it's like a celebration among the Luya people. And Baba, in a way, he was very keen to even indicate that he is invited just like any other visitor to attend, and he confirmed that he will be attending. I don't know if Atwoli is generous enough also to invite the UDA presidential candidate, that is William Samoei Ruto. But that's a topic of another day. I think the moment the ANC brigade noted of this news, that's when Malala came out and, you know, he claims that, you know, I think he is called Malala Bukhungu. So he claims the stadium. He has the keys of the stadium. And it is upon maybe the statement that Musalia Mudavadi will give, which will give him direction. So, but in this case, it's like Musalia is saying no to visitors. Let me take you back a little bit to see who is strong in Kakamega. And maybe if we do a context analysis, maybe among the gubernatorial seats, Jubilee was there and they were given something to do with 14,600 votes. ANC was also there. They were given something to do with 9,000 votes. Also, Ford Kenya was there through Kalwale, and they were given about 140,000 votes. And now Wycliffe OPARANYA, who won, was given something to do about 390 votes. So from that kind of analysis, you can tell Kakamega is an ODM zone. And what I see is, if anything, you know, through Karwale, he has already like come out of Ford Kenya. We are not so sure because currently he is supporting UDA. And also we have not seen the chair of the Ford Kenya, that is Wetangula, declaring to support Baba up to now. So also we have not seen Musalia Mudavadi like creating interest to support Baba. But we have seen Kanu. Kanu, they were given the gubernatorial seat, they were given about 3,000. So what am I trying to animate? In an occasion where maybe we assume those who supported Jubilee will also support William Samoei Ruto, and we have seen Kalwale with his about 140,000 votes, we anticipate also it will go to Ruto, as well as the one for Musalia. You know, Musalia is not deeply felt in the region, despite the whole drama that is circulating with Malala. He is not so strongly felt in the region. But we feel maybe due to various narratives that has emanated out of what have choreographed, that, you know, Raila Odinga has been using Luya, but we have not like achieved anything because this man has never become a president. Look, in 2007, the Pentagon. 2013, Musalia decided to go alone and he lost with about 500,000 votes as a presidential candidate. 2017, he was one of the NASA allies. And we see, in a way, lawyers have been losing it. But at this time, they want to be so sure. And to be sure, I mean, Musalia is declaring he will be the president. But basing on the tensions along the race, it's like this race has been left by only two horses. That is Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto. And I think they are just trying hard to see who is this person that they can back up so that they can be part of the next government. But this time round, I suggest it is not Raila Amolo Odinga, because even during Musalia Mudavadi's mother's burial, you could see the exchange. And in a way, even if Raila was present, but still, when you listened to Halwale, not Halwale, but when you listened to Malala, you can tell they are not ready to support Baba. And I don't know if Oka party or whatever it is, it will be used to destroy votes, or finally they are going to like cling on a certain party, either UDA or ODM. But previously we have seen a lot of interest on coalitions. And I think the ODM and other parties, they should come slow, because I'm happy that even if they claimed they had the numbers, the whole process in a way was suspended up to next month, next year on 25th January. And you know what this means? It means that if it is challenged maybe by some lawyers, and you know some drama comes and the whole thing is suspended, even it is given a hearing. If it passes February, you know that law cannot be effected in the August elections, because it must be.
That thing will be finished on Wednesday. Forget 25th. You are behind the news. It's 29th.
I was somewhere and I heard Sabina Chege talking about it, that, you know, there is that special sitting that will be there next week on Wednesday. But, you know, Kenya is so dramatic, and anything can emerge, Bernard. You may be so certain, only to realize that you are just left along streets and with no information. So what I mean is this, that whatever that all these leaders from Kakamega, they are trying to do is to strengthen the parties that they are affiliated to. And in a way, if there are people who are left swinging, like they don't know where to fall, it is the ANC, because so far we do not know if they will finally go to the ballot or they will just support ODM or UDA. But following what happened like in that parliamentary voting process, in a way ANC, all those the MPs of ANC, in a way they joined those who are supporting UDA. So in a way, it seems like the lawyers' vote will not be a block this time around. It could be divided, maybe 50-50. And if anything, those stronghold of ODM, you know, a party like UDA, that is what we are trying to do, so that we can be all over and we can get more number than we got in 2017. And that's the game. If we are able to reduce those votes of OPARANYA, like if it was given to ODM leader, for instance, by some percentages, in a way it is a winning. Because remember, Raila, with all those votes, he was still left behind by the Jubilee Party with their 14%, with their 14,000. So you can imagine that's the same case with the Central. You see the very same way ODM people are analyzing Central, that if a certain percentage if Ruto is voted by a percentage lower than a certain maybe limit, he may lose it. The very same way also it will happen to Kakamega, which is a ODM stronghold. So if those votes are reduced, be assured that also Baba will lose with a very big margin. So let us await. What I'm very sure about is that the meeting will be there, but I'm also waiting to see what like UDA, our presidential candidate, will plan for that day, because all the energies cannot go there. You know, I like what happened in Kasarani. As some people were really passing the Okoa party or launching the Okoa coalition, we were somewhere in Masailand doing our thing. So the news was in a way, in a balance. And I'm also awaiting, maybe we shall also have a visit to Western the very same week, or even in the very same days and months, you know, so that we can be able also to have a space. And that's all the news is about. So let us await. I also wish Baba so well. Today I saw him as a very stressed man. I don't know if they are really rushing him so much. You know, I felt for him, because you could see, I don't know, maybe he has been so busy. Yesterday I saw him in Kisumu, you know. The day before on 25th, he was still there. You know, I think even his eyes could tell he has a lot of sleep and he needed to rest. So even if it is they are trying to fight some votes, I think they are really taking Baba at a supersonic speed. So thank you so much.
This one that you are claiming, the medical in charge of Baba's health, Mara, you in charge of the Kakamega votes and how they will be reduced. They will be reduced by who? How is that possible?
Let me explain.
Goja, as at now, okay, where we stand, Azimio la Umoja has all the Western Kenya governors. The governors are the ones that have the county infrastructure, including election infrastructure. So if we go by that, all these other people who are making noise, Malala included, don't know what they are talking about. Because when it comes to Vihiga, the governor is ODM. Busia, the governor is ODM. Kakamega, the governor is ODM. So the majority of the governors in Western are ODM. And that structure of their campaign is all backing Azimio. Then the opponent, you're talking about UDA, their structure is hanging in the air. The other guys, ANC and the rest, their structure is hanging in the air. So who do you think is bound to carry the day? I don't think they stand a chance. Two, the support of Baba in Western is not attached to Musalia. Get that clearly. It was proven in 2013 when Musalia went on his own. The people of Western still voted for Baba against Musalia. That means the support of Baba in Western is not attached to Western leaders. It's only that Baba is a team player and he loves to work with people. So he would want to reach out to Musalia and every other person. But as far as the calculation for 2022 are concerned, Baba is set to go with or without Musalia, with or without Wetangula. And with now DAP in play, that DAP takes care of Ford Kenya completely and is going to sort out this other balance. And when that comes into play, what happens? Musalia and Weta and the other people, watajipanga wenyewe. The people that were coming behind them, like for example, in Western Kenya, if Musalia refuses to play ball, OPARANYA will step in that space and Musalia will not be remembered anymore. And he's well able. He has proven it by winning the governorship for 2 terms and serving 2 terms member of parliament of Butere. He's vastly wherever. In fact, his preferred successor is ahead of all these noisemakers. The ODM candidate in Kakamega, I don't think even Halwale stands a chance of winning the Kakamega seat on UDA ticket with all the sponsorship from Sugoi and elsewhere. He has no chance. Just like he lost in 2017, he's going to lose badly this 2022. In the Luya politics, or rather Western Kenya politics, are not played on the podium. If you don't show substance, if you don't prove yourself a man, if you don't show a clear-cut path that you're going to win, the Luyas will leave you alone. They will escort you. They are very good escorters. There is a Luya proverb that says the ants and the termites, okay? He said the ants escort the termites, and when the termites fly away, the ants go back into the hill. And that's exactly what happens. They will escort you. You want to be escorted to the slaughter, they will escort you, just like Malala is doing. But at the end of the day, they will vote where they know their interest is scattered for, and there is a clear win. And even if they lose, they want to lose with dignity, not to lose because of patronage. They want to lose with dignity in the sense that the person they voted for is a credible candidate, especially on the national platform. They would not vote for anybody simply because he originates from there or he looks like there. And even historically, people like Masinde Muliro, Wamalwa Kijana, the other key leaders, the people who are voted into parliament were key, credible people, not noisemakers. Martin Shkuk was a permanent Butere member of parliament until Moi had to split the constituency, to see to it that he's locked out of parliament. And all that was based on substance. So the discussing the Luya vote, you can't discuss it from the air and succeed in getting the reality. This meeting is been called by Mzee Atwoli. Atwoli is a Luya elder. He's the one who has called his sons and all the people in Bukhungu. It's not Baba's meeting. Baba is an invited guest. So don't, Malala jumping on Baba, he's jumping the gun. He should attack Atwoli. It's Atwoli who called for the meeting. And if Malala thinks he can stop Atwoli, he should just check his age and look at the age of Atwoli and then subtract. If he can get the difference, he should shut up and prepare a suit to be at Bukhungu if he wants to be part of the 2022 going forward of Luya politics. But if he refuses to go to Mululu for his patronage and his deception program, whereby it is reported he's on payroll from Sugoi, yet he's footing for Musalia, at the end of the day, he will be the main loser. He can't be anything better than Ababu Namwada. You can't play those kind of politics. Sorry?
A question, A question kindly before you continue.
Yes.
You know, just for public knowledge, I'm on Azimio la Umoja. I'm a very big fan, and I defend Azimio la Umoja vehemently. But I've been wanting to find a forum, and it's good that niliamuka kwenda to ease myself, and then I found that you guys are discussing about Luya politics. There's something that has been disturbing me about the Luya politics. The number of votes that Luya have, they only need one strong community like Kikuyu to produce a president. What I do not know is why do we have a lot of kingpins from Western who are pulling from to different directions, and they do not have that one voice of saying that this is what we want and this is our candidate to negotiate on the table. You see, if it weren't for example, somebody who was bright like Oparanya, who has been lobbying a lot of projects to Western, you see, Luya people, in fact, if they were to be united that much, we wouldn't be seeing Mumia's sugar falling. We wouldn't be seeing the pan paper falling. We were to get a lot of projects going to Western because the negotiation power is there, the unity is there. But you see, in as much as they are supporting, some of them are supporting Azimio la Umoja independently, there is that division within them that a lot of politicians are taking advantage of them. So you are coming from Western. Can you tell us what is the problem with the Western people? Because I've lived there and I've seen their problem.
There is no problem with Western people. Western people are the most democratic community in this country, and all the rest of the community in Kenya should go to benchmark on how politics can be done, people having divergent views, but still live in the same house and respect one another. The politics of prearranging communities in order for you to get presidents is the main problem of Kenya. We are where we are right now because of one basket carrying the entire community. Instead of people making individual decisions, the decision is made by the elders or by the key leaders, and people without thinking, they all voted for Jubilee. What happened? We are where we are because of big communities refusing to take national responsibility as a national responsibility that can be shouldered individually, so that everybody's voice is heard at the ballot. Now, the Luya community is different in the sense that we are a creation of colonial masters. Okay, we are a creation of colonial masters. We were different nations. we were put together, and Luhya used to be the place where judgment was done. When there was a dispute, then we would meet in a Luhya, that's a baraza, and then matters will be discussed. So the colonial people grouped us together, say since these people share the culture and they meet at the Luhya place, so they shall be called Luhyas. So we were grouped together by the colonial masters. Although we share a lot in common. But that aside, what I would want us to appreciate is that the Luhya people look for substance. Look at Wamala Kijana, okay? When Wamala Kijana was leading the way, he was able to galvanize all the Luhyas, especially in 2002, and they all voted together in one direction. So if you don't give us a credible leadership, forget about us following you. You can bring us the lessons, bring the salt, bring whatever you want to bring at night and during the day. But if you are not showing us the substance of leadership that can channel this country in a better future. And I believe the Luhya community is one of the communities that believe in the dream Kenya, whereby if Kenya is all one and is all succeeding, everybody will be okay. We are kind of don't want leadership for ourselves. We want leadership for the country. And if we can play a role by providing good leadership for the country, we will be satisfied as a people. So we have never been on the table negotiating for something for ourselves. We are always fighting for a cause, and that cause is a better Kenya. I believe that has been demonstrated by even the introduction of multipartyism. Even before the multipartyism, you will notice Masinde Muliro was assassinated for the same, and other leaders, Elijah Mwangale, the rest of the past leaders, they were all for a better Kenya that makes every Kenyan comfortable at home. So I wouldn't take that as a problem. It would be that the other communities will want to take advantage of that enlightened way of looking at politics, as opposed to the tribal basket whereby you are from a region and you have to vote in a certain way. Even if you don't believe in the cause that they are standing for, you have no choice but to vote that way. That to me is not a problem. And as I conclude, as far as I'm concerned, 2022 elections in Western Kenya is already decided. The direction is clear, and the majority of the votes are going to go for the Azimio, no matter who says what and does what where. And Raila's leadership for Western Kenya is not something that he comes to impose on us. It's something that we buy into him. We believe in his leadership and we follow him for free. And he has not ignored Western like Malala and the rest of the team are making noise about. ODM, the strongest and the largest party in Kenya, okay? The SG is a Luhya. The chairman of ODM in Nairobi is a Luhya. I mean, deputy party leader Oparanya is a Luhya. So who is in fact, people who call ODM a tribal party, I don't understand, unless they mean the tribe is Luhya. But if they mean Luo, then I don't think so, because we seem to be the majority in terms of leadership for the ODM. And so I can bet that as far as 2022 is concerned, Bukhungu too is going to blow the trumpet. And when that trumpet is blown, any person who wants to be relevant as far as Western Kenya politics is concerned, tukutane Bukhungu. Lakini ukikaa kwa nyumba, ati umeogopa, ama unaenda kufanya alternative meeting, kama ile Washiali alikuwa anajaribu Mumias siku ya BBI, bas mambo yako na wewe na future yako ya politics itakuwa imeishia hapo. Na si eti ni Atwoli anakumaliza, ni vile Waluhya wameona njia, wameona mwanga kule wanaenda, wewe ukioppose, you become their enemy. So it's not Atwoli inciting them. it is them judging matters. They have weighed everything in the balance. Wanajua muongo ni nani, wanajua nani ana provide the proper leadership that is needed. So it doesn't need incitement. It just requires common sense. And when it comes to common sense, the Luya community from Western Kenya are very good in using it. Thank you.
I think
I need my time now.
Hold on.
Okay, okay, thank you. Wait, Evans, can you meet? Thank you. I know that I've seen your hand, and I do kuna swali kwa matamushi ya Bernard. Najua kuna watu wengi, tafadhali tuendelee ku comment on the comment section, and we continue acknowledging your presence. Alan Onyando, asante sana. Simeon Otuke Onkware, Luya is not one tribe like Kikuyu or Kalenjins. Don't compare them in that perspective. Kuna mtu ametoa maoni yake hapo chini. Martin Wilson, asante sana. Ndeto unaambiwa kwamba tafadhali jump ship and join the winning team by Martin Wilson. Dennis Ondieki, asante. Wontesco. Kuna link imekuwa shared if you want to join the conversation and tusikie maoni yako, tafadhali fanya hivyo. Link inakuwa shared hapo. Tell us where you are celebrating Cultural Day. In Kenya, that is Cultural Day. In other places, Boxing Day from. And tuendelee na conversation. Asanteni sana. Now, before Ndeto comes in to ask the question, I know maswali yako yatakuwa mengi na tutayajibu. Hata mimi niko tayari kujibu maswali yako na kukuuliza. But Wekesa has been waiting for a while. Let's have him give a contribution. After Wekesa, we will have Evans Onyancha, sijakusikia. History of winners. Huyo anaitwa na Harun ako hapa. Sam, nimekuona hapo. And then of course Patriot. So after Wekesa, we'll have Onyancha, then Harun, then Sam, then Patriot. Then I think we will be ready for a second round. Inawezekana amerudi kwa mara ya pili. So Wekesa, let's go.
Then I have one question before Wekesa comes in.
Wacha tunajua najua uko na swali. Najua uko na swali. Wekesa has been, unless Wekesa gives you that time, then I think Wekesa, are you philanthropic?
The challenge of Ndeto is he will ask a question in terms of a long paragraph.
Yeah, he asked
questions. No. Wekesa, you have not been.
If it's a question,
let's give him a benefit of doubt. Let's give him a benefit of doubt, please.
I think because he's from the minority, it's better that we give him the benefit of doubt kindly.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we are just directing him. We are saying if it's a question, let him ask a question.
Yeah, it's a question, very brief. Bernard, I've heard you talking about how ODM will still be a stronghold when it comes to Kakamega. But I would like you help me understand. OPARANYA is a second-term governor, and I've seen so far there are 4 people who are trying to fight for the same seat. That is Barasa, then there is Cleopas Malala, there is also Kalwale, and there is also Professor Kutima, the one who is the deputy governor at the moment. Don't you think maybe the very same county may not come out so strong if ODM will not have a strong governor candidate? In this way, I don't think, basing on what is running at the moment, Malala and Kalwale, in a way, they praise a good chance. Despite the parties that they are, I've followed the politics of Kakamega, and I can tell you, Professor Kutima cannot see the politics of Malala, cannot see the politics of Kalwale. So meaning, if in a way, people choose it is Kalwale or it is Malala, Kakamega will be a swing vote. And that is what with the ODA, with the UDA. We want.
No,
So
Ndeto,
just make your observation. Yes.
That's a good wishful thinking from your end, because where are you basing your figures? Because according to the polls and the frontliners in Kakamega right now, it's not Halwale and it's not Malala. So they are only vocal and noise making. But when it comes to the poll right now, according to the scientific data, they are nowhere on the front line of the gubernatorial seat of Kakamega. Secondly, Oparanya has a great say. He's the one with the infrastructure right now. Whoever he gives his votes, he will be able to carry all those votes together. So it's not as easy as you think. UDA has been flying over Kakamega. You don't get Kakamega by flying over it. You get Kakamega by getting to the roots and lifting whoever that was on the ground. But flying over it and telling it that Oparanya did not finish Bukhungu Stadium, Oparanya is not running. You're attacking Oparanya, you're attacking Raila. Raila is not running. So Malala and Halwale have lost it already from where I sit. Thank you.
Maoni ni poa, maoni yako ni mzuri, lakini let me maintain my way of thinking then. Asante Bernard.
Thank you. Wekesa, please.
Okay, thank you for giving me this chance. I think I was here early, but I chose not to contribute. I chose to listen from the beginning up to now, and I appreciate each and everyone's contribution. I've listened from Satatu, and people have so many perspectives. I want to begin by saying that Western is not a homogeneous tribe. We have 18 sub-tribes, and that diversity gives us, it makes us different from the rest. It's not a weakness for us, it's a strength, and that's who we are. In fact, one of the things Moi struggled with, maybe especially the Western, in some of the sub-tribes, the Bukusus, he said that let the Bukusus eat their own baheba. There are people who are not excited by whether they are in government or not, that they didn't have an issue. So he wondered which kind of tribe is sub-tribe is this. They are not excited whether they are given positions in government or not, because they believe they come from an agricultural zone, and they didn't depend on government to survive. They could live whether there's government or not. And that's why a few people can excite Western with politics, but most of the time, Western doesn't move with euphoria. You remember even when we had the banana and orange 2010 constitution, many parts were swept, but Western, it was not swept. They voted differently. So it's a place that is known to make its own decisions, regardless of the euphoria that is going on. And that's why people who have understand Western, like Raila Odinga, he doesn't make exciting moves. He makes very strategic moves, because he knows that Western is not people you will come today and pour some maize there and excite them, and tomorrow they say wewe tosha. In fact, you need to take time to build strategic relationship. 2, Western people respect history. And that's why when you see people like Kina Wetangula stand up, he will talk about the history of Fort Kenya, from where it began. It came from our father Mulero and whatever. And to them, that rich history is very important. And to us who have a problem with history, you will have a problem with Western, because we believe in our own rich history where we've come from. And part of it is that part of the Western collaborated with the colonial government, and part of Western resisted the colonial government. So we are not beginning today to speak different language in politics. Even in the time of colonials, they had a problem with us because not everybody collaborated with the colonial government. There are those led by Kina Elijah Wanameme opposed. There are those led by Kina Nabongo Mia collaborated with the colonial government. So that's who we are. And it takes some political genius to bring all these forces together to vote, and not the young guys like Kina Didmas. They think they can excite. That's why they went and camped at one of the places when they are doing by-election and took the hotels and were there for a whole week. But the results never reflected how much they have dipped in the pocket, but actually it just reflected on what Western voting pattern. That's how they vote, regardless of who has come with what and excited them. There are times when Moi could not even come and campaign, but we could still give him votes. We give them votes on principle, but not that he showed up and campaigned. So that is Western for you. Now let me focus on Bukhungu. Bukhungu 2, there's a reason why Bukhungu 2 must make ANC and Fort Kenya to panic. It's not a quick fix meeting. It has been. There are people even I share to, I think, on this platform. It's a meeting that has been planned slowly and slowly over a period of time, and networking. When you look at it, I think Bernard has mentioned that there are 3 ODM governors. But I can say this without a fear of doubt or a mix, that all the 5 governors of Western are in Azimio. This is Khaemba of Trans Nzoia, is in Azimio. This is Otichilo of Vika. This is Ojamong. This is Wangamati. And then we have the Oparanya. Now, there is a new kid on the block called DAP. He seems to be a new kid on the block, but he's annoying more so Wetangula. Wetangula is more annoyed with DAP more than Musalia. Why? Because in the larger Bukus community, the family of Wamalwa they have a place in the history of Bukus community. So the name Wamalwa alone it sends some fear and chills in the spine of Wetangula, because there is a history on that. But when we look at Wetangula himself, in fact, he is always dismissed that he was not among the freedom fighters. He just sneaked in when to carry the battle for Fort Kenya. So DAP is being prepared to take over part of the leadership of Western, and it's feared that the big announcement of Atwoli may announce 2, Oparanya and EUGENE as spokesperson. Oparanya will take care of Musalia Mudavadi, and EUGENE will take care of Wetangula. And that's where the jitters are. And I can tell you, even I shared a clip there, EUGENE is a very smart politician, and Wetangula knows that. So EUGENE has even a more role because he will stretch from Trans Nzoia. And as we are speaking today, 11 MCAs from Trans Nzoia transferred from Fort Kenya to DAP. And as we speak, the meeting that was Huisero, the MP of Huisero is ANC, attended a meeting of Atwoli with Raila Odinga. As we speak, the guy called Bulindo, the guy of Matungulu who just who created the Oka movement when they went and campaigned together, and they made sure he won. He attended a meeting at Atwoli's place. That guy called Bulindo, and then there's the Ayub Savula, who is the ANC vice chair, and that makes these guys worry. Now in DAP, we have Wangamati, who is the governor of Bungoma, the only place that Wetangula used to hold. Now he has nothing to hold on. So when you see Atwoli comes on the media and says that I will be in Trans Nzoia, I will be in Bungoma, I will be in Busia, I will be in Kakamega, and Wetangula will have no place to hide, it is not sound bites. Washamchorea hapo chini. Now, let's see what will happen in Bukhungu. Bukhungu will have the highest number of Western MPs. It will have the highest number of Western MCS. It will have all the elders from 18 sub-tribes of Luya Nation. They will be there. Something Musalia and Wetangula cannot convene. Musalia and Wetangula can only attend a Maragoli and a Bukusu event, but they can't even mobilize the elders of Bukusu and elders of Maragoli and put them together. So that is where they argue that they own Western, but in terms of political activities, they want even to dismiss that Atwoli doesn't have a command in Western, but in terms of political activities, Atwoli can put the whole Western together, but they can't. So the ground is already mobilized and people know what is happening. So what will show up on Bukhungu 2 is the larger picture of how Western is, and it will translate to the voting bloc of Western. William, I wanted to say something that Ndeto brought up. There is a fallacy that you can transfer popularity of William to one Halwale. There is a fallacy, yeah. If William has created some networks in Western, it's not transferable to Halwale, just as they have this fallacy in Central, and that's where people are having problems, that UDA may have some popularity but cannot be translated to either Irungu Kangata or to every individual person must work out their own personal popularity. You can still be in a popular party and fail. So there are a few networks William Ruto has made in Western that don't correlate with the sitting MPs or those people who are under running associated with UDA. They may even fail on nomination themselves. Those guys you think are so much aligned to that. So you need a deeper introspection of Western politics to actually know what is happening and be able to reduce whether who is going to carry the day. But as we speak, there are new kids on the block. Musalia and Weta have a reason to worry. And then we have a question.
Yes, Wekesa. You know, it is good. You are making a very good observation that Kalwale may not have popularity. But remember, in 2017, Kalwale garnered 30% of the votes of Kakamega. And by then, he was going against OPARANYA. And come next year, OPARANYA will not be there. And don't think that the Kalwale's votes will reduce. They are going to increase because also people, in a way, they have the popularity you are talking about of William Samoei Ruto. there are people also who will buy the same, and they might end up even supporting UDA, and also those who supported Jubilee to some extent. They may not all go to the Azimio la Umoja, plus the ones for ANC. So that's why we are saying there is a possibility that Kakamega might be a swing vote, not an Azimio la Umoja zone. It might be shared like 40, 60, or even 50-50.
Okay, yeah, you have a point, but also you're missing the point. One, Atwoli was on Ford Kenya. He has crossed to a new party. It also has a communication. You see, the guy even who won Pulindo was both supported by Ford Kenya and ANC. So those are the parties on the ground. So UDA is a new entrant. In fact, ODM and Ford Kenya and ANC have a head start. UDA is a new entrant, and it has also to create its own base. So you cannot say that you just transfer votes like that. It doesn't always happen. You can check even when the by-elections happened, the guy who was on ODM did not get the same votes he got last time. So you don't just say we are transferring. It depends.
Wekesa, are you suggesting that people vote parties, not individuals, in Kakamega?
No, what I'm saying is that, yeah, there are areas where parties have a strength. And actually, let me put it this way, simple. Majimbo was able to win the Bungoma seat because he crossed from Jubilee and went to Fort Kenya. Remember, he ran on Jubilee and he got around 1,000 votes. But when he went on Fort Kenya, he got 19,000 votes. So what I'm saying is areas, and we have seen even in Central, and you know it, there is a struggle. If today you go, you yourself, hiyo Kinangop uende na party, let's say ODM, I'm not sure whether you will get the votes. Yes, so there is a struggle because there is a history of these parties, and there are those who vote giving you based on where you are aligned, but there are those who vote with a sense of reason.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, do you believe in democracy?
I am here to analyze. I'm not even what I believe. You know, we are here to give an analysis. I'm not giving
exactly.
my feelings.
I'm just asking you a question. Do you know what's democracy?
So what kind of question is that?
Okay, my question is so simple. Okay, my question is so simple.
Mama, uko na mimba na umeona kitu imefura hapa.
Let me just ask you a simple question.
Yes.
Why is it that we're saying Kenya is a democratic party, all right? Whereby every citizen has the right to elect the person they want, right? And we are talking about where the one party is stronger than the other party, which it's okay, we understand that. The reason I'm asking you this, I'm bringing you to an attention whereby now ODM claiming to have 6 peace in Nyanza province, but at the same time, with the same mouth, trying to make other regions to have other parties to join together in ODM, and they can, other region like Western can have Ford Kenya, whatever, all the party they're wanting. At the same point, we are saying that we are democracy. Is that democracy, or is that just a fallacy that we are trying to confuse with people?
First of all, democracy itself is a fallacy. First of all, let me tell you, democracy itself is a fallacy. It's a rule. Sometimes they say it's a rule of idiots. So, and democracy differs from one place to another. It is how you have allowed to govern yourself. And that's why even in a party, there are many ways of choosing a candidate. The one, you can decide and pick a candidate. That is one form of democracy. Two, you can allow vote to happen. That's one form, another form of democracy. Three, yeah, the party leaders can sit down and decide this is the person we are giving a direct nomination. And it's allowed in the constitution of the party. So you don't define democracy based on how you understand it.
Okay, then that's the reason why I'm trying to tell you, if Kalwale is strong today in Western Kenya, let it be. Let UDA do their job. For us, is to elect the right people. If we don't want to, if we don't want to elect Kalwale, that's well and good. Then let's not bring democracy and say that okay, Kalwale is more stronger this year and next year is not stronger.
Andrew,
food for thought.
I think you are missing the point. The reason why we come here is to analyze issues. Me, I was giving an analysis of how Western is and the voting patterns. I was not giving my personal opinion. I have a way of looking at democracy. In fact, if you ask me how maybe things will happen in Western, maybe I will not advocate for maybe even Bukhungu too. But I'm telling you, there will be Bukhungu too. Maybe I will not advocate for people to defect from Fort Kenya and go to DAP. But I'm telling you, they are doing that. So I'm only here to give you an analysis, not a personal opinion. And the role of here, we are analysts. We are not, but if also in our personal contribution, I may say, and that's why I was trying to defend that there's nothing wrong for Western people allowing different parties to come and hunt for votes. And someone was condemning and saying that why is it that Western doesn't vote as a bloc? We say we are past that and allow people sell their ideologies. Are you getting the point? So
yeah, on that one I agree with you, and that's where I'm trying to say that as the panel, it's good to understand that, to make other people out there to understand that we have reached to that point whereby the decision of the people who we want to elect has to be depending on us, not our leaders to tell us on who to elect. Basically, that's where we are supposed to end it there. Let's not drive a narrative that, oh, this one is more popular than this other one. Wacha watu wamenyane kwa uwanja ba.
No, popularity is a reality and you can't run away from it. Okay.
Yeah, the popularity is there. I understand the popularity is there, and that's where we are going wrong.
Okay. Who is this?
And,
Andrew, hold on. You've come now and you are asking a question repeatedly, and other people came here. They want to speak. So can we let people give their contribution? You have asked a question. Wekesa has responded. So just hold on right there, and your questions will find answers as we move by. So, Andrew.
Sawa boss. Hey,
Yeah,
mkali wewe.
Huko kwa queue kuna watu wengi sana walikuja hapo mbele yako. Patriot yuko hapa, Evans Harun yuko hapa, Evans yuko hapa.
Andrew is always strategic. Andrew is always strategic. He can ask a question and he take 5 minutes to contribute. He's always very strategic.
That's I know him. He has found people on the queue na anataka kuruka watu, acha kuruka watu kwa line.
I don't want to waste more time. Just in 1 minute. Uwezekano ulikuwa unataka kusema nini?
Na hata hapo wanadanganya ati Khalwale akona nini, akona votes mingi. He is popular. He is not popular. Even Malala, the guy that is making noise, anashinda Khalwale. So hapo Mr. Andrew was trying to drive a narrative that Khalwale to some extent akona popularity, which is not there. Hata hayuko. Khalwale ndio wa mwisho hapo, my friend. Don't try to force something that
okay, so Onyanja, was it a question?
Actually, it was something that I wanted to educate my brother Andrew about democracy. And you see, democracy is not something that you can.
Yes. If it is about if it is responding to this guy, we'll respond to him later. Huyu jamaa anakuanga mrefu sana. Wacha, if you are responding, respond to what Wekesa has submitted.
I'll put it in my submissions then.
Okay, thank you. Wekesa ulikuwa
Yeah,
umaliza?
so I think if there's no question, I think I'm done.
Okay, sasa.
Let me give other people a chance. Hii vitu hatumalizangi, you can only put a break.
And don't worry, bado uko hapa. Najua nini zako itasindiliwa na wengine wako hapa. So we have many people on the line. So let's try keep it within the minutes. We have 2 minutes kila mtu, so that on the second round utakuwa na nafasi ya kuenda through. So we had Onyancha, then Harun, then Sam, then Patriot. So 2 minutes tafadhali.
Thank you so much for this night. I was sleeping, and luckily enough, I woke up and found that you guys are discussing a very good discussion. And now, I'll just go straight to Kakamega, where the Bukhungu 2 is happening. Western is it's a very interesting place, in fact, to live and to do business, to dwell in terms of politics. Because if you survive in Western in terms of politics, you cannot fall anywhere. You can survive anywhere if you survive in Western. And that is why you find that most of the politicians coming from Western, they are ever strong, even nationally. That one, I'm giving credit to them. Now coming to the issue of Malala. Malala should revisit his own play that he produced back then, Shackles of Doom, and read it very well. Because I think if it wasn't for popularity, then he did not put that food on the table the way it's supposed to be put. Because this person has a very good run in terms of politics, but he has slumbered somewhere, and he should also consult somebody called Ababu Namwamba. Ababu Namwamba was also vibrant in terms of politics, but at the moment he started disrespecting his elders, that is when he falls short of his politics. And up to date, we are not seeing Malala. The same case applying to Echesa. Because you see, when an elder like Atwoli is calling for a meeting, regardless of his own opinion, because you remember even Susan Keika saying that opinions are those things that we have. So everybody has their own opinion. So let them introduce their opinions to people. Let the people in themselves try to look at them and interrogate them squarely, instead of you going and saying that you're going to stop that meeting, and you know the people that are there are politically, they are stronger than you. In terms of age, they are older than you. So why are you trying to block something that you cannot even be able to block? Malala came out very well because he was coming from being an MCA, then he became a senator, and then now he wants to become a governor. He has a very bright future, but in terms of political strategy, I think he became drunk with power in the way he's conducting himself. The same way Kalwale also came. Kalwale was a very good politician when he was an MP for Ikolomani. I remember him single-handedly took the motion to parliament to pull out Kimunya out of parliament because of the Grand Regency. He was a very nice and visionized politician. But at the time when they start making very bad decisions in terms of politics, you find that these people struggle so much. Like Alwala is struggling right now. I've lived in Western and I know the way the Western people think. The Western people are the biggest conman voters. They will laugh with you every day. They will cheer you every day. But when it comes to the ballots, these people are very cunning. They will squander your money and they will leave you with nothing. Yeah, and you see, popularity in Western does not come from the crowds. Popularity in Western comes from the smaller group that now popularize your name. But you going around saying that sisi ndio tumefanya hii, sisi ndio tumefanya hii, sisi ndio tumefanya, and people cheer you up, be very aware of the Western people. So the Bukhungu 2, to me, I feel like it's a bombshell to the opponents of Azimio la Umoja. Take an example like this. why is it that after the speaker calling the house to pass that motion of coalitions, and then again, even before we reach January, he has recalled again these people, and again when we are reaching January, again, there is another Bukhungu too. I think somebody is taking a lot of blows each and every day. Somebody is taking a blow, not knowing that now it is a time for me to rearrange my house. And you see, if you look at the events the way they're unfolding in this political arena, there are things that you might think that they are not related, but they are very much related. If you use the law of unrelated things, you'll find that even the announcement today by Ngereshi is not by mere chance. In politics, nothing happens by mere chance. It's something that is carefully choreographed to fit a certain desire of politics. So, in my own analysis, the Western people are going to shape the Azimio la Umoja, and that is where the Azimio la Umoja is going to take shape. Because, to be honest, to me, the party leader for ODM and the deputy party leader of ODM, who is OPARANYA, they've been honest to the people of Western Kenya. Because if you check on the way, the time when OPARANYA was the minister for planning, he worked. And that is why people, I think, are embracing his ideas, and they are going to listen to him, even when it will come to his successor as the governor in Kakamega. They are going to listen to this person, because Raila was very faithful, in as much as the Luos use the fish in Lake Victoria. He did not take that plant to Lake Victoria. Instead, he awarded that thing to Oparanya as good work as a minister of planning. And I must give credit to these two people, because where they've come from. And if you check on the message that Raila was giving during the time the stepmother of Mudavadi was being buried, he was trying to send a signal to Malala, trying to warn him that you are too young for this politics. Because you can remember Mudavadi telling the crowd that, you see, this is what he used to call me that time. And this is what I used to call him that time. And Raila came again and anchored those words and saying that we came far, even from Mudavadi, before Mudavadi came to the arena of politics. It was a clear signal to the allies of ANC. I think Savula is getting it right and is very clever, because lately you can see Savula trying to embrace Azimio la Umoja in a very slow moving way. But Malala has been drunk with power. He has forgotten completely his mandate as a senator. He has completely forgotten what he's supposed to do as himself as Malala, having a bright future from the past, but throwing it away on a silver platter. And I can agree with the chaser at some point that he might be a mole in the Mudavadi camp, because the way he's attacking and becoming personal to Raila, you might feel like this is not only based on politics, this is something that is from the inner parts of this person. So to me, I feel like the Azimio la Umoja, that will be the genesis of the Azimio la Umoja. And now it is the time that we are entering into real politics. Remember, there are some people who have been going around for the last 4 years campaigning. Oh, this is the time for campaigning. This is the time now the boys are being to the arena, to the wrestling arena. This is the time now the drums are being beaten. I remember in the Mark II burial, Senator Gideon Moy said that there are some people who have started dancing even before music has started. Music has been played. We've not started playing music, but people have started dancing, and that is exactly 6 years ago. People are dancing. People are moving around. Now is the time, Firimbi in a big way. Are you sure you're going to withstand the tornadoes of coalitions? Are you sure you're going to withstand the tornadoes of your own backyard in terms of campaigning? Because all these people that are surrounding you, they are going to go back to their home, their own backyards to secure their seats. How are you going to survive such kind of politics? That is why we were saying, even when Chebukati was saying, kindly stop campaigning, these things come at a very particular time. Stop campaigning. You're wasting money. You're wasting resources. So I think
Thank you.
for me, I will leave it there. I will leave it there for now, maybe until next.
Yeah. You'll have another time, Onyancha. So just hold on right there. Harun, dakika zako mbili tafadhali, so that we have other people finalizing. Let me give some shout outs to some people as you are preparing. Anna KS, asante. Alan Onyando, asanteni sana. Dickson Hagoi, Wawa Haha, thank you so much. Sami Esiromo, keep your comments coming. Masi Odanga. Yeah, we love to hear also from the ladies. You know, they really vote a lot. So leaders are chosen by people, not 6Ps. Hiyo haitawaka. Okay, thank you. Wycliffe Machora, asante. Anasema Ruto leo hakwenda kanisani. I think Ndeto will respond to that. Ruto leo hakwenda kanisani. What happened? Handouts zilisha. Najua kutoka handouts zizimwe, Ruto ameacha kwenda kanisa kwa sababu hakuna kitu ya kupeana. Aluman Junior, Ndeto usiongee, utaongea baadaye. Inakuchokoza tu. Jackie Thackeray, thank you.
But today it was boxing. It was boxing day. He received a lot
Relax,
of gifts.
relax, my friend. Relax. We'll get to you. Harun, dakika zako mbili ndio tulete Sam.
Yeah, and Ndeto mute, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, in fact kuna swali ndugu Bernard aliuliza Ndeto kuhusu Malala and Halwale. Anaona kuwa in fact wako na upper hand or a upper chance of winning Kakamega governorship, na hata kama niliona brother Bernard alianza hiyo answer yake haikuniingia vizuri. Sasa mahali aliachia, ningependa kuisukumilia kabisa ndiposa Ndeto apate kusikia vizuri. So Mr. Ndeto, ile jambo ningependa kukuambia kuwa in fact ninaona the deputy governor of Kakamega winning Kakamega governorship come 2022 August 9. Why? My observation is, if Oparanya as the governor of Kakamega as we speak now, if he has done well as per the manifesto which he gave the people of Kakamega for his re-elections in 2017. So his deputy governor, I'm very sure, is going to use that wave so that he ask or he request for the residents of Kakamega to vote for him, because this guy has been so loyal. He has been lying low as an envelope behind his governor. That is why, in fact, I want to say that all deputy governors in Kenya who have lied low as good leaders, as loyal leaders to their governors, so that their governors achieve maybe 3/4 of their manifestos. Come 2022, they have an upper chance of winning, of succeeding those who have served 2 terms, who have served as deputy governors for 2 terms. So they will use the achievement of the outgoing governors in order to seek office, and I'm very sure people will listen to them. Like now, the issue of Halwale is a UDA guy. In fact, instead of Halwale telling Deputy President, kindly pump money into Mumia Sugar so that I can even use Mumia Sugar to ask for vote for Kakamega governorship votes. But Halwale yeye amekuwa tu ni kuchukua handout na kupatia watu wa Kakamega. Lakini sasa hivi before angalia vile hizi vitu zimekuja before Bukhungu tu ya hii Bukhungu tu ya kesho hii, Mumia Sugar already sasa hivi imepata investor. So Mumia Sugar before Governor Oparanya atoke kwa governorship itakuwa imeanza kufanya kazi, and the deputy governor atatumia hii aseme kama hakika Mumia Sugar ambayo imekuwa ikiemploy thousands of residents of Kakamega, in fact imeamuka, kindly give me a chance, nitafanya makubwa kushinda my outgoing governor ambaye ni Oparanya, na watu watamsikiza. Ndio mimi nasema kuwa kama we unajua you are a deputy to somebody, you are a deputy president to any president, lie low, peana nafasi yule mkubwa yako afanye amalize akimbie na manifesto yake ama agenda zake, then kutoka hapo utaride na hizo achievement, na hakika watu watakupatia kura kiurahisi. Alafu jambo la mwisho, Malala kusema kuwa hataki Bukhungu tu. Na sisi sasa, mimi I'm from Kisii, nikisema kuwa sitaki kuona Musalia na yakina Malala wakikuja kucampaign pale Kisii, is that the way tunataka Kenya iende? No. My urge is let us allow all leaders to come or to go any place and look for votes. Let's allow people to be endorsed, leaders to endorse other leaders, but the final person to make somebody sail through is me and you as a voter, because hata huyu Raila mwenye maybe atakuwa endorsed pale Bukhungu Stadium, Raila mwenye atamuendorse hakuna kura moja. So wacha tuache kila mtu afanye nini, auze sera zake, alafu kutoka hapo tutabae ile sera mzuri ambayo tunaona hakika ita drive Kenyan forward. Asante sana Mr. Themba, as I wait for another turn.
Asante sana Harun, community ancestor, history, una majina mengi, karibu. Sam,
like no, just history is for winners, ndio nimekuja nao sasa.
History is for winners, eh?
Kuwa na msimamo ancestor. Wacha kushinda Nyangweso. Ulianza na Nyangweso, community ancestor, sasa ni history. Ni kama ODM tu. Ina change every day. Kuweni na msimamo bana.
Sasa Ndeto, why are you throwing darts and you live in a glass house? Sam, are you there? Sam. Okay, Sam, ayuko. Patriot, it's your turn.
Okay. Good morning, my fellow panelists. I'm sure it's a different timeline in as far as US is concerned. So, Themba, you're part of my greetings. I hope you're enjoying your, your Boxing Day, as you call it, on the other side of the world. Thank you so much. I'm happy to have this opportunity to discuss matters Western politics. I think to some extent I have some leverage to speak about our people, the nation, Mulembe, the Western people. And I think it's a golden opportunity to weigh into that. So allow me to go straight to what I thought would be important to bring forward in our discussion today. The Western nation, which is a very, very unique, society in our country, has a lot of interesting values as far as democracy is concerned. Allow me to say that when we talk about Western Kenya, there's a lot of values in the history of that part of the country that is much anchored and identified with the culture of the people from Western, how they relate, how they perceive leadership, and how they aspire to participate in national politics. This can be clearly be identified from the history of the Luyas when you look at the leadership that has emanated from that side of the country. Allow me to say this. The dynamics in Western Kenya are worthy the research of a serious political student. And there are things that will come out very clearly if you want to actually look at Western Kenyan politics as a political student. One thing that comes out very clearly when you look at Western Kenya in terms of politics, you realize that politics of Western Kenya is much anchored to the history of the persons and families that have, lived before the current situation. You have to look at that in a deeper context for you to understand who the Westerners are. For instance, when you talk about the history of Western, part of this country, you will come to realize that people like Omalo Kijana, the names of Omalo Kijana, starting from the father who was a senator, the son who ended up becoming the vice president, and now the person in the name of minister or the CS for defense, Eugene Omalwa. There is a very clear habitual trend that you can see on how this family has actually played in the role of leadership as far as Western Kenya is concerned. Then you talk about Muliro, you talk about the Gumos, you talk about the Musalias, and then starting from his father Moses. Then you talk about Kombo from Bungoma. You talk about the entire Western, where you have people like OPARANYA coming on board and stuff. So what you will discover is that Western people don't just follow the wind. They must understand the history of the leader of the day. What kind of a name is behind you before they follow you? From the face value, when you look at these people, culturally, you'll think they are very blind followers of their leaders. But when you sit with them keenly, you'll discover that they're different from others. For some of us who come from other parts of the country, probably what you will discover is that the Luyas have values that they follow before they actually give you that following, before they give you that respect to work with you in your aspiration as a leader and going as far as taking them where you want to go. The values will always play the central role on how they will, make their decision over your aspirations. But where we come from, some of us, one of the things that is of a great value is you must be well educated. That's number one. It's coming out very clearly. They want people who stand out and speak on their behalf as people who have gone to school. Number two, where I come from, the other thing is there's a bit of element of success that must be seen in you. They might not tell you, but clearly those are some of the undertones that you will discover when people are doing research behind you. They want to know what kind of success do you depict, either to have you as a leader representing their side. The other thing that of course comes out very clearly again in that level of success, you must be seen to have something that people can lean on, meaning some little money, you know, when they come to your house, will they have breakfast? You know, will they have a place to sleep? Okay, can one of their sons and daughters who hovers around the city have a place to sleep in case he comes across you? So shelter and how you manage your affairs from the family level, where it comes from, that really matters. They might not tell you, but that's part of the research they do behind you. So back to Western. Western, majorly, it is history that they follow. They know very clearly that many leaders are coming up today, but you must attach yourself to the history for the Western people to actually follow you. That I'll tell you, take it to any bank, sit with them, you'll find that. Now, lastly, just as I almost get to the conclusion, I wanted to say something about the two sections of Western province. Majorly, the Bukusu subtribe. The Bukusu subtribe tend to define so much, you know, how the politics of Western tends to play. And their leadership is so predominant to the level that you cannot ignore it. Musalia Mudavadi has tried to become a kingpin in Western province. So difficult has it been to him, to the extent that at some point, Eugene was to be talked down for him to allow Musalia to come up. Otherwise, had Eugene insisted to push the mantle as a Bukusu kingpin, you know, to the level that he anticipated to go to, Musalia would not have been who he is today, because Bukusus are majority, are sub-tribes, whereas the you know, community, the sub-community where Musalia comes from, predominantly you will find other sub-tribes of Kakamega taking the bigger share, not the Maragolis, because Maragolis are actually a small group. So if you were to talk about who becomes the kingpin in as far as the leadership of Kakamega is concerned, in my view, the person who is going to emerge the winner, the person who seems to, you know, have the traction that will take care of the interests of the Luya nation in as far as Kakamega is concerned, must be somebody who will be presented by ODM. Not our brother Malala, not my able comrade Dr. Boni Halwale. It's not possible, because the people of Kakamega have a traditional intrigues that are so stubborn in as far as support base of Raila Odinga is concerned. They have so much to do with their proximity of Kisumu than the proximity of other sub-tribes of Western. That you will know. If you understand Kakamega very well, you realize that the Kakamega people, by Suha, by Daho, Banyore, and the others, are so much close to Raila's Azimio, you know, than the Azimio of the rest of the Luya nation, who don't seem to give them direction. So I'll tell you, the person who will carry the day in as far as the gubernatorial position in Kakamega is concerned, in my view, the deputy governor, one of the panelists has been speaking about the deputy governor. Well, some of us know him in person. He's a professor. The guy is a gentleman, but I've not seen him really come out strongly to be a successor of you know, the current governor Kakamega. But if he does, I think he has a respect. He will have a very good starting point that will be an advantage over the other because of the performance of the sitting governor. But this person, I want you to, you know, put your, you know, your mind onto. This guy is called Kizito. Kizito is a candidate for Governor Kakamega. In my view, the history behind Kizito and how he has been consistent in the support of Raila is most likely giving me the traction. I mean, you feel that this is the person who will represent the interests of the Luyas on that. Just quickly, that's what I think about Kakamega. But generally speaking, Bukhungu, Reggae, and the ANC for Kenya following, I think the rail has left. It doesn't have, the train has left from the dock. It doesn't seem to have the brakes. Bukhungu will be a deciding day. If you want to look at the stroke that actually breaks the camel's back, you will see it coming, and I'm seeing the camel, you know, panicking. It is something that is, you know, time overdue, and the plan was that. DAP will be the party to carry the day, in my views, because predominantly the Bukusu sub-clan or sub-tribe of the Luya nation tend to have alienation towards the sitting, CS Eugene Omalwa. And that history will tell you that. I don't need much of explanation. So predominantly, Luyas follow history. They have their leaders in place who have transited from one level to the other. So I don't see Halwale and my brother, current sitting senator, making any serious stab at the governor. The whole thing would be, an ODM to win, and it will be an ODM day to carry come 2022. And I have no doubt when the president, the fifth, Raila Odinga will become, a reality in this country. Kakamega will be one of the great county to celebrate that leadership by presenting an ODM governor. Thank you.
I know there are several questions, like I know Neto has listened to that, and especially the last part, but it's okay. So, Neto, you have a question to Patriot. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Demba. Let me start by correcting my brother Patriot. ADOK is a point at the sea, not at the railway line. So when you say that the train has left the dock, and then you relate the same to Azimio la Umoja, I can see how confused the whole narrative is, misplacing a lot of things. So this is my point. You are so careful when you are analyzing Kalwale. And, I am for Kalwale because this is our UDA candidate as far as Kakamega is concerned. I don't know what arithmetic or maybe what statistics you are following. Mara, you are saying that the professor is not a vocal. Then there is a guy you have called Kizito. I've not even heard him. These are people who could be politicizing within the hotels that we have been told about. So why don't you think that Halwale, from his track on 2017, people have created even more trust on him? Because one thing with the hustler narrative is about the bottom up, lifting people from the grassroots, giving them money so that to widen the revenue base. In a way, every person in Kenya is buying the narrative, and it is real. And the way it is even explained, it is something practical. Why are you dwelling on maybe the concepts of the political parties than the real things on the ground? I wish you extract your data from what is resonating with the people against what will be conducted in Bukhungu 2 and the rest. We have seen also the one for the Mount Kenya, the Sagana 1, Sagana 2, it did not bear fruits. They were only talking in local dialect. After that, there was a major division in Jubilee. And to date, you can see even the president has lost the taste in the mountain. So this issue of the regional tribal chiefs, I think those tribal cocoons is what UDA is coming to smash down. So kindly help me understand, in line with what I have asked you, Patriot.
Patriot, before you speak, I think before you dismiss somebody like Patriot on definition purpose, it's good to maybe you are only thought that a dog is a place for sheep. Kindly visit the dictionary and it will give you more than one. Actually, 1, 2, 3, at least up to 4. The first one talks about the ship, the second one talks about the aircraft space, then the third one talks about the loading place for the trains and the loading place for vehicles. So just because you are taught in primary school about the dock as a place for sheep, you don't stop there. Continue learning. Okay.
You know, Wekesa, the way you are defending a patriot. Are you an English teacher? Because my dictionary, I don't have
No,
those
I didn't see
definitions.
the mistake in patriot, but when you said it, I had to look for something to tell you because you know you don't
Hey, you
dismiss
really raise a lot of. It's okay.
Now who is more confused? Now who is more confused, if I may ask?
Wekesa, it is Wekesa.
It is my turn, please. Wekesa, thank you so much for your clarification. You have helped my energy. And just on a light note, I just want to agree with Wekesa. Before you dismiss somebody, be careful that you don't shame yourself. Some of us were taught English by white people themselves. So thank you for that clarification, Wekesa. A dock means a lot. Where bicycles are parked, that's a dock. Where you do, there could be a parking bay, those are docks. Docks is a resting place for vessels. And it's, I think, let me rest my case there. Let me go straight to answering your question, NATO, if I got you right. Your question, first and foremost, my brother, I'll say this. When you want to ask a question, don't rebuttal by teaching somebody and yet you're asking a question, because you seem to ask questions and answering yourself at the same time. When you spoke, I didn't rebuttal. What you do, you simply ask questions. I gave you my submission. You agree with it, you don't agree with it, that is democracy. I expected you to ask me questions or a question. It will be very honest, Nato, and I'm just being very honest. You didn't ask a question. You ended up, deconstructing what I said, and you want me to rebuttal your new submission. So where was the question really? Because I didn't get it. Please make your question straight. I will answer. I'll appreciate it.
Okay, Patriot, you are escaping from my question by saying I'm creating a new narrative which you should rebuttal. But this is my question. Harwale, I've joined UDA not to celebrate as majority of us here feels, but it is because of the ideologies, the concept of transforming our economy, the bottom up. So, which was not there in 2017. Meaning, in 2017, if he was able to get 30% of the total votes, and we have seen now the narrative that Uhuru and Ruto went in Kakamega with, it was very different. Let me finish.
Wait, Neto, you're not asking the question. Can you ask Patriot a question?
Listen, I'm forming my question, and I know Patriot is a wise man.
Be direct, and ask a question on the presentation that Patriot has made. Patriot has made a presentation. Neto, hold on. Patriot has made a presentation. You think there's a part that there's a hole that you think he didn't answer well. Just go direct to the question and say, because now you're explaining why Kalwale joined bottom up. We don't care. You see, you are called Neto, and you're also called Mutua. Calling you Mutua or calling you Neto does not change who you are. You call bottom up devolution, it is the same thing. You call it bottom up, you call it what? It is the same thing. Now you want to call, because you have been baptized and you have been called Joseph, now you are a different person. So ask Patriot a question. That's what Patriot is waiting for. Don't make a presentation. You'll have your time to make a presentation.
Hey, the way you explain, thereby you can really captivate someone to even throw some questions to you. When Saul was converted to Paul, you want to tell us that he still remained the same person? Let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question. Listen, I'm saying in 2017, there was, okay, the narrative that the Karware was going with, it did not have a lot of thing that was resonating with the people. But currently, every person is joining the bottom-up concept, because it will come with money to the grassroots population. So my question is this: with that bonus, why don't you think that Karole will even get more votes, more than 50%? That's my question.
But that's why I didn't want to laugh. You just made my evening. this is, I'm almost crying, you know? And that's what, I mean, please.
Hello. Could I say something?
Anyway, what
Yeah,
do I
join
do?
for me.
Remember, how do I do it? Anyway, let me try to answer better.
Yeah, Patriot, just attempt to answer what Leto has asked, because I haven't had the question also, but I just attempt to answer, get into his mind and try to answer.
Okay, let me try to look for the question, please. Let me try to look for the question. Leto, what you are actually saying is you are doing a serious submission, by the way, and I've heard it. You are simply saying chances are higher for, you know, the aspirant of, you know, UDA, chances are higher that he'll become the next governor. So you're asking me why I think he cannot. And the answer is the way I submitted. I said, if I got you right, if that is a question, let me try to be brief. I say this, watu wa Kakamega, wale watu wa Kakamega ni marafiki na ndugu zetu kutoka Nyanza sana. And the way they vote the Kakamega people is so much from the history, is so much with the way the Nyanza people, the Luo Nyanza, the Busia, the way they vote, and you can tell, because the sitting governor currently is an ODM. Otichilo, who comes from the area where ANC leader comes from, is a governor of ODM. So if all factors remain constant, and that's what I believe into, because statistics must be based on data, and the data that we have is that ODM is still a strong party. And even when the by-election took place, the ODM candidate in that was it Matungulu? In that by-election, the ODM candidate got more votes than the ones he got when the election happened in the last you know, general election that we had. So my belief is this, Brother Ndeto, Boni Khalwale is in the wind of UDA, which is a new party. But as far as the Kakamega zone, where predominantly the ODM leadership seems to be having the grip of the traction of the people, I don't see Boni Khalwale winning the seat, because the opposing group will divide their vote between Malala and Dr. Boni Khalwale. But those who support Baba, because they don't support him with material, they support him regardless of whether he gives them money or not. Baba awe broke, asikuwe na pesa, they have always sacrificed to follow him. I don't see a reason why they will go with Boni Khalwale or Malala, because the current governor, who has performed very well, has the blessings of the people. Number two, Boni Khalwale will have made it to become the governor if the Luya nation were following money, you know, because those who follow Raila, they don't get anything in terms of material. They're only following as far as his policies are concerned. So I don't see from the history, Brother Ndeto, how Malala and Dr. Boni Halwale, who are going to share the spoils, you know, out of the bigger votes that will go to the Raila group. I don't see how those votes will end up making them the governors. That's what I said. And the history of Kakamega, it is open for you to read, my brother. You will actually see that. And the guy I mentioned lastly, Kizito. Kizito is a serious person, Neto. You need to, if you want to talk about Western and Kakamega more particularly, you need to know the people who carry the politics of Kakamega. Kizito is a serious humanitarian fighter in as far as the leadership of Kakamega is concerned. If you don't know Kizito, then I think you need to have some time to understand the politics of Kakamega vis-a-vis the national politics in as far as who will win the election. That's what I was saying.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'll go straight to George.
George Obwiri. Can you hear me?
George Waka, is it Wakairo or something?
Wabwire.
Wabwire, yeah, George Wabwire. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to add something on what has been talked about Dr. Halwale. To me, Dr. Halwale is a very eloquent speaker, and he's a very shrewd politician. And the fact that he lost that governorship, I think he lost it because he didn't have the financial backing. But now that he will have financial backing from the deputy president, I do think that he can be a very dangerous person. I mean, he can easily win the governorship. And remember that most people in Kenya, you know, most of us vote. Of course, it depends on maybe the level of schooling and stuff like that, but most people usually just vote according to who gives them money, like who gives them $200 a year, 200 shillings a year, 500 shillings a year. That's the person they always go to vote for. And if Halwale gets money from the deputy president and his mouth and the way he's very convincing, and he's very funny and shrewd in some of the places I've seen him speak at, I don't think that he can be he can be a big threat. Now, I always would say this thing of bottom up, the way they keep saying it. You know, Kenyans are very good at copying what Americans do. Everything, you know, like they put it there and act like it's part of a Kenyan invention. Like this bottom-up thing, I think from the American thing, from the way I've read it, was started by, you know, Democrats who always believed that, you know, Republicans were like the rich people with the monies and they are not taxed well. So it was like, since the rich people are not taxed and the richness cannot be trickling from up, coming down, so they came up with this thing of bottom-up. Now you get surprised now you hear Kenyans talking about bottom up, but nobody actually tries to investigate it to know where first of all it came from and how it can be able to be used in the Kenyan, you know, population. Other than they just decide, oh, it's bottom up and it sounds like it's something good, and then everybody in Kenya starts talking about it, not knowing that it's just a foreign concept that people, you know, they've brought it in there and then it becomes like a popular thing. So I know that in the beginning, the topic was about, you know, there's Malala. I do think that Malala was a wrong person to be picked as a senator for Kakamega. I do know that there is always talk that he's not even a Luya. I mean, he's a Luya probably via one parent, and the fact that he went to Kakamega High School and grew up in Kakamega, but he doesn't know how to speak the language. And so I do think that somebody like Echesa, for example, coming from Mumias, who is a very eloquent Luya speaker, I mean, when he speaks Luya, of course, Echesa is not like very good in other languages. But I do think that when Icheza speaks like Luya and actually tell people who the real Malala is and remind them how Malala was a Ruto person before the, they say that his Limani house in Kakamega was actually constructed using Ruto's fence. So I do think that Malala has the least chance to actually be a threat to anybody. I do, as I started by saying, I do think that Halwale stands a bigger chance. And this other guy from Lurambi, I think that he's one of the directors from Kenya Power, I believe. I think the two, Halwale and that guy from Lurambi, I've forgotten his name. I think are the ones that I think that can be a threat as far as the governorship goes in Kakamega. Now, the deputy governor is not even somebody that a lot of, Kakamega has the Butere side, and then you come to the Isuha and the Idaho people that the Halware belongs to. So this guy is not, the deputy guy is not like somebody people have actually known so much in Kakamega itself. So I won't give him a chance like that. That's how I can contribute. Thank you.
I know there will be rebuttal. Yes, Patriot, you have a problem with what you just said. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick one. George Wabwire, I respect your opinion, and the good accent you have tells me you have lived out of this country longer than some of us. So I think let me use that opportunity to remind you on just where we have not seemed to agree on what I presented and what you just said. Just a quick one. I still respect your opinion, but I just want to bring this forward. One, between Malala and Dr. Boni Halwale, the correct position is actually that if elections were to be called today, an ODM person will win. The second person will be Malala. Dr. Boni Halwale will be number 3. And I'll give you the reasons quickly on that. Had Malala remained in ODM or in Azimio la Umoja the way he started earlier, if you followed the election of 2017 and how he moved with Raila, the stars were lining up for Malala to become the governor of Kakamega. And let me actually get the cat out of the basket. I tend to think Malala is playing a very secretive card, which in my view agrees with what you've said. Malala is very cunning. The people he calls enemies today, tomorrow he can call them friends at any moment. I tend to think Malala will pull a surprise the last minute. Malala might end up joining Baba, because if Malala joins Baba, Malala will be a serious person to become the next governor of Kakamega. On the ground, ODM as a party is number 1, followed by ANC. Third, you have the UDA. So I just think that is the correct position, my brother George. Malala is a good leader, the truth be told. It's only that he's in the wrong party. That's what I think. That is why the party affiliation on the ground, in as far as Kakamega is concerned, tends to lean so much to ODM. If Malala moved to ODM, trust me, Malala will become the governor. That's my position, and that's what I thought I should clarify, my brother George, because I'm too close to Kakamega.
If I can just maybe say something, if it was that easy, why would he waste his time trying to prop up the ANC guy Musalia? If it was just as easy as him moving to ODM and he can clinch the gubernatorial seat. I just have a problem because I talk to people from Kakamega as well. Actually, most of my family comes from Lurambi, and I do know that they keep telling me like they're not voting for Malala at all. Malala has been good some days, but of late he wasn't as good. He's been making so many blunders. Yes, I do agree. Most of them actually want an ODM person. And most of them, of course, now when they talk about the 2 horse races, the way they're presenting them to be, like Ruto and Raila. So most people obviously are leaning towards going the Raila way. That's just from, you know, where the Western Lurambi area where I come from.
I think if I may interject a little bit, the way Malala has been playing his politics is a schema of politics. And if you see the way he became the senator for Kakamega, you know, he lobbied for Kalwale to become the governor for Kakamega. He told him that, you see, the mzee is getting old. So you can become the governor of Kakamega if you go for this thing. But he knew very well, Malala knew that he couldn't beat Kalwale in the senatorial race in 2017. That is why he pulled that stand to convince Kalwale to go for the gubernatorial seat. And even right now, what Malala is trying to play a long shot, but the timing is going to be wrong. If at all Musalia Mudavadi decides to join Azimio la Umoja before Malala does, Malala will be completely finished, because he will be having a very hard time to swallow his words the way he has been attacking Raila Odinga. Him attacking Raila Odinga was a strategy of popularizing his name nationally, but in the real sense, he wanted the seat for Kakamega. I think that is the problem with him as it is right now.
Okay, thank you so much, George. And I think someone else came in. King who? King somebody.
It is still me, it's Evans, don't be confused.
Wewe sasa mbona unatuchanganya kwa nini bana? Use one name kwa si. Okay. Raphael Rotich. Toa maoni yako, then we start going around again. Raphael Rotich, are you there? Raphael Rotich, can you unmute and speak? We can't hear you.
Na sasa hivi?
Haya, tunakusikia, endelea.
Okay, nawashukuru sana. At least kuanzia kitu saa 6 kukuja pande hii mjadala imekuwa iko na mahana kidogo, but initially it was a little bit of some jokers. But to go on the point ya Malala, okay, I wish tumkemee cause hiyo shida ya kuitisha Bukhungu Stadium, I don't know kama ataleta watoto yake ama itakuwa watoto watu wengine. I wish youth wenye watapewa pesa waende walete rapsha, wachukue pesa waikule, lakini wawache ujinga ya kupigana, because next time Musalia will need also to visit other regions, and of course he needs the safety, he needs the crowd. So if everybody watasema kwao ni bedroom, so I don't see him doing any campaign anywhere. From look of things, Malala is a sly guy. If you check the way he's moving, he's trying to maybe get something from Musalia, and it's either way, 60% chances of him joining Raila, and 40% chances of him joining UDA. So he's a sly guy. He's playing his own games. Somebody said he's looking to be like the next kingpin of Luyas, and I do see that also coming in. But now the root of violence is where I really don't support him at all. Otherwise, the discussion is good. It's healthy. Asanteni sana.
Yaani Rotich, wewe umekuja hapa kutubash tu ati mwanzo tulikuwa tuna kelele, surely.
Siko actually ulikuwa okay, sorry, not nyinyi mwenye muko, kuna group walikuwa hapo, the argument actually haikuwa inasaidia, because kama utasupport mtu akuje vita, then you are not a leader. And furthermore, we are youth, and the same youth ndio tutatumiwa kwa hiyo vita. Kama tutaenda hiyo vita tuende tusuie Raila asikuje, We need to shun that. Let's welcome anybody. Everybody want to sell his Sarah. But I was not shunning you at all. No.
No, yeah, you came in when Clinton was sharing. Clinton akisema ati anakubaliana na Malala. Yeah, I get you now. So now,
these are not leaders.
yeah. I thank you. At least everybody has given their presentation. Now we want to do the second round. Neto, what question did you have for Patriot? There was a question you had.
Yes. Thank you, Lemba, for considering.
Just hold on before you ask the question. Now, people on the comment, we welcome your ideas, we welcome your comments as much as possible. If you have any question that you want to ask to any specific panelist on the panel, we have Wekesa, we have Ndeto, we have Sam. Sam, are you there? Hey, Sam is not here. I think he might need to drop so that achie wengine. Then we have Evans ambaye sasa anajiita King nani? Evans umejita King nani sasa?
Demba.
It is King Katwe, my YouTube channel.
Oh, King Katwe.
Demba.
Yes, sir. Wekesa sema.
I wanted Kina George and Patrick to weigh in. Why is it that when Oga has been campaigning,
yeah,
unaona the track yenye iko especially wakikuwa Western, wakiwa Bungoma, wakienda mpaka Trans Nzoia,
yeah,
the track yenye kina Musalia Mudavadi wako juu yake imeandikwa Malala. So in other words, they have been Oka itself, it looks like even it's partly sponsored with Malala. So if Malala, okay, my thinking is that Malala is sponsored by someone. So can he really make his own move without the sponsor?
No. I think to answer you in a very fast way, yeah. Malala loves to steal shows. That time when 2017 the presidential election was nullified, Malala took it upon himself even before Raila could start saying that we are going to be on the ballot for this election. Malala went himself and started campaigning for Raila. So Malala is one skilled politician who loves stealing shows, and by doing so, he is campaigning for himself for Kakamega, and using the resources he likes riding on other people's backs. And any other politician who is upcoming, we cannot blame him. That is the way politicians behave. We know even some of them that have clinched that power, the way they've been behaving is.
Okay, just to add to that, Themba, now that Wekesa asked, I think there's something here that we are losing focus on, and I think it's good to point it out. Who is Malala? We have to ask. Malala started as an MCA. He vied as an MCA. Did he succeed? The answer was yes. Malala is your senator. Is a senator for you, now Kakamega County. Malala wants to become the governor. You can see, he started as a senator, he won the seat. He came in he started as an MCA, sorry, he won the seat. He came in as a senator. Now he wants to become the governor. Wekesa, just to put it clear, if you had me right, from a political perspective, Malala is a very smart politician. If you look at the qualities of a politician, and you read the laws, the 48 laws of power that politicians read, you will actually qualify Malala as, if you may like, in my words, a smart politician, because politics is about winning. But now, that is why I'm not about to throw out Malala in as far as the gubernatorial position of Western Province is concerned. Malala knows very well that you cannot win the governor seat in Western, Kakamega more particularly, if you are not an ally of Raila Amolo Odinga. Here is the explanation. Malala, in my view, Malala wants to make sure that Musalia Mudavadi is sacrificed as a Mlembe nation spokesperson, because once he becomes the governor, and I'll explain what I think he'll want to do. Once he becomes the governor, he will easily ascend to wanting to be the spokesman of the Luhya nation, because for you to become a lion, you must kill a lion. He is trying to destroy the star of Musalia by pushing him the direction that he knows he will not succeed. So Malala, I think I can hypothesize here.
Actually, before you continue, maybe let me rephrase the question. Okay, I'm trying to say that do you think Malala is his own man? I know he has the credentials of being a smart politician, but remember, there was also a smart politician called Ababu Namwamba who was killed by his own appetite. And why I'm saying that, when you remember Matungu campaign, Malala lost 2 million in the in his own vehicle. Malala has been being funded by certain politicians to do that. So my question was, will he manage okay, he's a smart politician, yes, but will he manage to cut the links with the sponsors? Because this money doesn't come for free. They come with strings attached. He's on an assignment, he's a man on a mission. So do you think he will successfully delink himself from the mission and become his own man and follow his star? That was my question.
Chair, I think some people should mute their mics. It is really disturbing.
Thank you, Wekesa. Let me answer very quickly as I take it back to Themba. So I got you, Wekesa. I got you, Wekesa, clearly. And thank you for that clarity. The way politics goes, Wekesa, in my view, today when you're joining any political contract with your financiers, the script must be properly written to be understood, the mission, when it begins and when it ends. I think those who are funding Malala are interested in dividing the Luhya nation for the sake of them gaining traction at the presidential level. That is it. Whether he is going to survive with that to the last bit, then is left to where to decide. But I also want to believe, Wekesa, the funding source of Malala are aware of the political survival that Malala will decide at the right time, because they know very well that Western province has a political lineage. And if they want Malala to be a bullet to be used tomorrow, they will allow him at some point to align himself to where he thinks he'll win. So flatly putting it, Wekesa, UDA is funding Malala. Let me hypothesize that. They are funding Malala to destabilize the candidature and traction of Baba in Western Kenya by having Musalia going for the presidency to the ballot. But the bullet that they are using, which is Malala, is given the option of jamming to the party that will make him the governor. They will not force him to remain in that platform as long as Musalia Mudavadi has gone to the ballot. They don't care which party Malala himself will vie. Neto, wait for me. Let me finish, Neto.
Point of order.
Can I finish? So what I'm saying quickly, Themba, is that, Wekesa, for the sake of your question, yes, Malala will distance himself from his financiers because he will have accomplished the objective. The objective is to divide the Western vote by forcing the man of ANC to go to the ballot. So if he is going back to ODM for his political survival, and as long as Musalia is going to the ballot, so be it for the financial. I don't think that will be an issue. That's my take, Wekesa.
Can I just maybe jump in very quick, if you don't mind? Malala has, Malala has influence only in Kakamega. The Western province is larger than Kakamega. Other than Kakamega town and a few areas outside Kakamega town, Malala has no influence in Western at all. So I don't see how Malala can be a Luya kingmaker in any way. He even in Busia, a few people could probably tell you what he has ever done or said in parliament. They hear of him, probably a few individuals in Busia or Bungoma can tell you about him. That's all I can say.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Kindly. Yes,
Point
yes.
of order.
Point of order. Yes, but before that, I want us to appreciate maybe some people, and also, how many of us here remember Bruce Mackenzie? Anybody remembers Bruce Mackenzie? Patriot, you remember who Bruce Mackenzie was? Anything that you can have in mind about his case, maybe so that you can jump the memory of those who don't like history like Neto?
The way you provoke me, Demba.
Just mute. Patriot is giving you a bit of history.
But you should have given me a chance also to add something on what Patriot has just said, because the direction he is taking, I think.
Relax, I'm going to give you a chance. It was just a by the way.
Remember, I'll request that you diffuse the attraction to my end by you doing that part, because as you can see, it is really bringing our own focus. So
okay, now
that part,
Patriot. Thank you for your honorable philanthropic nature of letting that pass. Now, Bruce Mackenzie was one of the ministers in Kenyatta government. And Bruce Mackenzie was a trained fighter pilot, a successful soldier. How did he die? He was, Idi Amin ordered that he be killed. They planted a bomb in his plane. After a meeting with Amin, it exploded on his way back to Kenya. Why did it explode and why did he die? The reason is, he was said to have been a double agent for the Mossad and the CIA. But he was a minister in the government of Kenyatta. Just, that's a food for thought. So that when we are saying that, when Wekesa is saying that there are people that Malala could be working for, this I'm just giving you a story so that you can think about it as we make the discussion. Yes, King Kitwe, there's something you wanted to say as a point of order.
No, my point of order was coming in this way, yeah. In as much as we are giving information, let us not give a direct information that cannot be substantiated, like the way Patriot is saying that Malala is being funded by UDA and he was conclusive about the whole thing. I would like us to desist from such kind of information that cannot be interrogated and be confirmed. That was my point of order.
Yes, Demba.
Thank you, King Kitwe, for that. Yes, someone, Simeon Otuke Onkware Mjini amesema Mackenzie was a minister for agriculture in post-independence Kenya, and he was said to be a white spy and Mossad agent. It is important for you to read history. Some of you like UDA, you don't like history. When you read that history, it will help you to shape your
Demba, you are
future. UDA
Demba,
people
you
don't
are very
like
smart.
You're not
You are
reading
very
about
smart. You
Bruce
keep
Mackenzie. Relax. You're not reading
no. You
about
keep
Bruce
you
Mackenzie.
keep provoking me, and
Relax.
in a way, you are not giving me time.
Calm
No,
down.
you should. you should give me some time also, because you keep provoking me, then you are talking about I do not read history, then you don't give me a chance to show you how much history I know. Then how can we be on a win-win conversation then? When you allow patriots to make a very deliberate mistake that Malala is funded by UDA. If Malala was vying for senator, then I could.
Neto, you are now not being fair. I told you to wait. I'll give you time.
I know how you shoot. I know you are a soldier, and I know how you shoot. I am the commander.
Thank you. Now, these people of UDA, they don't like history. They have not read about Bruce Mackenzie, who Bruce Mackenzie was. They have not read about how Kenya has moved from the independent, post-independent, pre-constitutional 2010, post-constitution 2010, pre-one-party system, post-one party. When you even ask Neto about Section 2A, what it was, they don't want history. They don't want history. They don't want to know how Section 2A was even, what happened before then. Please, now Neto, it's your time.
Hey, Themba, you really
Neto,
amuse
could you
me,
kindly
because no, let me before I am denied the chance.
Let's Neto
Please.
talk. Let Neto talk. Let's allow him to talk. Neto, it's your time.
Thank you so much. And
So I'm like pre-UDA also, but I could like.
Wekesa asked a very good question, and those who
hold
have
on. Raphael Rotich, I know it's okay. You will come in at some point if you're supporting Neto, but let him talk. He's been waiting to talk, so let's give him time.
Yes, I'm saying Wekesa has just asked a very good question, but the way it has been designed, its answers, I disagree totally that Malala is funded by UDA, because basing on the line of thought, that is what Patriot is suggesting. And I'm lucky to see even Kakinkato is trying to divert the same, because it is not true. If Malala was vying for senator, I could agree with you. But look, there is Kalwale, who is a UDA gubernatorial kind of a candidate. Also, Malala is also going for governor. You know, there is no way Malala could be funded by UDA to become a governor or to disrupt anything. If anything,
stop there, Neto. Neto, stop there.
Listen.
Did you hear the issue of Bungoma, where Ruto funded both the candidate of UDA and Fort Kenya, and the Fort Kenya candidate confessed after elections? So
you dwell so much on propaganda.
It's not
you dwell
propaganda.
so much.
I'm showing the clip. I'm sharing the clip of that of right now.
You believe those people. You know, everyone is up.
Neto,
he was sharing in the presence of Ruto, my friend.
Neto, hold on. Nabulindo, even after winning, I think joined the UDA. So wait a minute. Let's hear that clip. And Neto, don't propaganda.
There is no need. There is no need, because you people, you know, that's why I generalize you all,
so
because you are taking Wekesa, we need to see your face. We need to see your face first before you come up the way you are coming.
I'm naked.
Don't. I knew. How can I argue with a naked person? You know, Wekesa, you should.
But kisemwacho kipo.
Neto, you see, you're even being too low. You don't argue with the naked person. You argue with someone's mind. So when you start coming to say that, because there's also someone in bed. So how do you argue? You will say, how do I argue with someone?
Wewe unamtetea kwa nini wewe? Unamtetea kwa nini?
I've given you time. I've given you time so that you propagate your propaganda that you have always been propagating. And we want to listen to your propagation of your propaganda so that we can listen and rebut. Now you are busy going round and round and round and round.
No,
It's
I'm
your
not going loud. Listen, Zemba. You
Yes.
know, Wekesa is saying
Yeah.
saying that DP funded 2 candidates just maybe to interfere with the arithmetic of maybe the party of interest. This is my point. Was he
But
there, or it's just a rumor?
Is it wrong?
Keep
There was
quiet.
no.
I'm giving
no.
you an evidence right now.
Is
I
it
work
wrong?
with evidence. Just
Is it wrong?
proceed.
Kama ni ya baba unaweka video, tuwekee ya baba.
Wait,
It is not wrong because it was not my money. But
no,
why
wait.
should we
Then
lie?
what I'm asking is in politics, the idea of political playing and whatever, it's filled with a lot of you know, like some of those things. You know, it's a someone says, in fact, Machiavelli says, the prize, the end justifies the means. So one of the things is you can even find some politicians who are funding weaker candidates so that they look in Tanzania, for example. In Tanzania, I want to give you an example. In Tanzania, the president Magufuli won by around, I think, I don't know, 68%, more than he had won before. But there was even a situation in which they were able to fund certain smaller parties to look like there's a sense of competition. The same thing in Rwanda. The president won with 98%. Opposition was killed, but friendly opposition was put there so that it looked like there was opposition. There's a president who has just won in Chile. I mean, I was reading about the political party system in Chile. You can read that, you see the way it has been horse trading, coalitions, and in fact, he's an independent candidate who has won in Chile. So the idea of political machinations and building, you cannot come and say, don't say, because you don't know. You know, don't know.
Demba.
Not wrong.
The only point that I'm diverting with your reasoning is Karwale. I know Karwale, and he cannot also like trade such, because
you don't know Karwale.
If Malala, wait, I'm saying this is how Karwale is brought on the big picture.
You don't know Karwale. The same Karwale who is asking the deputy president to give us 6 choppers, how he bought them, is the same Karwale right now eating maize with the deputy president.
And that's why I'm saying, with that kind of nature ya Karwale, hawezi kubali another strong person from the same region asapotiwe na William Samoei Ruto. That's my point. If Malala was going for senatorial seat, then I could agree with you what you are saying. But the fact that both Kalwale and Malala are going for governor, that one cannot be what is happening. Maybe it's funded by ODM or Azimio la Umoja.
Ndeto, quickly, Bernard, Themba, let me say this to Ndeto. Why do we have Ngirichi, the lady who was in UDA, running away from UDA today? And yet he was the closest person to your party leader. It is because she has discovered that your party leader plays a double-edged sword among the people who are supporting him. And that's a very clear clarification.
No, Patriot. When you say that, I disagree, because, you know, UDA is a democratic party and everyone is allowed to come in. So you cannot say that, you cannot say DP is favoring Waiguru. No.
And allow me, Neto, when you was
Neto, Patriot.
Did you understand the analogy of double edge?
Let me explain to you,
No,
Neto.
if someone is attracted to a party because it is popular, you cannot say it is the party leader who is like playing with these grassroots leaders. No, it is the interest of the party. And if the party has a strong ideology, you cannot, you know, if that is what you have been doing in ODM, if that is what you have been doing in ODM, then I suggest, that it is not right.
Okay, thank you. Now, just hold on, mute a little bit. Patriot, just mute a little bit. Let mute. Raphael, what do you have? What do you want to say?
Actually, okay, in a way I was supporting Patriot, but when he mentioned about UDA supporting Malala, okay, I can say a little bit no, because initially I said Malala might be 60% ODM and maybe 40% UDA. But of course, in politics, and especially in Kenya, everything is possible. You have to play the double sword. That's one. Two, Malala, of course, it must be having a long-term plan, not short-term plan. So you'll have to play safe. So we might be arguing about the short-term idea, but we forget about the long-term plan. And picture of it, for him being a youthful leader, in a way, I support him, especially if he stopped inciting the younger generation. Temba, when you talk about who they're not liking or not going for history, Bruce Mackenzie, when they were with Njonjo and the others at the president's office, planning about the 1976 aeroplane rescue, so we are aware of that, but we cannot mention or say about it. When you talk of Section 2A, actually Moi was against it with his own reasons. So it doesn't mean that those of us who are in UDA, we don't know what happened before. We do know that. But at least we need to have a politics and also the youth who are discussing here to be the leaders of this country in the near future, not viongozi wa kesho. It should be kesho ya tomorrow, not kesho ya wase. So, Patriot, I support you the way you are talking. Malala anaona mbali. It's all the route nyametumia. But about playing which side of the politics. The other day, Ruto walikuwa na Raila pamoja. Last election walikuwa na Uhuru pamoja. So at the end of it all, it's just numbers and what am I winning as a politician. So sisi ndio tunachezewa. Tusipofikiria, sisi ndio tunaumia.
Thank you, Rafael. Umesema ngoja kidogo King Kitwe. Now, you can mute just for a little while. Rafael, umesema jambo mzuri sana kwamba nyinyi mnapenda historia, lakini that is not the position of your people. They are telling us hawataki historia. I mean, it's good you are here. You are telling us mnajua historia, you know what happened. If you don't know what happened, then you are likely to repeat the same thing. That's why we in our way of even the way we talk, we try to know huyu ni baba ya nani, huyu ni mtoto wa nani, which clan is this person from. The reason you are trying to do that is to capture the history. Lakini nyinyi hamtaki historia. Ndio umesema wewe unajua, mnaijua lakini hamtaki hiyo historia. Hamtaki, hampendi kabisa. Not you. I'm not saying Raphael. I'm saying
I get your but if you say now we go that direction that huyu ni mtoto wa nani, so mi mtoto wangu atasimama lead president ama MCA.
Hiyo ni historia. Na hata Ruto mwenyewe anasema ya kwamba ati unajua mimi baba yangu alikuwa ni mtu si mtu wa kawaida. Yani he's riding on the idea that his dad was si mtu akona jina. So that is history. Unaona? So if you want to use history just when it is relevant, I think that is not fair to Kenyans. Number two, this is to Ndeto. Ndeto, you are saying UDA is a democratic party. How democratic is UDA? When did they ever even nominate their presidential candidate? Do you know what democracy means? Or democracy is directed democracy? How did you arrive at Kawanjiko being the nominee for Kiamba? Where was nomination done? Already that party has no democracy at all. Mulichaguaje Kawanjiko?
May I ask you a question, Demba?
Mulichaguaje Kawanjiko? Kawanjiko aliappointiwa na nani? Where was the nomination?
You know, the other guy for Jubilee was the one who was supposed to be our party.
No, how was he supposed to be without a nomination?
Wait, when he was paid money by the Jubilee.
No, how was he supposed to be? What did you see any nomination primary? Did you conduct primaries?
Let me answer you and also pose a question to you.
There's
You
no
know,
democracy
when
in UDA. UDA is a one-man party. Tumemaliza
let me
hiyo.
ask
Na
you,
tumekataa.
this.
We don't want one-man party. We don't want a single party system in Kenya. I'm just
Let me
poking
ask
you guys
you.
anyway. So
Demba, can I make a quick?
Listen my question.
Demba, can I make a
Listen my
quick?
question. I have this question for Demba. Demba, you know, Patriot has just said that due to the fact that Waiguru became a UDA aspirant or a UDA member, it's like Ruto is playing game. And when you come to the ground, you listen to the people. Good leaders, that's what they do. Because they are not autocratic. They have to go by the direction of the voice of the people because people have the votes. Then, what even Gereshi was saying today is, she is not like campaigning for anyone. Everyone can go to Kirinyaga and they can seek for their right to be voted for. But she did not say the party she is going to vie with. Because, you know, with Waiguru in a way, there could be a stiff competition.
Ndugu yangu William, wacha nikuombe kitu moja. Kwa sababu wewe ni rafiki yangu. Kidogo vijana. Hata wakati ya by election, najua kila kitu, I'm going to do that. Wakati wa by election ambayo ulipita, hata ingawaje wewe ulikuwa katika UDA, wewe ulisaidia mimi bwana. Bwana sasa wacha tuache imani. Mimi nawezaje kuacha wewe bwana? Hapana, hiyo itakuwa mtu mbaya bwana. Lakini mwisho
Now let me explain.
Listen, Demba.
Wait fast, the Neto.
Listen, Wekesa. I was the one who was talking.
But I'm the
I was the
one
one who was
Let
talking.
me explain first.
Why don't
I'm
I
giving
finish
you-
then you come in?
No, I'm
Why
just
don't I
telling you
finish
the
then
three
you come
people.
in?
The three people in the video. One is the candidate that ran on UDA. Two is the Ruto himself. Then three is the candidate of Ford Kenya. Now explain to us. In the presence of the candidate of UDA, he's telling them that I sponsor this other guy. So how do you feel for you who stood on UDA and you lost, and then you discover your boss was supporting indirectly the other person? So explain now.
My point is this, Wekesa. You have put it very well that politics is all about interest. Meaning, if that person came from Ford Kenya and there was a UDA candidate, then good unto them, because if you total the votes, then they could have gone to UDA. Remember, UDA was a very young party. The very same way you are trying to make it like it is many
That is
years
not the
old.
point. That's not the argument, my brother. You are arguing
Listen.
completely away from what we are saying. We are talking about trust. If today, if you stand here with your wife and you say this person who was on your line of your wedding, Mulilala na yeye, how do you feel? That is the question I'm asking.
In fact,
Listen.
Deto, hold on, Deto. This is the scenario. You want to eat, okay? And
Which kind of food?
No, let me. I'm trying to simplify it so that you can understand what is it that happened. So there's food here to be eaten, all right? And it is only one plate. And in that one plate, you are on my side. But now you are trying to struggle for that food with Wekesa, who is not on my side. But now, as we are moving on, Wekesa takes the plate. Then later Wekesa comes and you're on my side, I'm supposed to be making you get this plate of food. But now what happens is, Wekesa gets the plate, and then later you discover that actually Wekesa comes and tells you when I'm there that I'm very happy, Temba. Actually, you made me get that plate. So how will you feel? And you're supposed to be part of me.
Yeah, so how will candidates feel? People who are going to stand on UDA right now, how do you feel? Do you feel protected, wasting your money and campaigning and going for nomination in UDA, knowing very well that this guy can still sponsor someone outside UDA, and you are there wasting your time thinking my party leader is with me?
You know,
There's
you
a
are
point
even
of order.
confusing.
There's a
You are
point of
even
order, Temba.
confusing. Listen, you
There's
are
a point
even
of
confusing
order.
community
Temba, you are
ancestors
doing
because listen, you are even confusing community ancestor, and
No,
this is
you,
my point.
no, wait,
I'm following well, Mr. Ndeto. I'm following very well.
Wait, that King Katwe, what is it? What is it, sir?
My point is kindly, if with your indulgence, whoever is presiding the chairmanship or the moderator for today, I think we need to be fair a little bit in the way we are going to run the business of the forum, because I feel Ndeto being that is the minority here, and most of us are from Azimio la Umoja, I think we are not being fair to him. We are forcing him to the corner, and at some point he might become emotional and think that this is not a democratic place.
No, that's not the point.
That is what I was talking about now. You see,
We are here to
Wekesa, whenever you don't hear something,
Hold on, King Katwe.
We are here to prosecute
We
points to
overrule
the
you.
constitution.
Just because Ndeto is one person, it is not a direct ticket to come and mislead us. You know,
In fact, he is having a privilege that he's talking more than the rest.
all I'm saying,
I
give
wish
him
I was
time.
alone.
Give him
I
time
wish I
to
was
submit.
representing my side.
Give him time to submit at least.
Yes,
Because
Patriot,
all of us, we want to hear what he's saying. It's not in order that whenever he talks something, one thing, we jump on him all over. Kindly let us give him time to
your
submit.
order has been overruled. Just mute. Let's hear Patriot.
No. Before Patriot comes in, if you people, you are really patriot, let me finish what I was sharing.
Allow me
to
you have a combined. I like the way King Kato is talking about.
That is not a direct ticket for you to be unruly. Relax. Okay.
The rules of debate here don't change because King Gato has said that is his personal opinion.
That is his personal
debate here.
Patriot,
I feel the same. What if I'm feeling the same?
Okay, hold on.
I'm feeling the same. You are combining efforts too much. You are combining efforts too much. You are heckling me when I am talking. Then I wonder when shall I even air my views? 100 questions, but you are not given a chance to answer. Kwanza Wekesa, wewe uko na maswali mingi sana na haunipei wakati niweze kuyajibu. Amwape umevaa mavazi umerudi kwa show Wekesa.
Wachana na hiyo Ndeto. There is some there. Kama umechoka, we can give someone opportunity. Why do you want to cry?
Wekesa, mute. Thank you. Patriot, mute just a little bit. Mute a little bit. And Raphael, can you mute? Thank you. Mute a little bit, Raphael. Thank you. Now, ladies, gentlemen, listen, King Katwe. This forum, we are not talking because of how many you are. We are talking in terms of the views that you bring. It's not about how many people are here. So the number is immaterial. It is the views that you bring across. So if you're going to say that so and so is being overwhelmed, it's not up to us. It's for him to give the points. So if he chooses to give points that are going to make people react, that's up to him. We don't say that we are only going to admit 5 people from UDA or 5 people from the other side. No, we don't do that. It's the points that are coming out. So this Ndeto is a veteran here. He will never go anywhere. He is always here. So we don't care even if we give him as many points. He is a veteran of this. He's even an admin. He's a moderator. So don't you worry.
All I was saying, just give him time to finish so that we can hear. We also want to hear what he wants to say. Because when you jump from here to the
also listen. We know
now this is what I was talking about. Wekesa comes in, Dempa comes in. We don't know who is who.
No, just relax.
Let us have some decorum.
kindly relax, because
just relax.
if we go like that, not everybody likes the way you present. If you want to debate, we also have issues the
Hapana,
way you
nyinyi watu mnaogopa Ruto sana, mnaogopa Ruto sana na mnaogopa niwaelezee kuhusu mambo ya UDA. Ndio maana you keep heckling so that Kenyans cannot hear.
Time to talk. Can you just be respectful?
I am respectful. Also give me time when I am talking. Sio kushinda mkiniheko pia.
Mute. We will give you time. Can you mute? Thank you. Patriot.
Thank you so much, Themba and Wekesa. I want to to say the following with a lot of respect, and then we respect each other. This is an observation I am making to my brother Ndeto, and I just want to be very candid. You can check from the handset in quotes, or you check from the videos. And then I want you to listen to this, please. It's a serious point of order that I really want to make straight to my brother Ndeto. When you check from the videos, whenever Ndeto speaks, I don't interrupt him. That you can check. When Ndeto speaks, I allow him to submit to the last minute. But for the last 3 occasions, I've seen him shouting me down when I'm speaking. I don't think that is fair, Themba, and we are not here to bully each other. The best way to debate, allow somebody to submit a rebuttal. We do it with respect. I am requesting Themba, because you are the moderator today, and Ndeto being a senior person, let him not go that direction, because I'm not good at shouting myself. I like listening to somebody. I do my submission. I might be wrong, but allow me to finish whenever I'm speaking. This shouting, I don't find it fair. So, Themba, I will want you to request Ndeto, the way I treat his submission is the way I want him to treat mine. But when he's shouting and I'm speaking, I feel offended. I don't think that's the way we need to debate. So I want that to be the case, because I'm not good at shouting. I want him to speak. I listen. When he says, okay, Themba, back to you, then I come on board. But whenever I speak, he's shouting to me. I don't think that is the way to talk. And I will not like it that way, because I'm not good at shouting. So that is the request I'm making through the moderator, so that we make debates that become reasonable. And lastly, I agree with you, Themba, that Ndeto can be asked as many questions, because he's the one defending his party. That is okay. But the manner in which he's shouting some of us down, I don't think that's how we are brought up, some of us. That's not the way to go. So that's my request, Themba, please.
Thank you.
I think I also let me put make my input. Like, for example, it's me who has brought that video. I want to explain it. So the moment I've brought the video, Ndeto jumps in and he wants to explain. And it's me who has brought up the video. I want to say what it's all about. And he's here being defended that we are not giving him time. Actually, it's him who is interrupting everything. And he needs to play by the rules of the game. The fact that you are one does not give you a privilege to bulldoze others. Because some of us, we are here, we are many, but we are not speaking, by the way. Maybe we are many, but I've been here 1 hour, I've not been speaking. So it's the material to tell me that we are many. And maybe you are one, and you're speaking after every 5 seconds. So you yourself, you are 10 people.
Themba, let me also talk something. Let me also talk something, Themba.
Wait, Ndeto. Yeah. What do you want to say, Ndeto? Let me make a statement and then you talk. Now, the King Katwe, there's no affirmative action here. That now, because Ndeto is one, we need to have affirmative action. We don't have affirmative action. We listen to views. Like, for example, if I give Ndeto time for him to give his presentation, he will give. You realize even when we came here, I tried so much to make people not to go to UDA Our topic today actually is Bukhungu, ANC, and Ford Kenya. It is the same people from UDA who pull us to discussing Ruto and UDA. It is not our desire to be on that whatever for all that time. But again, Ndeto is a veteran in this place. Ndeto, you see Jakindu Bay down here, you see Patriot here, you see Wekesa, you see some. These are veterans in this forum, so they know, and Ndeto knows that we don't look at the numbers. We don't look at you are 10 people. No, we look at what is it that someone is saying. So let's focus on what someone is saying. Then of course Ndeto, you will speak, and then I bring Jakindu Bay. He hasn't spoken since he came in. Ndeto.
Okay, I also have a point on the same. You see, no one would like to be heckled. And I like the point King Evans has brought, because he is very neutral, and he has just observed that I'm asked a question, then when I'm about to deliver the key points, then there is like opposition from all of us, so that I may not make my point clear, and UDA will not win the discussion in that case. But I am not here to win any discourse. I am here to enlighten. I am here because what I am saying is what is in the books. The ODM brigade has always been saying that Ruto is a thief, but when you are asked, can you justify, majority of us, you ended up even not even telling us even how you say he is a thief. So my point is, when you are asking me any question, let me explain to the fullest so that you can come in, and that way I will not also interfere in your conversation. But there is no way you can start blocking me and even drawing a conclusion from what I have not presented. And that way you are saying, you know, Deto, you have spoken nothing. Yeah, I have spoken nothing because you have not given me enough time. Asante sana.
Can I?
I've given you 2 minutes, and you have said nothing. Now, instead of giving us your views, you are giving us defense. Deto. Yes,
It's only because,
yes,
you know,
George.
Zemba.
Yeah.
Don't they have, you see how you are looking down upon me. No, I have said nothing to you. So meaning even my right to discuss here is nothing to you, because you wanted me to say.
You are generalizing.
Not generalizing. You have just stated. Are you blind or are you a deaf person?
I've just said right now, I've given you 2 minutes, and you have not given me what I needed to hear from you.
That is what I was about to tell you.
It doesn't mean that the next time you will talk, you will say nothing. So don't generalize.
No, you don't have. I don't have to be predictable, Demba. I'm not. I don't have to be predictable. The way you are
Can
saying.
we move now? We continue. We are
yes,
through
George.
that. Even
I just wanted to say that.
There's a reason why I said let Ndeto speak before me.
George, what do you want to
he's
say?
always a victim. He thinks we are giving other people more privilege. So that's why I tell you, let him speak first, and then I will speak later. So
yes,
even
George.
when we give them time to speak, they will still complain. So can we move to the next stage?
George, what do you want to say?
I was just gonna say, you know, like I think I see where the problem was, because somebody mentioned how, you know, the deputy president is like a double-edged sword kind of like a guy, you know, like so, and then it was like posed to Ndeto to kind of like explain how, you know, it was kind of like that's where the argument started, because whatever his response was kind of like not answering the fact that he can sponsor two different individuals, you know, from different parties on one ticket. I think that's how it all started, and then he wasn't given time to explain, and then, you know, everything started to like become messy. This is my first time here, and actually, you know, I'm enjoying the discussions because I'm learning a lot as well. I've been not really been into politics lately, just, reading things here and here from Twitter and stuff. That's where I'm garnering most of the information. But I'm glad I came here. But again, for me to come back and enjoy the discussion, you want like some civility, like you want to listen to somebody and let them exhaust what they're saying and then listen to somebody else, so that, it's a learning curve as well, in as much as we are giving our own analysis of what we understand and what we think. But again, we are also learning and growing as we go. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Jakindube, you have been listening to us. Kindly give your views, Jakindube.
Asanteni sana, nimeshukuru. Demba, kuna kazi moja nilikupa lakini nimeona ufanyi
Ulinipa
vizuri.
kazi gani, Jakindube jamani?
Nilikupatia Ndeto into Azimio.
Ni mtu wa Azimio, si unaona ameanza kukosa points za Yuda. Sasa ameingia tu sympathy addiction. Hana points. Sema kitu kidogo anaona hakuna point, anaona ni kama anakuwa targeted. So Ndeto ni mtu wa Azimio, ngoja tu.
Mimi nataka kusema kwamba hii mkutano wa Bukhungu itafanyika. Hakuna kitu ANC Ford hao hawezi kuisimamisha, wala Malala hata ni maneno tu, wanaropokwa na maneno. Sidhani, hakuna kitu atafanya. Yeye hao watu ambao wako kwa ANC na Ford Kenya, hao watu wote nafikiri wasipojiunga na Azimio au upande ule mwingine sidhani kama watu watawasikiliza, kwa sababu sioni kitu gani wanafanya. Lakini nataka kurudia kitu moja, ingawaje Patriot aliniambia nisiseme, lakini nasema hawa viongozi ambao wako kwa ANC na Ford, wale wakubwa wa hiyo na hata Wiper, hawa watu ni watu ambao hawana msimamo, na mimi nasikitika sana kwa sisi wana Kenya kufuata viongozi kama hawa. Hawa viongozi kama wangekuwa ni watu wanataka mabadiliko, tungeshapata mabadiliko kitambo. Hawa tunapotaka mabadiliko wanageuka, mara wako huku, mara wamesimama huku. Mabadiliko inatakikana kwa watu ambao wako steady, na watu ambao nasema loyal. Kitu muhimu, loyal. Hata sisi hapa kwenye hii sehemu ambayo tunadiscuss, tuko loyal. Hatuwezi kuwa tunafanya mambo mengine against hii channel. Tuko loyal to hii channel, ndio maana inafanya kazi. Lakini sasa tunapofuata watu ambao sio loyal, kwa sababu Bwana Ruto, mimi niko na vitu viwili ambao naweza kusema kwa kisasa. Hakuwa loyal to Moi, hakuwa loyal to Bwana Odinga, hajakuwa loyal to Uhuru. Sasa huyo mtu si mtu mwaminifu, si mtu ambaye anafaa kuongoza. Anafaa, kama anataka kuongoza, anafaa aone watu wengine wakiongoza kwanza, lakini kwa sasa hafai kwa uongozi. Na mimi na muhimiza sana Bwana Ndeto, mimi naona wewe ni kijana mzuri ambaye anajua kuzungumza, lakini unafuata hiyo sehemu ambayo unafuata hiyo, kwa kweli kwa sasa hawana tija. Jiunge na Azimio, na hiyo mimi nakwambia hakuna kitakachokuzuia ikiwa utatumia Azimio na utumie ukweli. Siku zote nimesikia jambo lingine, watu wakisema kwamba politician anatafuata tu interest. Interest lazima ufuate na ukweli, lazima ufuate interest na ukweli. Uongo siku zote uongo inaleta vita, na uongo inaleta maafa. mtu anaweza kudanganya kusema uongo, lakini oneni hata mataifa makubwa walipatikana na uongo. Amerika, Uingereza, sijui Ujerumani walipatikana na uongo kusema kwamba Saddam Hussein ako na nani za mass. Unaona heshima watu walikuwa wanaipatia Amerika ama Uingereza, hakuna sasa, hakuna kwa ile degree ambao walikuwa nayo. Na hiyo mimi naweza kuambia imefanya chama cha ambacho Tony Blair alikuwa anaongoza imepata pigo kubwa kwa Uingereza. Haiaminiki mpaka leo, kwa sababu mkubwa kiongozi wao alikubali kwenda na uongo. Kwa hiyo tafadhalini tujifunze, hata kama sisi tujifunze, ninyi vijana mjifunze kusema ukweli siku zote. Hiyo ukweli ndiyo inajenga nchi, sio uongo ati kwa sababu politician anataka kusema uongo. Kama vile huyo Malala, mimi umuona Malala ameingilia mambo ya uongo, mambo ambayo hayana tija, kutusi watu viongozi wengine. Hiyo sio uwezi kupata uongozi na namna hiyo. Na hata kama mkimchagua kama kiongozi, hata kuwa kiongozi ambaye ana tija. Kwa hiyo mimi bado naomba Bwana Ndeto, Demba, tafadhali hiyo kazi usiache tafadhali, kwa sababu Ndeto ni kijana mzuri sana, anaweza kuwa kiongozi thabiti, lakini uongozi ule anafuata sio uongozi wa haki. Na tena nataka kuwajulisha, mnasemaga kila siku wanatasema demokrasi. Unajua pale mimi naweza kusema Bwana Ruto hafanyi haki, ni kufanya hiyo, ni kama wizi. Hafanyi kazi ile alipewa na anapokea mshahara. Kama kubaliani na hiyo serikali au kubaliani na kiongozi wako, kitu ya muhimu kufanya ni kuresign, sio kukaa pale unakula mshahara bure, unapewa nyumba bure, na wewe ufanyi kazi ile umepewa kufanya na wananchi wa Kenya. Hiyo ni kama kuwaibia. Hata wale wote ambao nao wanaiba kwa sababu walichaguliwa kwa tiketi ya Jubilee, lakini sasa hawafanyi kazi kwa Jubilee, hawafanyi kazi Jubilee. Kwa hiyo mshahara wanalipwa wanatoa wapi? Hiyo mshahara wanachukua bure. Nataka tu kueleza kwamba Wekesa alisema kitu kwamba ako na evidence, na ametoa evidence, tumeona. Bado Ndeto anapinga, na hiyo evidence ametoa pale, tukaona, tumeona. Ama si labda mimi niliona makosa, lakini nimeona hiyo ni evidence. Yale ambayo alikuwa anasema ni ya kweli. Kwa hiyo tukubali ukweli, ndio itatuongoza. Tusiende na mambo ya uongo. Asanteni sana Demba.
Asante sana Jakindube. Ndeto najua yuko amekusikia loud and clear, yuko njiani na kuja Azimio. Ndeto, una response kwa hiyo?
Ndeto ni
Okay, asante sana Jakindube. Unajua ni vizuri ku-encourage one another, lakini pia kuna ile kitu ilifanya ni kuwe na msimamo dhabiti ya kusupport UDA. Kwa sababu niliona pia Raila ananga msimamo, na mimi kama ni mtu, kama kuna mtu anatakanga mtu ambaye ako na msimamo ya chenye anafanya ni Ndeto. Kwa hivyo labda saa hii ndio wanabadilisha, walete coalition ikuwe inatumika kama one of the political tactics, lakini wachunge bado wasilete. Unajua, it doesn't mean that we as UDA we are so static that we cannot also adapt to the new game. Let them pass. Hata inaweza kuwa ya kutufavor sisi, because anything can happen, and that's why unasikia maybe wengine wakipeana examples za kina Malala mwenye ako ANC. Even us, we have our master plan. Wacha ipitishwe, hata sisi inaweza kuwa hata ni sisi itafavor. So hakuna kitu tunaogopa. Asante sana.
Nipatie ile namba.
Unajua Ndeto
namba
Ndeto peana ile namba ya nini ya donation ambayo ilikuwa inatolewa.
Niwekee hivi vile uliweka nione hivi.
Sawa.
Ndeto sema tu taja kwa ndio. By the way, for everyone who is watching, Ndeto is having a nice cause that he's fighting for. That is he's trying to get reams of paper so that he can photocopy some learning material for high school kids. So if you have a place where Ndeto can get the reams of papers, kindly you can forward that information to Ndeto. We have Ndeto umepata assistance msaada yote. You want to thank some people who have been helpful?
Kuna wao walipledge wakasema watanipigia by weekend, but I've not yet received the nini.
Nipatie namba.
Peana namba.
It is 0715 384 027. 0715 384 027.
Email address?
Email address ni mbatiaisaac24@gmail.com.
Nitatumia Ndeto. Hii namba inanitosha. Nitatumia Ndeto.
Okay. Asante sana Jakidube for coming to the nini support of the program.
Na wengine wote. Ndeto nakupatia dakika moja uuze uongee juu ya hiyo kosi yako.
Okay, asante sana. So like we have always been saying that on this platform we may give different views, but when it comes to serving our communities, you will find in my community we are also is a cosmopolitan. Watu wamechanganyika pale. Na kama kuna kitu huwa inanipea motisha ni to see the future of young people also shining, because were it not that I was once helped, sahi singekuwa hapa. Na ndio maana nimeanzisha a certain program ya niko na machines nishanunua. I have the revision materials in terms of the soft copy with answers. Those are revision papers and answers, the primary na secondary school. So what I usually do, huwa na photocopy, alafu nazivide vizuri, naenda na share na high school kids in those not well off kind of schools, public schools. So but so far imekuwa ngumu kwa sababu kila mtu anaelewa what is happening around in Kenya. So sio a game that one person can manage. So na ndio maana ninaomba usaidizi wa kila mmoja wenu mwenye anaweza kuwa na uwezo. Whatever you have, support me with paper reams. My target is to have as many paper reams as possible, because that is the game changer that will help me to like be able to transfer the materials from where I am, from the soft copy, kwa sababu hata nikiwapelekea na website pale hakuna technology. It's a very remote place. So that's why I've decided to photocopy them so that I can also easily distribute. So nawaalika wote, patriot, community ancestor, there is hata King Kate.
Yeah, I'll do something Edmund Mr. Ndeto.
Yes, nitafurahia sana.
So, sawa Ndeto, tuendelee na Patriot pia atakutumia kitu. Najua kila mtu hapa atatuma kitu. George Wabwire pia atatuma kitu. Rafael pia atatuma kitu. Yes, Patriot.
Mimi sina neno. I will do that. You seem to be reading my heart. Lakini yangu ina condition. Ndeto arudi kwa baba. Hiyo ndio kitu, hiyo ndio condition.
Unajua Patriot, mimi ni kijana na ninaweza kuambia ate nitakuja kwa baba na nikudanganye. Kwa hivyo, you know, politics is a game of, you know, it advances every day.
It was a joke. That's a joke. I don't take it serious.
Don't worry, I know Patriot is just pulling your leg, so relax. George Wabwire najua atatuma kitu. Najua Rafael pia hapa najua atakusaidia. Rafael, tafadhali saidia jamaa wa UDA mwenzako bwana.
Aha, kwa saizi siwezi promise, but at least nimesikia ile wazo, nitaitilia maanane. I will plan myself well.
Thank you. Now back to the debate.
Community.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, then but there's somebody in the comment section. Someone in the comment section is asking for Neto's number.
Oh yeah. Pen Nyagaka anataka kuwa governor wa Kisii County. He must lazima acheze kama yeye. Ndeto sema hiyo namba tena.
Okay, my M-Pesa number is 0715 384 027.
0715
384 027.
027. Anauliza unataka rims ngapi total?
Hata nikapata 200 nitafurahia sana.
Unataka ngapi? Unataka ngapi total?
Something to do with 200 to 250.
Okay, so tuseme 500 rims, eh?
Yes.
Good. Pen Nyagaka, 500 rims. Hizo najua kama governor, hizo pia unaweza kumsaidia nusu ya hizo. Asante. Haya, turudi kwa debate. Hiyo ilikuwa ni commercial break. Thank you so much, Ndeto. And by the way, you people, we can discuss politics. Ndeto mute. Let's mute a little bit, Patriot and Ndeto. We discuss politics, but another thing that we stand for here is that a good cause is a good cause no matter who is pushing it. So it can be that person from UDA, it can be from ANC, from Ford Kenya. If it's a good cause, we all stand for it and we support it. That's why we are standing with Neto. For those of us who can support his cause, the cause is good. We don't ask. Kama wanasema sasa unataka damu, ulizangi hii damu ni ya mtu wa UDA ama ni ya mtu wa ODM. Ama ukikuja kutibiwa na daktari, auambiangi daktari, niambie kwanza wewe ni wa party gani? Hapana, unaendanga hapo na unatibiwa. When you need something, doesn't matter who the person is. That's why the cause is a good cause. And for a good cause, we stand. We stand together as Kenyans. So Ndeto is having a good cause. You may not agree with him politically, but support the cause. Because the kid that will be ule atasoma kwa hiyo cause might be one who will marry your daughter or one who will marry your son, and you need an educated person. So that doesn't matter for the children that are going to be helped by that cause. So thank you so much, everyone. Now we move on with our debate, and I can see Patriot is very ready. Yes, Patriot.
Yeah, Themba, I am personally very grateful for what you have done today in as far as Ndeto's aspirations are concerned. Actually, that is the gist of the flesh some of us are made of. We will always support a worthy cause because that's what we are made of. You know, we don't do it for the sake of being, waiting for us to be paid. For us, where we come from, we believe into the philosophy that says, tenda wema, nenda zako. So you got me right. I will actually make my point. And we have a lot of testimony in as far as giving is concerned. No, last but not least, Themba, I thought I will use this opportunity, just 30 seconds, to mention this. It has come to my desk, knowing what we are all going through in this pandemic. It has come to my observation, and I could be wrong to some of you, knowing what we are all going through in this pandemic.
Thank you.
It has come to my observation that we are the kind of people who have so much gone through a lot of struggle to make sure that we are on this platform every now and then. there's a cost for everybody that you find here to make his contribution, and you know, being able to listen overnight, sacrificing your night time and money. So out of that, I thought it's important that I use this opportunity to say the following. We are coming up with you know, technologies that are going to mitigate on the challenges we have in as far as data is concerned. I'm talking about Wi-Fi. We are coming up with you know, a cheaper solution in Wi-Fi provision, so that you are able to enjoy, you know, Wi-Fi with cheaper cost than what you have today. So I am privy to the challenges some of us are facing. So I thought I should make this clear that soon we are going to have a solution to this. So we will discuss that in case one has the challenge of the same. We will be able to give answers to the same. Lastly, I am also part of a new solution on providing cheaper channels on your TVs, you know, better than the DSTVs and others. Since we are talking about technology and improvement on what we do on digital platform, I thought that is also important to mention. So in case you have limitations on what you watch on your TVs, very soon you can talk to us so that you enjoy bigger, you know, channels than those that you have. So we are moving in that direction as entrepreneurs to help Kenyans access, you know, knowledge and platforms that are wider than today. You could be a researcher, as a student. Better platforms and wider ones will present a good opportunity for you to learn. So quickly, Themba, that's what I wanted to mention now that this was a commercial break. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Now thank you, Patriot, for that. I think this very, very, very important. In the meantime, kindly, for those who are joining us virtually on the comment section, subscribe to Mutembei TV. Subscribe to Mutembei TV and share widely. We are at 270K. Can we make it to at least 300K before the end of the year? We need just about 30K subscribers to get it to 300K. We need this information getting as many people as we can. So I want us to go straight to our back to our discussion. We see your comments. Penyagaka Ndeto, hey, Penyagaka, your number again. The number has come. Martins Wilson, thanks, George. That's okay. Got you, Pen Asante. Princess Zaina Mbole, ask Ndeto if I can buy for him from Kopai. Tells me where to send. There's someone who wants to buy for you from, I don't know where that is. Princess Zaina, you can. I didn't understand the place that you said you can buy from. But she says I think she can buy and then send you. You can inbox. You can inbox Ndeto on the number. I think it's also his WhatsApp number, and also you can use his email. Mbatia who? Mutua.
Mbatia Isaac
2024 at Gmail. Kindly email him so that you can. Yeah.
I think I can just put the Nini here, email.
Yes.
So that she can get it, then we communicate from there.
Yeah, you can communicate that for the technicality so that you can see if we can get you. Jakindu Bay, let's make it clear to Ndeto that we don't hate the DP. He is the son of this great nation. What we don't like is the DP's appetite for peddling falsehood. Yeah, we love the DP. We love everybody. As a Kenyan, we love him. And he is within his right to pursue his political dreams. So that one is, nobody should, deny him that opportunity. They say your right begins where mine ends. So everyone has, and that you can put it that way so that people can say it. Yeah, Mbatia Isaac 24 at gmail.com. Kindly get in touch with Ndeto for those who want to buy and drop. You can talk to him. Martin Wilson Mackenzie lived in Mathare, 5 kilometers from Timboroa, Kenya. Thank you. Don't worry about Maziwalala. Geoffrey Ruto, could you guys please check on Kendu Bay? He talked about Ruto resignation, but Raila is in government illegally. all those resources he has benefited from? Could it be a crime to be investigated later after all retirement? You will be responded to. We have able gentlemen here who will respond to that. Oh, Copia Kenya. Yeah, Princess Zaina Mpole is asking if they can buy it from Copia Kenya and then send them to you, so you can get in touch and see if they can deliver the same to you. That's very kind of you, Princess Zaina Mpole. You see, in this forum, we have also people who can be able to be very helpful to our country. A cause, ladies and gentlemen, let's separate a cause from the people. We can differ as Kenyans in opinion, but a cause is helping the betterment of Kenyans. Education, tunapigana na ujinga, umaskini na ugonjwa. So Ndeto is responding to ujinga in terms of him trying to help those. And you know, if you educate a child, they say you have helped that child more. And they told us if you educate a girl, you educate a village. So we don't know if some of us who went to school, what they educated. But we are here. Themba correct, Maendeleo is universal. It has no political alignment. Yes, Dixon Agoi, we are saying a good cause is a good cause. And if you have a cause that you want people to stand with, bring here. We will, of course, highlight it. Whichever political party you stand in, we will highlight it. And those who are pushed and sufficiently philanthropic, they will move in to assist you. For a good cause, there's no party. Ndeto ambia Ruto ajenge hiyo church ya Timboroa Parish in Madharu Center Station. Kuna church hapo haijajengwa Ndeto, so taambia Ruto. Now, back to, to our discussion. I mean, we continue. Thank you so much, so much for those who have stood with Ndeto. Thank you so much. A good cause is a good cause for all Kenyans. Thank you so much. And Ndeto has a very good cause he's standing for, and we stand with him. And also Patriot has some nice things coming up. We stand with all those, any cause that you have. In the meantime, subscribe to Motembe TV. Keep your comments coming. A child is for everyone. Thank you, Princess Zaina. A child is for everyone. Educating a child means that you have closed a prison. If you take a child to school, you have closed a door to prison. So you make sure that at least you have empowered a child, and that is what Ndeto is doing. Thank you so much, Ndeto, and all of us. Let's come together for that reason. Now, Bukhungu, Reggae on, ANC and Ford Kenya. Now you have realized that this is not just empty politics and rhetoric. We are also people who are good, responding to good things that help the society. Together with us, interrogating the political happenings. Now, I want to start second round, and I'll start with Wekesa, then we go around. Wekesa, tafadhali, muda ni wako. Wekesa ulilala? Oh.
No, I was talking, I was on mute. Thank you for the second opportunity. Community amekuja. I heard community say, was it yesterday, that he's old enough, the only thing he's waiting is to die. And I asked myself, how can a community ancestor die again? You are already an ancestor. Anyway, that was on a light note. Yeah, so I think in this second round, we can introduce other aspects. We said that after we exhaust the Bukhungu thing, we can rob in the current affairs, isn't it? Agreed, Ndeto? Nani? Deba?
For this second part, we can now...
we can drop in some current affairs.
Now we can talk about Ingirishi. Yes.
Yes,
you are wrong.
So we can
Wekesa.
Are you hearing me, Patrick? Yes. No?
I'm saying, Wekesa.
Yes.
There is a lot that we have not covered, and we left that because we knew we will have the second opportunity in as far as that is concerned. Please, I think.
Yeah, I I was just asking for direction. If we can still stick me, I don't have a problem. We can still dig in because okay, the Bukhungu title only gives us an opportunity to focus on one region, and that is the Western politics. We are still we can still dig in. Most people dismiss this man called Atwoli, and I listened to the speech of Moses Wetangula, and but that guy, as much as sometimes he talks like he's ranting, but that guy he sees far. He's a giant in terms of politics. He sees quite a lot of things. So in his own introspection, he knows the leaders in Western and who can rise up to which level. If you follow politics of Kenya, you will see some of these people, even including Kinasakaja, attribute their growth to Francis Atwoli. Sometimes he does it behind the scene. Ask even this Kina Bunge la Mwanainji, the Kina Kaucho. He'll tell you how he has been supported by Atwoli. So on the surface, you may not see him as a in fact, most people dismiss him because he has not run for any seat and won. And so they think he is a non-starter. But most of the time he says that he is not so much interested in politics. I think he's contented in what he's doing in Kotu. So in politics, he wants to play a role of kingmaker. And so, but he has played that role so well because if you look at him, he's in kitchen cabinet of Uhuru. He knows exactly most of these proposals of leadership. He participates. So what do I want to mean? Atwoli cannot be dismissed in Western politics. In fact, if he decided to go to Bukhungu and they endorse him as a Luya leader, he will still enjoy quite a support that is more than Musalia's support. He will enjoy a support more than Wetangula's support because he cuts across. He has cut his image above all of them. And that's why Raila Odinga also, Raila Odinga wants to work with people who are go-getters. And this guy, when he purposes to do something, he goes for it and he ensures it's done. Through him, it's when we had the BBI rally, well attended and succeeded in Western. He's the one who tried to groom Salia. He's the one who actually the first Bukhungu one. We are talking about Bukhungu too because the Bukhungu one is the one who endorsed him as a Luya leader. But now he said that from the time I endorsed this guy as a Luya leader, he has never moved steps. He's like this boy that you help and pay for him dowry and he marries. And you go to his house, he has never met even a step of buying a kikombe or whatever in the house. It's like he's waiting for the father who married for him, the wife, to do the other responsibilities. So that is what frustrated Atwoli to begin to shop. Maybe we need someone else who can bring a new energy in Western politics. But why is Bukhungu going to endorse Raila Odinga and not any other candidate? There's also a Luya feeling that the Luya's leadership shall come from a lake. For those who don't like history, that is part of our history. Our prophets said, and we trust them. Huh? Deto, even your prophet said that Ruto will not be president. Why are you laughing? if you follow the Kikuyu prophecy, but you don't want to hear that. Yeah, so for us, there's a closer association of us and the people of the lake. And that's why when Jaramogi Odinga was, he left the party of Ford Kenya in the hands of Wamalo Kijana. He didn't leave it in the, there were people like James Orengo and of course Raila Odinga, but he left it in the hands of Wamalo Kijana because there is that ushemeji we have and closer association. Some people think that Luyas are weak. Why are they following people from the lake? Why don't they develop their own? I think Wamalo Kijana gave us a very good analogy that we always follow. He said that it's good to learn to hold a ladder for other people to climb, so that when they reach on top, they also help you to climb. For if you try to crowd the ladder and everybody is trying to climb, chances are you'll break the ladder. Chances are nobody will climb. So we know that it's only one person who will be president 2022. And who is the most, even in politics, when people are playing, you look at the person who is at a strategic, or they call it a vantage point. So between Musalia Mudavadi and Raila Odinga, who is at the vantage point of succeeding Uhuru Kenyatta? I think Raila has those chances, and we want to support him. And not just because he's at the vantage point, but he also espouses the things for a long period of time, we have liked his politics, we have liked his character, we have liked the contribution he has done to this nation. And we would like to have him come out and open the democratic space that Kenya needs. Most of the people, even including Matiang'i, said that they were interested in running for presidency, but they said, like, let's give Baba a chance to open the democratic space. Yeah, Kenya at the state we are, we need someone who is not going to learn the ropes, but who understand our challenges, understand why we are where we are, and work towards liberating this country in terms of democracy, so that every community feels they have an equal chance to ascend to presidency. On the contrary, a few people participated in tilting the democratic space, and even argued that if we can give these two powerful communities opportunity, they can rule up to 2032. So maybe if they could have reached 2032, they could have tried to see whether they can replay the script to another 2062. So that is what we want to say. No, everybody needs to be given a chance. Baba is called people's president because he has always stood even for the marginalized. Luya nation politics need someone who cuts the image above selfishness, and Papa presents that opportunity. Oparanya, can Oparanya replace Musalia Mudavadi? Oparanya, in terms of performance, he has performed very well in terms of developing his own county. He has also played a role as a reliable and consistent leader, because we have seen since Raila Odinga took him as his number 2, he has been quite a loyal and someone who wants to see the party grow. He has had the temptation like any other person. You see, Otoma caught that temptation, and they were 3 party vice deputy party leaders, but Otoma left just because he was enticed by people. But Oparanya has had those enticement. You remember there was a time they had walisema alikuwa ameenda na meeting na deputy mahali, but he has chosen to stand with his party rather than get those enticements that kina Malala are being excited with. And so he's coming out as a strong leader, reliable, and whom we can trust. So just in case our elder of, I call him our elder of wisdom, someone has a background, let me check. There's someone with a background
George,
noise.
George mute.
Me? Oh.
Yeah, it's okay now. So just in case they say that Oparanya will be our spokesperson, we welcome that because he has what it takes. If they say Eugene is our spokesperson, he has what it takes. If they will be core spokespersons, just as Mudavadi and Wetangula are core, then we will still welcome it. Like we said, there are dynamics in handling Western politics. So we may not have one spokesperson. Maybe we'll have to, or even they may decide let Atwoli be the spokesperson for this interim period. That also can happen. You remember the DAP party. They didn't give Eugene to be the party leader. They gave this guy called Wamunyinyi. But Wamunyinyi is just there to act in the place of Eugene Wamalwa. I say that DAP is going to act as UDA on the mountain, and that's why ANC and Fort Kenya are a bit worried. It's going to bring in some new energy. There is a lot of lethargy and complacency in Western people. They are already tired with the ANC and Fort Kenya things. So maybe if there is a new party that comes in with the new energy, it can excite the voters that have, most of the time our voter turnout is around 60 something. Kama imeenda sana 80s hapo. So we need something that can jumpstart the voters and also give them more excitement and hope. Yeah, that's my view of Bukhungu too. There will be declaration of spokesperson. Of course, Raila Odinga has been invited as the guest speaker, and is going as a guest, and he is going to be declared as the presidential candidate 2022. That is it. Kuna swali nimeona mtu ameinua mkono.
Jakindube, what is it? I thought you're on the same side with Wekesa.
No, mimi nilikuwa nainua tu, nataka Wekesa akimaliza unipatie nafasi ndio kwa sababu nataka kuattend kitu baada ya hiyo.
Ongea basi, amemaliza, ongea sasa.
Ongea. Mimi niliongea mara ya kwanza. But just to remind you that all our 5 governors, that is Otichilo and Kaemba is back in the sheepfold, Wangamati, and all of them are going to be in Bukhungu too and declare that Baba is the presidential candidate. Contrarily, how many governors are supporting Musalia Mudavadi? 0. How many governors are supporting for the Kenya candidate? 0. I have to make that clear. 0. How many governors are supporting William Ruto in Western? 0. I have to make that clear.
Asante Wekesa. You make me laugh. Asante sana. Kuna mambo mengine ambayo nilisikia. Demba alisema ati 2017 ati nani ilishinda Jubilee ilishinda, eti Raila alishindwa. Hakukuwa na nani bwana. Ile uchaguzi ilifutiliwa mbali na koti. Kwa hiyo hapo husemi ukweli. Ile marudio ya pili haku withdraw. Kwa hiyo huwezi kusema alishindwa. Hapo ndio mambo kama hayo ni mambo ya uongo. Hata kama mtu umpendi, sema tu ukweli. Mahali ipo, kwa sababu hakukuwa na vote siku hiyo. Jaji alitupilia mbali hiyo nani kura. Kwa hiyo hapo ni uongo, hiyo si ukweli. Jambo lingine ambalo mimi naweza kusema ni kwamba uongozi inatakikana uwe mtu ambaye anaitwa loyal even to your people, ndio wanakuamini. Uwe loyal, number 1 loyal, number 2 loyal, number 3 loyal. Unaona Oparanya na 001, hawa watu wamekuwa loyal kwa kiongozi wao, loyal ambaye hata akigeuka hana wasiwasi kwamba huko mtu atanidunga kisu. Unaona, na ukiangalia hawa watu wawili, kama ukimtoa baba, those guys will be listened to. So hii ni nafasi ambao mtu kama Mudavadi aliharibu, mtu kama Kalonzo ameharibu. Nani anaweza kwenda, nani atamsikiliza? Hata Kalonzo hata kija Western, nani atamsikiza? Hakuna. Hawa watu ambao wako kwa NC au mimi kwa maoni yangu, sio viongozi ambao tunaweza kutrust hata na nchi yetu, kwa sababu mtu unatakiwa uwe mwaminifu kwa watu wenu, kwa wale watu unafanya nao kazi, na kwa nchi yako. Kama umekosa huo uaminifu, hatujui kama unaweza kuuza nchi yetu au unaweza kutufanya tuingie kwa mikataba zingine ambazo haziangalii maslahi yetu. Unaona? So vitu kama hizo, na mimi ndio maana nasema Ruto, si kwamba mimi simtukii kama Ruto, lakini vile anafanya mambo yake haiambatani na sheria na kanuni za uongozi wa nchi. Unaona, hiyo ni kawaida kabisa. Watu wa Western, wale ambao ni vijana, wanaweza kupuuzia kitu ambacho ilisemwa na wale viongozi wa mbele, kwamba uongozi utatoka kwa lake. Mkikataa, mnaweza kuhangaika tu kama vile watoto wa Israeli walikuwa nakataa, wanaambiwa hivi ndivyo inatakikana, wanakataa. Walihangaika miaka nyingi sana, walipata miaka nyingi, mpaka wakati walikubali kwamba uliyosema ni kweli. So kuna mambo mengine msipuuzie, kwa sababu sisi wazee kuna mambo mengine tumeona, na tukikwambia hapo kuna moto, amini. Ni vile tu wanasema mamba akikwambia huko ziwani kiboko ni mgonjwa, umwamini kwa sababu wanaishi pamoja. Kwa hiyo mimi ninaposema Ruto hakuamini, alikosana na Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. Hakuamini Raila, hakuamini Uhuru. Huyu ni mtu ninyi mnamwamini, manake hana loyal. Lazima uwe na loyal. Kama angekuwa loyal kwa Uhuru, sahi angekuwa hata campaign. Na hata hiyo ndio kitu kinafanya wanamchukia Uhuru, kwa sababu Uhuru hataki kumpigia debe. Unaona? Alafu watu wanasema juu ya Raila eti sijui Raila yuko kwa serikali. Jamani, msio mnasema uongo. Raila hayuko kwa serikali. Isipokuwa Raila ni mtu ambaye anapenda nchi yake. Anaweza kumshauri president kwamba hii inatakiwa namna hii inatakiwa ifanywe hivyo. Watu wengi hawafanyi hivyo. Wangelipenda kuona serikali ikianguka ndio apate mambo ya kusema, lakini ndugu Raila sio hivyo. Nchi ni yetu, tunaijenga wote, uwe opposition usiwe opposition, nchi ni yetu. Hakuna mtu mwingine atakuja kutujengea. Wakati wa kujenga nchi yetu, mambo ya opposition tunaweka kando, au mambo ya tunaweka kando, tunajenga nchi. Ndio maana mimi naona kuna wakati mwingine tutakuja kufanya ile kitu inaitwa demokrasia ya boardroom. Manake wazungu wengi sana wanafanya hiyo demokrasia ya boardroom, lakini sisi huku machoni tunaambiwa demokrasia, lakini ukienda huko chini uangalie wanafanya demokrasia ya boardroom. Ndio maana unaona wako na utulivu, hawana vurugu kama sisi. So lazima saa zingine tufikirie vile vile outside the box, eti ile ya kuambiwa ati hii ni demokrasi lazima tuwe macho. Tusiwe tu tunaenda tu kiolela eti demokrasi. Lazima tuchunge. Hawa watu saa zingine hawafanyi hivyo. Wana demokrasia za bedroom nyingi tu. Hata wale wa Amerika kuna vitu vingi wanapitisha na boardroom. Si ati tu eti kwa bunge. Ama kule barabarani, sio hivyo. Kwa hiyo mimi nawasihi sana vijana, mfikirie sana hiyo. Asanteni sana. Na muwe na siku nzuri na holiday izidi kunoga na iwe yenye mafanikio. Asanteni sana.
Asante Jakindu Bey kwa muda wako, and uendelee kuwa na holiday njema. Wasia wako tumeupata, haswa Ndeto ameupata kwa kina zaidi.
Demba.
Hold on, Ndeto. Goja Ndeto, goja. Yaani sisi nikasema
kitu mzuri. Sio siasa, ni kitu.
Sema basi.
Kuna mtu nimeona amenitumia something anaitwa Mike John. So nashukuru kwa kuweza kusimama na mimi. Hiyo ametuma, nitanunua number of paper rims.
Ametuma ngapi?
Ninaomba
nataka openness.
5,000.
Good, nasema ametuma 5,000. Kama ukisema kidogo anasema hapana Ndeto, sijatuma 5,000, nimetuma 10,000. Lakini
kabisa.
Beke, asante sana for your help. It's imefika, and of course a good cause tutume. Now
karibu Ndeto.
Asante sana.
Ni Jakindu Bey.
Nashukuru sana Jakindu. Asante sana.
Haya, kuna jamaa amekuja hapa na haja Patriot, uko na swali ama uko na jambo?
I was requesting niwe mwenye anafuata Jakindu Bey.
Patriot, weka hapa kidogo. Kuna Musioma amekuja hapa na hajaongea hata mara moja bana. Wacha tupe nafasi kidogo, alafu Mark Musioma, tafadhali toa mawazo yako.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you Musioma.
Thank you so much. Leo nimesikiza sana. And I have liked the kind of arguments that most of our participants have advanced. I will not be so different from what they have said, but I'll pick on a few things I feel, in my opinion, come out with the outburst that we saw from Malala. And possibly I could be wrong. But I have a feeling that the script that is being read out by Malala is a script written elsewhere. It's a feeling I have, and I could be wrong. But Malala is not patient enough. If you look at those outbursts, the kind of sentiments that he was making, the kind of utterances that he was making, I feel like it was a script that was supposed to be kept secret so that it can work out during the actual day of the meeting. And even the people who could be funding that script and that program, I want to imagine they're a bit shocked with what Malala said. And so for me, let us not take what Malala said at face value. There could be much more than perhaps we might not be able to tell. But I don't think that Mudavadi is part of the script. I don't think Mudavadi is part of the script of those people who are doing the program and were trying to find out what to do during the meeting. Secondly, if you look at Malala himself as a person, he's a lucky guy. I mean, you are an MCA one time, the next time you are a senator. I mean, you look at that kind of growth, it's a bit exponential. And possibly there can be some bit of excitement on his end, and it's understandable that on one time you're an MCA, the next time you're a senator, and in your own world and dream, you feel like you can be the next governor. And who knows, you could be the next big thing from Western. It's normal for any politician to have that. But I think the war that he has started will consume him before he gets what his dreams are. Because when you look at his principles, you look at Mudavadi, you look at Kalonzo, their nature and their way of approach to politics so different from what Malala stands out. But having served as an MC and having served as a senator, perhaps in my opinion, Mudavadi has rode not necessarily on his background in terms of performance, but based on possibly circumstantial presentations. But possibly when he was contesting for the position of senator, the former senator Atwoli had left it and was running to become the governor of Kakamega. And so somehow Kakamega did not find a strong candidate, and Malala finds himself as the candidate who was favored by a majority then. So I really wouldn't be running away from the fact that somehow Malala is excited, but again, he's also running somebody's script. He's running somebody's script, and imagining in doing so, making such kind of pronouncements, he's endearing himself to a number of his supporters and those who could be anti-Raila. Now, the second aspect about the outbursts of Mudavadi, they could be coming from what happened in the Senate. Ideally, you feel like he felt like he was betrayed by the NASA team. And as a human being, I expect that to be. But the only problem is that that hatred is gone too much that before he realizes it, that hatred might end up consuming him. That's my feeling. And so let us not really imagine that Malala is going to run away from these facts, because by all means, from what we are at least getting is that the governor of Kakamega has done fairly well. And so even as you're coming to fit in his shoes, you'll have to raise your bar. That is not the kind of politician Malala is. He is not addressing anything about Bungoma. He is not talking about the health situation in Bungoma. It's not saying that these programs, as the next CEO of Bungoma, these are the next programs I want to learn. And I feel in running away from those fundamental questions, he finds a soft ground by attacking the Raila candidate. Now, finally, in my submission, I said this one before, and I'll again say it again today here, that I have looked at the statistics of 2013 election when Musalia was a candidate for the presidential position. And I saw that in Kakamega still, Raila was able to lead. I know for sure that Busia, Raila will lead. That has been historical and I don't see it changing. I know Bungoma remains and Trans Nzoia remains battlegrounds. But indicators are that Raila will do well. So possibly the only count which, in my opinion, and I could be wrong on this one, that perhaps that Mudavadi will do extremely well is Vihiga. And so we should not really be talking too much about Malala. For me, I find like is somebody we should not really be worried about, because the guys from Kakamega should be asking the hard questions. What is it that he wants to do better than what the current governor has done? That should be, those are the questions that he needs to start addressing. And the sooner he realizes those are the questions that he needs to start addressing, the better it will be for him, so that even his candidature can be able to mature up. But as things stand for now, he'll continue being a populist figure, and before he realizes it, he'll have lost it. Now, this issue of zoning of regions, just the other day, Mudavadi, Musyoka were in Thika. What were they doing there? And in fact, they were calling it Oka Mount Kenya Alliance meeting. More like they wanted to show that Mount Kenya and Oka are having an alliance and a working alliance. Now, you come from Thika, you get to Western and saying you don't want anybody to come to Western. You're simply killing your very candidate, the very candidate that you want to sell out. And I wish that the people who support Mudavadi and Musyoka can move away from their region so that they can be able to find grounds which are fertile for them. I still feel the country, as things stand today, the country still has got room for all the candidates if they can be able to present their arguments well. The idea of polarizing the country like it has happened in the past, I think people are increasingly becoming allergic to those kind of pronouncements and declarations. Otherwise, I hope and trust that our people in Western will come. I'm told they're calling it a declaration. Of course, they're saying it's a declaration. Whichever way, it's just politics. It's just a big meeting. That's the name for that. That's the word. That's the name for the meeting. It's a big meeting. That's what we expect. Let the Luhya nation come. They'll have their say. At the end of the day, they'll have to make a decision during the August 9th election. Jackie did mention something, and I feel it's something that I can just comment. Much as it's slightly outside what we are discussing today about this democracy that the West and some countries try to work on, especially what happens in. I know in Israel, you have members of parliament getting elected. They end up creating the one which has got a majority in parliament ends up having the prime minister. In the States, we have the delegate system, the collegiate system, where each one of the candidates, the one who wins, or the party that wins a given state is given a particular number of delegates. I think increasingly it's also a debate that we need to start looking at whether indeed we've been our universal suffrage has really worked for us? Is it really helping the African continent and even our own country in terms of us voting directly for the president, given the nature of our tribal and not just tribal, but our individualistic and sometimes very selfish way of approaching our political space? I wanted to make that submission. As I finish, somebody mentioned about Atwoli, and I remembered a few years ago, a relative of mine worked with him. And believe you me, the relative was he worked as very close in his office. It was a personal driver to him. When you hear him say that he was behind Mudavadi and he was behind Wetangula, you'll be shocked at the number of people that go see Atwoli every single day. And it's not a lie that Atwoli funds most of the politicians from Western. It's not a lie that Atwoli funds very many kids from very poor backgrounds in the whole of Western region. And so you cannot write him off as an elder, that he can be able to have some influence. And finally, at the end of the day, Mudavadi, for me, has a long shot, especially on this election. He has a long shot and might want to have to review his position. Either way, he has to review it in favor of Ruto, or he has to review it in favor of Raila. I don't see him as a candidate who's going to change the dynamics as they are today, and even in the coming election. Thank you so much, Temba.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Mamak, for that. Now, Martins Wilson, my friend, talk English. You are putting things in, I think, German or something. We are not able to understand, and Ndeto is not able to understand. So if you can put your talk English so that Ndeto can also understand, it will be fair for Ndeto. Yes, Ndeto, what is it?
So mimi nazidi kushukuru Themba. Niona Brother Benson ametuma 10 paper rims. That is 5,000. So
wow.
Nafurahia sana.
Wow.
Nafurahia sana. So yeah, so let us keep supporting. Na ninajua we will be able to reach for more kids.
That's already uko na 20 paper rims zimefika. Kama ni 5,000 natengeza 10 paper rims, hiyo ingine 5,010, so 20 out of 500. 20. So you have 480 to go. I mean, that's good.
Yes.
So let's keep having that, and thank you so much. Wala naendelea kutuma. Now, Patriot, tulikuwa nataka kwenda kulala, so I'll give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Themba.
Harun, nimeona mkono wako, lakini wacha nione, wacha Patriot aongee, alafu I'll bring you on.
Yeah, Themba, I am not actually going to sleep because I'm excited. and I think I want to use this opportunity to thank God that we have a newborn. God gave us a new child, 2 days ago. So much of the work that is happening is excitement and celebration all through. So I'm not going to sleep because until I'm given the chance to do babysitting, I'm still here with you guys until morning. I only thought that it would be better if I put some of the things into perspective, because Wekesa seemed to indicate that we have exhausted matters Bukhungu. So I thought probably my beginning will give direction on how we will have our discussion as we go through. So allow me to say this, Themba. There's somebody who mentioned about Ababu Namwamba and how his politics went in relation to today's topic. I want to say something about that because I think I have some information which we can share. The party Ford Kenya, led by Wetangula, at some point were not very happy with the way Baba was treating Ababu Namwamba, because they knew that they will not be able to get to the leadership of Western Province if Abab Namwamba was at that very strategic position where he was in ODM. So anytime you look at the seniority and the protocol order of Western leadership, you'll always find that an ODM young man will come, in that pecking order, will come before them. So we know, some of us, because we are close to these guys, what happened. They had actually to scheme on how to get Abab Namwamba out of Raila, and they made sure that when he went out of Raila, they actually came back and left Abab Namwamba outside. If my history and your history serves you right, you remember very well that after Abab Namwamba decided to run against Baba, the very Wetangula, EUGENE Wamalwa, and the entire entrance from Western Kenya, who did not want, in quotes, Abab Namwamba to continue working with Baba, they all came back to Baba, leaving Abab Namwamba with a small party that went to Jubilee. What happened? The guy lost. That's why his politics is where it is. So when you study Pemba, the politics of Western, from my standpoint, these are the people who are able to play the scripts that is found in the 48 laws of power, where you do not show your opponent your intentions. You purport to be a friend, because politics is interesting, by the way. It's cunningness, playing cards that look nice, keeping others under the table that are more dangerous. If you're to ask me, my hypothesis today, Pemba, is that the script that has been in Western, as far as history is concerned, is what is actually being brought to the fore. Why? I will hypothesize this. And that's why I talked about our brother, the Senator Malala. Malala and Savula are competing for the candidature of ANC in as far as the gubernatorial election is concerned. So the two are not reading, they're not reading from the same page because they are competing from the same house. No wonder the Savula seems to be thinking on how to host, Malala on their competition within the same party, because he seems to be wanting to read the Atwoli way so that he makes corners to duck from the competition they're having within him and Malala. So that is in-house fighting, and there is a lot of, friendly fire that is happening. Then what does that tell you? It tells you that whoever is funding Malala is not the same person funding Savula, in whichever way you want to look at it. So there's politics of survival, because the two we are talking about are going for the gubernatorial CEO position in as far as the leadership of Kakamega County is concerned. That is very clear. There's no doubt about that. So how they're handling that, it is leaving an egg on the face of the two, to the extent that we are able to see who are actually the owners of the two dogs. You can see the way they are barking. They are barking with a different tune. When you listen to the voice, it tells you that the masters are different. And that's why when you look at that, delegation that will be for Bukhungu, in as far as Atwoli's guests are concerned, you'll see Savula there. The absence of of Malala gives you a voice that we are now following. So that is what I'm saying. So it is true that the two are a consummate of the leadership that is, being groomed in Western. So one must fall for one to be a leader. That's between Savula and Malala. And why did I talk about Malala being a person who is funded by another force? To see that the votes of Baba are scuttled by the candidature of Musalia Mudavadi. It's because Malala thinks, in my view, if he's funded with whoever is doing that, he'll be able to keep the money at the right time to run on his own, to become a man of his own. So what he lacks now is finance. and he thinks by taking, you know, the ANC leader to the ballot box, he'll become a hero in a way. So his long-term plan is he makes a name out of this, which I want to think from my own personal thinking, Themba, that Malala will not go with ANC to the ballot. That's what I'm trying to say. If you were to ask me my political analysis, it does not give me the end result where Malala is going to the ballot box as ANC. He will actually, in my view, have a chance of making a U-turn to support Baba at the last minute, leaving Musalia Mudavadi on his own, just like the way Abab Namwamba was left alone when he thought that Wetangula, Musalia Mudavadi, and the Western leadership was going with him. They actually left him at the last minute to languish in isolation while they came to support Raila Odinga's presidency in 2017 and 2013. So that's the other thing that is very clear. So lastly, the thing that I also want to say about Western is this. Eugene Wamalwa, combining that force with the current governor of OPARANYA, it will be very difficult for the Wetangula and ANC leadership to actually crop up to the level that it will give any serious competition with Baba in Western. Why? Soon we are going to see Oka come up with a presidential candidate. Assuming Kalonzo Musyoka is the presidential candidate for Oka, then that means the position of Musalia Mudavadi and group fighting Baba in Western will have actually been put to level. It will be very difficult for them to have a voice where we have Eugene Wamalwa, a man I said who has the history in as far as the politics of Western Kenya leadership is concerned. Then you have the Wamunyinyi behind him. You have Dr. Eseli. Those are serious names. So when you have those guys behind Azimio la Umoja, including the now the sitting governor Kakamega, putting that together, I am seeing ANC looking for a place to hide. It will be very difficult for them to score much. But let credit be given to where it's due, Themba. In the run-up of the leadership of Western Kenya, the party that will come second is ANC. That is very true. ANC will come second. So the Bukhungu declaration is very significant politically. I can see that coming. The strategy and the script is very clear for those who are able to read that. So what will be very significant is when we will be told who is actually the presidential candidate for Oka, and especially when it's not going to be Musalia, then the die will be almost cast that Raila will carry the day. That's what I wanted to say, my brothers. Thank you for listening to me. I hope there's a lot we've learned from that. I don't mind taking a question or two. Thank you. Back to you, Themba.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Wekesa. Wekesa has a question.
Why do you think ANC will come second? For me, my bet is that I already see DAP having 2 governors for a start. And it can get more, but I'm sure of 2. I'm not sure of how many even governors ANC. I'm not sure of any sure bet for ANC in terms of maybe gubernatorial. Even these Kakamega things look elusive.
But for the first time, Wekesa, you didn't hear what I said. I think so. I said the national election. I'm talking about presidential.
Oh yes. Okay. So.
Yeah, when I said that, I meant presidential. If you're going to have Azimio la Umoja candidate, who is Baba, and having ANC leader going to the ballot, and we have that's what I meant by saying ANC will score second in as far as that president. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and congratulations, Patriots. A new baby born. I think that's another trouble added. And sahani amekuja nayo, so be ready. Lakini usijali, watoto ni wetu. Kazi yako
Ako
ni
wapi
kuleta.
tuende baby shower? Baby
Sisi
what?
tuko hapa kusaidia kulea watoto. Pata wote.
No, ako wapi tuende kujia watoto bwana? Are you in Kenya?
Yeah, he's in Kenya. She is in Kenya. I am in Kenya. Wekesa.
Where exactly? I can mobilize a few people. We come and take tea.
Lazima watakuja baby shower huko mara moja. Is it baby shower ama nini? Baby shower ni kabla hajazaliwa.
I want to, Patriot, we want to meet this guy called Neto physically. You know, we are just seeing him like the way we see Raila on TV.
I live in South Sea, Nairobi, so you're welcome, and we will be happy to have the little that is available for us to celebrate. You're welcome.
We will organize with Pastor Bernard. We have to come. We have to come. This we cannot just remain on social media, but we need to have a physical touch.
That's Mutembei TV baby. So tafadhali muende mtembelee mtoto, mpeleke diapers. Najua ile kitu saizi watoto wanavaa diapers. Ndeto usiende na napi. Watoto wa siku hizi wanavaa diapers.
But I don't want away. And then I don't want Neto to come. He can kidnap us, abduct us.
Patriot.
Hey, wekesa.
Patriot, salimia sana shemeji yetu. Mwambie watu wa Mutembei TV wameshukuru sana. Tutakuja, tunasikia baby shower inakuanga kabla hajazaliwa. Sisi tunakuja baby shower kama amezaliwa.
In fact, September, she comes from where Ndeto comes from. So Ndeto, you're also welcome, and you sing the traditional songs while you're here. So you're welcome, and I appreciate Themba for that, and we really appreciate your gratitude and response. Thank you so much, my brothers.
Okay. Now I want to bring in Sam Wanga. Sam has been here. He hasn't given any of his submission, so let's hear him out on his submission before we take the other. Sam Wanga, karibu. We can't hear you. Your audio. Sam, we cannot hear you. Sam, can you hear me? Can anyone hear Sam?
No, we can't hear him.
Sam, what's up with your audio? We can't hear you.
Let him unmute the mic.
He's unmuted, but I don't know what's up with his audio. In the meantime, as Sam is sorting himself out, Patriot, kuna mtu anaitwa Princess Zaina Mpole. I love kids. Give me your number, ninunue maziwa ya mtoto. Tafadhali peana namba, maziwa ya mtoto inunuliwe. Peana namba.
Okay. Thank you for that. I will gladly be able to do that. It is 0718-280-938.
Rudia tena.
0718-280-938.
Yeah, so tafadhali, you can mute Patriot sasa.
Okay.
Tafadhali wale wanataka kununua maziwa ya mtoto, nimekwambia Patriot, huyo mtoto atasoma. Akishaingia hapa kwa Mutembei, wewe kazi yako ni kuleta, sisi tunaanza kusomesha, tunanunua diapers zitajaa hapo, maziwa mtoto atakula, masomo, Ndeto yuko hapa, tunaendelea kuchangia mambo ya masomo. So healthcare, Raila kuna baba care ataleta, so ukikosa kazi pia baba tapeana 6K for the time being kabla upate kazi. So I mean, we are tuko ngangari, tuko sawa. Haya, nataka kuanzia na Harun, community ancestor, tukikuja hivi chini. So community ancestor, wakati ni wako.
Yeah. So hata mimi by the way ningechukua fursa hii.
Hold on, Harun, hold on. Patriot, you can repeat the number again. Princess Zaina didn't get it. You can repeat it again.
And you know what, Themba? Funny enough, the girl is called Princess Alice. I'm surprised.
Sasa Princess Zaina yuko hapa. Princess Zaina mpole anataka kuchapa yeye maziwa. Rudia hiyo namba tena.
0718.
Pole pole.
0718 280 938.
Haya. Harun pia yuko hapa anataka kununua maziwa, so tutanunua maziwa hapo. Okay. Asante sana kwa kuleta Princess Alice. Tumeshukuru sana Azimutembei TV, pokea salamu zetu and heri njema. Tumeshukuru sana. Asante kwa kupatia Patriot nafasi kuja katika Mutembei TV, na asanteni sana kwa kuleta Princess Alice. Maziwa inakuja kutoka Mutembei TV. Wekesa yuko hapa atapanga, na ndeto nataka kusema kitu. Kaa tu hapo usikie risala za kutoka hapa. Patriot, hebu mute kidogo ndio wasikie hapa vizuri. Okay. Ndeto.
Yes, naona paper rims zinazidi kukuja. So I'm so happy. Kuna mtu mwingine anaitwa David Karaoke pia ametuma 10 paper rims. So we are now at 475. Is it four? How many? 470 now remaining.
Remember, you are talking to yourself, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm talking to myself, I'm sorry. We are saying that salamu za heri njema kwa Patriot na malkia wake. So wish them something. Wekesa, kindly give them your promise, your word right now.
Yangu nasema tunapanga kukuja kuona hiyo mtoto na tukunywe uji ya wazee na tumpariki na mate. Unajua huyu Ndeto anakuanga mhubiri, wacha tu hapa kupika siasa ya UDA. Anakuanga mhubiri. Na tukuje na Pastor Bernard amnyunyizie machi matakatifu. So we are glad to have one more Kenyan. Actually, it's in our culture that we celebrate children. And so we need to bond with them.
Okay.
And show them that this world welcomes new people. We are also trying to establish a real. We want to be real human beings. You see, hii maisha ya Nairobi and maybe other cities where mnajuana na them but on the surface, but you don't. If anything happens to him, you can't even trace him. So for those who are in Kenya, we can meet. For those who are away, I know people like Kinademba will be coming to vote. When you step in Kenya, unatutafuta, so that we establish real friendship. You never know. Most of the friends right now we cherish are people we met in 1 or 2 forums, and they became influential in our lives. So it's very important. I normally say we don't plan to meet, but after we have met, we can choose to have a common destiny or a common purpose in life. So thank you for having Patriot in our life, and we want to celebrate everything that happens.
Thank you. Huji nakuja. Patriot confirm ya kwamba jina lako ni Henry Ondicho kabla Princess Zaina aseme sent. Confirm hiyo majina.
Those are the names, Temba, and we don't have words. We are delighted, and I'm happy. I didn't expect that. I was just saying. Well,
you.
I didn't know Kenyans are this good. So those are the names, sir.
Thank you. This forum is not only politics peke yake. We also work for good causes like that one. Kuleta watoto wapya, that is a good cause. Tafadhali muendelee kuwa active. We need many voters in the next few years. Asante sana. Wacha tuendelee. Najua ama kuna jambo nataka kusema, madam. Is there something you want to say?
I want to say thank you. Mwenye nataka kuona mtoto wako karibu, lakini saa hii amelala, mngemuona. Basi wenye wanataka kuja kwa nyumba hiyo. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wacha tukuache wewe uendelee kuchunga Princess Alice. We really appreciate. Thank you so much. Princess Zaina, pole. Henry confirm ya kwamba umepata hela, because we want to be very transparent here, na confirm kwa namba yako ya kwamba pesa zimeingia. Hatutaki kutembea. Channel is a very transparent channel.
Remember, I am using the same phone, so it means I get out to check and then I come back.
No problem. You can go out and check and then you come back so that shukuru Princess Zaina hapa. Mutembe is a family. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Mutembe is a family. Good causes. We come together. There are people behind these screens, and these are people behind these phones. There are people behind this. They are not all politics. Politics is about helping someone's life. I mean, helping a good cause. We have good causes. People are going to school. People are having things that we need to talk about. We are even sometimes sitting here so that if there are opportunities you have, job opportunities, if you know someone who knows someone and there are people they are looking for at different areas, kindly let us know so that we can also give opportunities to other people who would be looking for something to do, not just all talk. Kama uko na mtu unajua, kama uko na kampuni yako umefungua, if you live in whichever county and there are people there you think can be helpful and wanaweza saidia, tafadhali tuambie so that we sell that out, we empower each other as we come here. Thank you so much, Mutembei family. It's a family and we grow each other. Now, I want to bring in Sam Wang. I don't know if your audio is now good. Wow, there's something wrong with your audio. I don't know. Do you have headphones? Try putting on the headphones on so that we see if it will be okay. Just try putting the headphones and then let me see if you'll be good to go. As Sam is sorting himself out, I want to bring in Harun. Harun, tafadhali.
Yes. Hata mimi, by the way, ningependa kusema congratulations to the family of Mr. Henry. Kwa kuwa Mungu amewajalia wamepata kubarikiwa na mtoto msichana ambaye anaitwa Princess Alice. So mimi ni kuweka mtoto Princess mikononi mwa Mwenyezi Mungu, kuwa God's angels ambao wako north, south, east and west walinde huyo mtoto mpaka awe mkubwa akuje kutumikia Kenya yetu na hii dunia yote kwa jumla. So kuna swali iliulizwa na one of the followers kwa comment section. Somebody, Mr. Ndeto, mute. I can hear echo, yeah? Yeah. Thank you. Kuna swali iliulizwa in comment section na sijasikia yeyote in fact akilijibu cause tunafuatilia hata ndugu zetu na dada zetu ambao wanauliza jambo swali lolote kwa comment. Kuna I don't know if alikuwa mrembo ama ni gentleman aliuliza, can we take Raila to court for using government resources without being a government employee? Hiyo unajua ilikuwa ni kuhusu Jakilu Beivira alikuwa anasema kuwa maybe William Samoei Ruto is using we are paying him salary whereby he's not working. So mimi ningependa kumwanza yule mwenye aliuliza hilo swali cause Mr. Temba ulivirusha kwetu, ningemwanza mara kwa in two ways. Number one, Raila is not drawing salary from Kenyan government, but he is an employee of African Union as an infrastructure minister. Hiyo ni jibu la kwanza. Jibu la pili, the privileges of Raila you are seeing enjoying at the moment. Bear in mind that Raila, having served as the prime minister, as the second prime minister of the Republic of Kenya from 2008 to 2013, and he completed his term very well. So he was given a special package of maybe vehicle and what have you. So those are the privileges which in fact Raila is enjoying. So at the moment as we speak, Raila Amolo Odinga is not an employee of Kenyan government. The very person who is an employee is William Samoei Ruto, because every end month, me and you, our taxes are paying him. So that is why we need William Samoei Ruto to be in office to work for our country, Kenya. So to the issue of today about Malala. In fact, Malala is supposed to learn from what happened to his friends who used to oppose Baba in Western Province. Those are namely Abab Namwamba, Rashid Echeza, Boni Halwale, and even Paul Otuoma. But Paul Otuoma, nowadays, he realized his mistakes and he has teamed up with Baba. So that is why, in fact, today you saw I changed my name from community ancestor to history is for the winners. So if you go as per history, you realize that once, I know even Malala himself, if he is going to realize his mistake and team up with Baba and then go ahead to vie for Kakamega governorship, I'm very sure he is going to win by 10 a.m. because Baba is an Egma, and also is a statesman. He will be able to handle him well as his son, because Baba, in fact, wale watu ambao tukimuona
Harun, wait. Wekesa share the link. Patriot wants to come back, so share the link.
Yeah, so Baba, in fact, is somebody ambaye who is forgiving. So Malala akifanya pautan arudi kwa Baba, still Baba atamu accommodate, because in fact in politics we don't have, in fact, permanent enemies. Alafu na jambo lingine about Mudavadi na Weta. In fact, inastahili Mudavadi, maombi yangu ni ile wajoin Azimio, because kama hawezi wakajoin Azimio, wakijoin William Samoei Ruto, kutoka kwa politics in 10 years time, in fact itakuwa ngumu kwao, because William Samoei Ruto sasa hivi I'm very sure akifanikiwa achukue urais kama 2022 muhesabie miaka 10. So itabidi maybe kama ni Mudavadi akitaka kusimama ama Weta akitaka kusimama atangoja until 2032, but kwa Raila kuna high chances kuwa itakuwa ni a Mandela moment. He will just only vie for one term because of his age, alafu na ile anataka atoke kwa uongozi na ile heshima as a statesman. In fact itakuwa jambo mzuri sana, na ikiwa Musalia Mudavadi naye ataamua kwenda kusimama aende mpaka kwa debe, I'm very sure zile kura zenye atapata kutoka Western asitamsaidia, ni yeye mwenyewe asitamsaidia ku clinch into presidency, but right now he's supposed to play his cards well. Kama hakika anataka kuchukua urais wa taifa la Kenya, lazima atafute team ambayo itamfanyia kampeni ya kutosha, because even right now Musalia Mudavadi is not going outside campaign, because sijamuona akienda Kisii, sijamuona akienda Northeastern. Kampeni yake hajaiweka vizuri. So nikimalizia ni ile niambie Malala kuwa in fact Malala asipingane na baba sana, reason being in fact kubari ODM in Western Kenya, ama kubari kusema kuwa baba hawezi akacarry the day in Western Kenya ni ngumu sana, but kama hakika Malala na ANC watajaribu, for us we are waiting tuone ni effort gani wataweka ndiposa wa achieve whatsoever ambayo wanataka kuachieve. Na serikali ya Kenya ningependa kuambia kuwa Bukhungu Stadium, wale ambao wataattend pale, serikali iweke mikakati ya kuensure kuwa all people are well safeguarded, because Malala mlisikia vile anatoa vitisho. Hatutaki kuona in fact rapture ikiendeshwa on that first. Thank you Mr. Tempa.
Asante sana. Ngoja kidogo Wekesa. Patriot, umerudi, pesa imeingia?
Yeah, ametuma pesa mzuri sana, and she has also followed with a phone call to confirm. I know you're wondering how much. I don't mind disclosing. She has sent us $10, send us $10, and we really appreciate it. Yeah, $10. You know the mathematics, them.
$10, that is enough maziwa. So tafadhali nunua maziwa. Unaona natumiwa pesa in dollars. Now you see you start receiving money in dollars. Huyo mtoto si mchache. How many kids are born na wanapata pesa in dollars? Wewe. Okay, thank you so much Patriot, and thank you so much Princess what's her name again? Princess Zaina Pole, asante sana for that. And we really appreciate your generosity. That's called generosity. Mutendei family, we are a family.
Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, now I'm sure others, those who love the idea of the future. That is the future. That is the future. By the time that child will be a president of this country, some of us will be too old to even fathom what it is about. But that's the president right there. So kindly, when you are planting a tree, you don't think about yourself. When you're investing in a child, you don't think about yourself. You're thinking about the many people they will touch. Thank you so much, Patriot, for that. Sam Wekesa, you wanted to ask community ancestors something.
I just wanted to make a comment kwa community, a community now. Can you imagine someone like Malala and threaten mkutana yenye one of the conveners is the Minister of Defense? That's a big joke. You're threatening a Minister of Defense that huwezi kufanya mkutano hapa.
Yeah, I think that that one is interesting because for now, even that's the interesting scenario that is facing us right now, and I think NATO and others need to start smarting up and waking up to the idea that whatever they created is what is eating them up right now. They used the state organs in 2013 and 2017 to assure them of the position they have right now. Matiang'i was harassing us. They were saying that they can actually increase the tear gas so that we can be shot at. I remember I was there when we went to receive Baba, and tear gas really tear gassed us. And we were given and we had said that we were going to brave it. I was part of the people who are collecting the tear gas and throwing it back because we were in the student demonstrations, and we learned how to fight tear gas. You carry water and you make sure the tear gas doesn't land down. As soon as it lands, you throw it back. Those are some of the ways we were doing it during the student protest. So they actually shot at us. They shot even some of them live bullets. People were killed. They used Matiang'i, and they say wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Eugene was very categorical today. He said, I follow where the president follows. If the president, I'm a political appointee, and I'm here to assist the president. I'm not here to resist the president. So whatever it is that we are seeing right now, I think I like what we have made out of the likes of Murkomen and others. These are people who had never known how to be in an opposition. So we are trying to give them some like a starter pack for opposition. Now, starter pack for opposition, number one, you must learn how to resist. Number two, you must learn how to go and fight tear gas. Number three, you must learn and know that demonstration is a normal part of the opposition. You have to, the Constitution gives room for picketing. The reason that it gives room for picketing is for those people who are not in state, those who are not in power. So you're supposed to learn that that should be your norm, So waking up and picketing is a constitutional right. What we want to do is teach you how to do it well. We will give you room. As you protest, we allow you. We let you protest safely as long as you don't destroy anybody's property. And we will start calling you goons in case you start destroying people's properties, because you called us that. So that's a starter pack, a very active opposition. But having said that, I'm just trying to emphasize on the idea that wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Wachana na Eugene afanye kazi yake. Is it a good thing? No. But what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If it was good for you to use Matiang'i then, it is good for us also to use Matiang'i right now. If it was good for you to go with the state issues, it is good for us. Let's first of all, the playground become level. Then now we can start talking. But in the meantime, right now, wachaneni na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. When you had the numbers, you went to parliament and you pushed for security laws. You pushed it. We even tried and we poured water, but you still pushed it. When you had the numbers, you went ahead and you passed and gave one Rashid Mohammed a post just because you had the numbers. So right now, because the numbers are against you, you are now busy peddling the rumors that, oh, they have taken the government. No, Ruto is in government. Ruto knows, and yesterday we were told here that he's briefed every day, so he knows. And this thing, you have started even acting drama in the name of abduction. We know it. We know your game. So as I finish, I don't know if Sam Wanga, now your audio is working. Hey, Sam, your audio has let you down today completely, my friend. I don't know. Someone does not want you to speak. You need to return. If you stole from Uda people, they don't want you to speak. And one of them is Ndeto, is here. So now, as Sam is working on his audio, can you drop out and then try coming back again?
If the earphones can't work, he can do without. It's not a matter.
No, he tried without the earphone. It wasn't working. I don't know if it is a setting. Can you drop out and then you come back with the earphone so that we see if it is possible? We'll share the link so you'll come in. I know you have a point you want to bring in, but the heavens have been brought against you today. So, and everything that is bad for now we blame on the Uda guys. And the one that is here is only Teto. Now, I want to allow Joshua Musoti to give his contribution because he hasn't talked at all. And also, I'm seeing also Joko Soko Ologi. Hey, my friend, some names. How do you introduce yourself to a lady? You're calling yourself Joko Soko.
All right. But a point of clarification. UDA, we are very good people.
Yes, you are.
And yes, so
I'm just tickling you, and I know you are here. You can be tickled, so I'm just tickling you and relax. Joshua Musoti, tafadhali give your point, and then we now go back to George. George has been waiting here also.
Thank you, Wanatemba. I've been, following from when we started until now. Today I was on the background.
And as you come in, I want to allow Ndeto to moderate for a few minutes as I come back. Ndeto, will you kindly moderate for some minutes as I come back?
Yes.
So that when people stop saying that it is only Azimio people who moderate. We also allow Uda people to moderate. I mean, this is how good this channel is. So after Joshua Musoti, you can give George a period, then you go around. I'll be back.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. Having been following this, we've made Malala one of the top, person in Kenya. I don't know. We've been speaking about Malala since we started until now. For me, I feel that the Luya community or the Luya voting bloc is not much about Malala. He doesn't control them. He has no, key to any door in the Western. So I feel that this meeting is specifically to help the Luya people to negotiate, not with the person who has been negotiating for them.
Good night. All right. Take care of yourself, okay? Yeah.
Joko Soko. Let us unmute our mics.
Thank you. Now, I'm feeling that the Luya community felt that this is the time for them to change a person who has been negotiating for them. Reason is the Musalia Mudavadi, who has been their spokesperson, who has been negotiating for them, is so quiet. He doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't show anybody direction. And as you can see, they have felt that we only now have two horses. We have the Raila Odinga and William Ruto. And most likely, they need direction at this time. So leadership stepped in, not politicians, mark my word. leadership stepped in, right? That's why Atwoli came in and said, no, we are not going to just be and then see other people, you know, realign themselves to the winning parties or to the winning regime, and then we left there without, you know, having negotiated for our share. So, and he said he's going to do one of the biggest meeting in Kakamega. You know, Kakamega is the largest voting bloc in Western, and he felt that is where the fire should start, right, as it goes to the other counties of Western. And I feel that is what leadership means, not what this politician called Malala is trying to, you know. And I feel Malala is too junior for Atwoli, is too junior for even Raila, even OPARANYA to talk to. He's a junior person. So I feel like this, that the Western people, this is your time to follow serious leaders, not politicians who are just there for their stomach, right? People who have been there for years with, I don't know, Ford Kenya, with, I don't know, these other parties, and their work is to negotiate, have their share. They stay aside for years, and then when the political temperatures starts to come, they show that they have fire, which they don't have, So this meeting will finish two things. Number one, politicians who have self-interest, this meeting will finish them completely. It will finish them, mark my word. Somebody said that those people have stepped outside Raila's, you know, Raila's direction. Their time, you know, of being serious politician ends. And somebody said that when the vehicle runs out of the road, it's time to be a scrap has come. So most likely for those people you see standing outside where Raila and serious politicians, all the governors, all the leadership is, those people will crash, and very soon they'll become scraps. That is so simple. I'll give you, just write your question if you have a question, kindly. Let me finish. Now, the second thing I'll talk about is this. Raila, this guy has cards. When BBI came, people were saying BBI was meant to help Raila grow up. Raila knew very well that if BBI goes down, I'll give another card. And when the BBI went down, he said, Reggae has gone halftime. He changed the card, right? He came with Azimio la Umoja, 90 days game plan. This guy hit everywhere in this country. And every person knows about Azimio is about bringing people together, which he knew can just kill even this thing called the hustler thing completely. Because peace is everything. Peace is everything. So he came with a second card. Right now, when you know, he felt like ODM cannot be sold in some other places, more especially the mountain and the like, he said, I have another card. The card is very simple. We form a movement that I can allow all the parties to come in and go make sure that we have to block votes, regional votes. We block them and then we bring them to the Azimio la Umoja. That is another card, right? So I'll say right now, people don't know that after these 90 days, right? After 90 days, once the card of about blocking the votes and bringing them to Azimio, once it will be done, we don't know the next card, right? So I want to feel like, let us not talk about Malala, let us talk about the big politicians, because that is their card, right? And if people are complaining that Raila is enjoying government machineries, yes, of course, he should be enjoying the government machineries, right? And you know, this guy called EUGENE, like Matiang'i, yeah, they should, because wherever the boss says, they follow. So if the boss says that we need to put this country together, we need to ensure that this happens, who are they to say no, right? So let me talk about the political territories. This is the time to break the political territories. right? At the same time, to secure new political territories. It will happen, and sometimes when it happens, other people will find themselves outside. Other people who are lucky enough to align themselves in advance will be good. And I'm so happy that somebody spoke about Joho and somebody spoke about Oparanya. These people are not jokers. They know exactly where the government is going. And they have said that for them, let them align themselves with Raila. Who knows? Maybe once Raila's time is over, hey, it should be their time. So if by any mistake, Kalonzo, by any mistake, Moses Wetangula, by any mistake, Mudavadi, they don't see the big picture and join the winning team, they'll be out of politics as from next year, completely finished. Now, Raila has gone to Western, this meeting that we have, by the way, is to ask Mudavadi, are you joining us, or we can do with you or without you? Are you joining us, or we can go ahead with you or without you? That is a simple message that is going to be there. And now he needs to be a leader. He needs to be a leader, not use people like, Malala. He needs to come now to the negotiating table and tell Raila, this is what I want for my team, or this is what I want for my people. If he doesn't, Oparanya will step in, and that will be over. Thank you so much. And I guess the only thing I can say as I finish is this. Political vehicles are not bad. So what Eugene Wamalwa has done is to do a political vehicle that can deliver the Western to the Azimio. What this other guy from Meru has done, the governor of Meru has done, that is good. That is what we need, such that people can have the bargaining power as per their voting bloc. So I wish you the very best, and I feel that this meeting of Bukhungu should be one of the biggest meetings where the lawyers can speak in one voice and vote as one and negotiate also as one people. Thank you so much, and I wish you the very best. If there's any question, you can ask.
Okay, thank you. Before I give a chance to George, allow me to allow anyone who have a question for you to ask you.
Question, Wekesa.
Yes, Wekesa. Ask the question.
Question Musoti. What do you think of these allegations from our DP that others are tribal parties and for him is building a national party, owing to the fact that actually tribal parties are unconstitutional in Kenya? Actually, for your party to be registered as a political party in Kenya, it must certify that it has a national outlook. It's not a tribal entity. That is constitutional. So what is your comment?
Okay, I feel that he's justified to say whatever he's saying, and he's saying that because he has sensed defeat. He has sensed defeat. That's a complete big strategy, and it can kill him with, politically also. It can finish him. So he feels like if these people can go back and do parties in the name of, the regional voting bloc, the parties are so regional, but you see what registration has to go through, and they have to post as if they are national parties. And by the way, UDA is URP. What is UDA? It's just a small party that now is being popularized all over Kenya. So we're not sure whether it's known in Kisii. Who knows it in Kisii? Who knows it in Western? So it is a party, a very small party. It's not a national party. But guess what? Let us give each and every person with a party to grow that party to be a national party. So you cannot underplay all other parties and say your party is the only party that is a national party. It's not even tested. If we can go by the parties that we have, Jubilee is a national party because it has representation in almost every county, right? Then ODM is a national party. The Wiper, the national parties. So those are the parties that we know, they have already been tested. But what he has called UDA, that is one of the smallest parties that is now under construction. It does not qualify to anything to do with the national party. So I feel he should give other people space to build their parties to be national parties in the next election. Thank you.
Yes, history is for winners.
Yeah.
You have a question?
Yes, I have a question to my brother Joshua Masoti. Mr. Joshua, in fact,
Yes,
you have said that if let's say Mudavadi does not join Raila Amolo Odinga, because that is maybe why Bukhungu too is intended to achieve. Yeah. Now, if let's say Raila in Western Kenya gets 60%, Musalia Mudavadi gets either 40% of the votes come 2022 August 9. This 40%, you mean that Mudavadi will sink with all those votes, as he will be wiped away from the political history of Kenya, or what is your submission?
You are talking about 40%. I don't know where you got the 40%, but let me tell you something. What they're going to do is to ensure that the Luhya people speak and move to one direction. Even that 40% will not come, because at that time you identify people as jokers. How can you work with jokers? The Musalia Mudavadi, the Wetangula, they will be jokers if they won't join a winning team. If they join, by the way, let me tell you something, they'll be forced either to join Raila or to join Ruto. That is the card that is out right now, all right? So if they join Ruto and take 40% to Ruto, and Ruto doesn't make a government, maybe it can give them some of the nominations, all right? But for sure, if you can agree with me, they are not going to stand still on the fence. They'll make a decision either to join the Azimio, or they go to UDA. But they won't be standing on the fence. As from after that meeting, give me 1 month and let me know. And the earlier the better.
Okay, Mosoti, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Before we wind up on the questions, you have said that it is a high time for the Luhya community to follow a true leader, of which at this moment you feel Atwoli is. But when you see what Malala is trying to tell Kenya, is that look at Mudavadi. He is a very good leader, and in fact, he is one of the leaders who do not have the integrity issues. So it is only that he has been like deceived for so long that, look, we are going to form the coalition government. This will be the benefit of your people, but this thing do not materialize. And that's why even Malala is coming up strongly and saying, I think we are not going to be traded anymore. So what do you think about that? Don't you also think that Raila Odinga also has failed the same Luhya community in the past?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have they ever won with a ticket, with a joint ticket of Musalia and Raila? Have they ever won?
Let me say no, because they have never been declared.
Okay.
So, but
this
when you
this is the time.
Sorry, but yes.
This is the time that they're likely to win. This is the most, they have the government tools, they have the goodwill from the government. At the same time, remember this, with or without the government, Raila is always a force for the last even two decades. You know that in the political space, he's just a big person. He operates in his own space, all right? Now, with or without the government, Raila is still a force. This is the time that now he could have submitted him, be submissive enough, humble enough to say that maybe this is our time now. We need to shake hands together and tell our people this is the last bullet that we have. If we don't secure this thing, it's going. Can I ask you a question now? Another question I'm asking. What tells him that if he stands alone, he will win? And he take his people to a better place. What tells him that if he joins the UDA without Raila, maybe they are going to win? There's nothing. There's no even anything that can indicate that he's going to win without Raila. There's nothing like that. So my take is, if he doesn't align himself to a winning team, and of course the winning team, you know it very well, right now, he will lose it. He will lose it.
Okay, Mr. Musoti, let me clarify something. Like
yes,
when you revisit in 2017, the coalition was NASA.
Yes.
And after they were defeated by Jubilee administration, in a way, the whole thing, they broke and we came to handshake. But after handshake, we have seen some people or some members of NASA benefiting from the Jubilee government. For example, Raila and Kalonzo. Kalonzo was given the ambassador for, I think, Southern Sudan. But when you look for Musalia, then plus some others, they were like locked out. So what would you say about that?
Of what? Locked out of what?
In a way, they have not been engaged in the Jubilee government. They have been outside the government.
Ndeto, you can be so good, but if you don't ask, if you don't know how to negotiate, if you don't know how to persuade, hakuna msichana anaweza kupenda kama ujaenda kukatia msichana. What Raila did is he felt that his people have been always on the fighting side, and the mandate here guys was also affecting his people. And he said, this country is not going to burn because of me. He shook hands with the president to make sure there is a conducive environment for each and every person to win in Kenya. And we felt that we won, all of us. I didn't benefit anything, by the way, for Raila shaking, but guess what? That conducive environment that he created, I felt I won. However, Musalia Mudavadi and even the Kalonzo you are saying, these people, Kalonzo ni mchanja, anajua kuingia katikati vizuri, akakuwa ambassador. But this other person, he doesn't know how to negotiate. Negotiating is what I'm talking about. You have seen, Raila has already negotiated with the business people of Mount Kenya business people. He has been doing meetings, going to talk to people, negotiating, persuading people. That is the kind of leadership that we need. Not people who are waiting for them to be given. There's nothing which is there to be given. Yes.
But we also saw Mudavadi and the Oka team also negotiating with the same MKF. So, the only issue that I have is if Raila was really a loyal person, in a way, he could have remembered that, look, in the NASA, there were other people. Maybe we can consider the...
What you're trying to say is that, Neta, what you're trying to say is that Raila is part of the government. Raila is not part of the government. Raila only shook the hand to create peace. Raila is outside the government completely. So, and this narrative, UDA is saying that Raila came to the government, forced us outside the government. We couldn't deliver 1, 2, 3. Don't subscribe to that. Don't you ever subscribe to that. That's a lie.
Okay, as we move to, he disappeared. You are passing along the horizon, but, we have the evidence that Raila is, we do not see the real opposition leader, a person who used to like oversight everywhere that the government would go wrong, and also whistleblow when the resources are mishandled. We don't see that from ODM. We are living in a country where there is no opposition.
Hey, Raila, don't say ODM, say Raila. Because you could be speaking about NASA. ODM. NASA lost.
Okay. Okay. Let us give someone else. I will come to you, Ancestor. Before I come also to you, Patriot, let us hear from Jakosoko.
Just a minute, Patriot, congratulations for the newborn. And when Wekesa will be coming, I'll be joining them to come over for that Uji and also see what we can give to the newborn. This is a family, and I'm so grateful to be part of it. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, it is always good to appreciate when one of us is blessed. So tunaombea pia mtoto apate baraka zake, Patriot. You know, you have been a very good friend of us. And may the Lord protect the baby, may also bring all the blessings. Yes. And also as we get to the new year, yeah, be blessed also as a family so that everything that will be required, mweze kuipata.
Thank you. God bless you guys too.
So, karibu sana, karibu sana. So let us hear from Jakosoko, then we see, then from there is something from community ancestor, then Patriot.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you can hear me now.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay, I heard Mr. Temba complaining that I have a long name. My real name is Peter Ologi, and Jakusoko is just my Facebook account name. I use it like that. So in near future, I'll change my name to be Peter Ologi to get into the group. My contribution today, I didn't want to contribute so much because it is my first time to join the group, and I've been following. At one point or the other, I've been listening and hearing how people contribute, commenting in one way or the other. But a little contribution from my end is that the topic of today is talking more about Malala. And my simple thinking about Malala is that Malala is using Mudavadi to get what he wants to get. It is as simple as that, because I may refer to somebody like Raila. When you look at Raila on his campaign trails, Raila is so keen. Every time somebody like, let's say somebody like Junet is given a microphone to talk, he's very keen and listening on what every speaker is talking about. If it is something which I go against his principle or the way he wants things to run, I think he reprimand them and tell them the right thing to do. So talking the way Malala talked today, and telling somebody like Raila that Kakamega is a no-go zone, and when I was following that, Raila confirmed he will be in Kakamega. So I think Malala will be hiding somewhere. I don't know where he will be taking Mudavadi, but that is not the way things should be done. That time of zoning and telling people that you can't go here, or this place is not for you, this is only for us. Mudavadi wants to be a president. And when you want to be a president, you want to be a president of Kenya, not for the Luhya people. So I don't know how Mudavadi will go to a place I come from the south of the Nyanza, and tell them that, oh, I need your votes. But when Raila come to Kakamega, he can't even set a foot on that. So Malala, to me, is not a major issue, but Mudavadi has allowed Malala to use him to get what he pretend to be getting, but Malala is doing a bidding for Ruto. So people don't just tell him on his face that what you are doing is wrong, or Mudavadi knows what he's doing, and he just quiet there because he needs the support, because it is like every lawyer MP or leader is running away from Mudavadi. If you look at the list of the people who attended the ATWOLI and Raila meeting today, I was surprised, like Ayub Savola is one of the attendees on that list. I saw the screenshot of that. So it tells you that these people, they are doing their own game and they are using Mudavadi. And being Mudavadi, a very soft guy, he called himself a seper once. And now he welcome everybody to be helping him. They are using him instead of helping Mudavadi. When I moved to Oka, the truth of the matter is Oka is no more when it is not with Raila. And these people, remember, they had several meetings with Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila. They were pretending that they were not talking politics while these people were talking politics. And they were being persuaded by Uhuru. Uhuru knows what he's doing. And you can't be a president, then you leave the office, then you just let people that, oh, whoever comes in, I'll welcome that person. Uhuru also has an interest. Uhuru also is an investor in Kenya. So he has to safeguard his interest first and the family interest first before you look for any other person to support. So these people are being persuaded. That is my suggestion. I don't know whether I might be wrong, but these people are being persuaded that let us give, even Uhuru went, I think some people reported that he told them that go and organize yourself, come with one person, then I'll support that person. And Mudavadi and Kalonzo Musyoka, being that they thought, oh, this is just a game, when we play hard, these people will soften their stand. They didn't know that Uhuru and Raila were playing them. And they're still playing, I'm sorry to say that, they're still playing Mudavadi until today. Mudavadi is there to be given. I'm a Luo by birth, and what we say in Luo, leadership is given, is taken. You don't wait to be given. Even the rise of Raila Odinga, for a little background, Raila Odinga came from a family like he has his elder brother Oburu. And Oburu doesn't appear much in the picture of the politics of Odinga. But Raila worked for himself, came up, and he developed his base. And now there are people who feel that if Raila is not there, then their life is not there. I can remember there were, I think, 2007. Some people believed in him so much that I remember there are people who hung themselves because they believe in that Raila, because of what Raila has developed himself into and what he has achieved for the common man. So to me, majorly, I don't look at politics like who will be my leader. When it comes to my tribe, I'll benefit. But I look for somebody who can give us a conducive environment for our children or for ourselves to prosper. If you're in a business, you can do your business freely, you can move freely. Because even right now, I have a roommate who is a Kikuyu. And we've been living together for the last 6 years. We help each other. Sometimes somebody might tell you, I don't even have something to send back home. Can you give me this? And that is how we are. When we are outside here, we are we are coming from one same tribe called Kenya. But when we get back home, people now they start fragmenting themselves into, oh, I'm a Luo, I'm a Kikuyu, I'm a Kisi, I'm a Maasai and all that. But the main thing, let us look for a leader who will help us to grow. So for Ruto, I don't want to talk about him because Ruto, sorry, I've gone out of the topic, but for Ruto, I don't want to talk about him because Kenyans are not telling Ruto the truth. Ruto is a serial liar. Ruto is lying to people. If I can give an example, when Ruto was when they were promising people, and they were caught on camera when they were promising people about the stadiums. Ruto almost went even to tell us after one day. Oh yes.
Yes, kindly wind up so that we also cross the Nini. I can see it is almost 6, and we need to close the show so that we also meet later in the day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ndeto. Sorry, I went wider than the way I should be. I went away from the topic. But that is my contribution for today. If you have 1 or 2 questions for me, I can answer real quick because right now I'm even at work. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. So, community ancestor, ask the question, then you make your final remark, then we go to Patriot, then from there Wekesa, Arafu Mosoti, then we conclude. Only 2 minutes each.
No, it is final submission, not a question for Mr. Olag.
Okay, then you move on.
Yeah, in fact, I want to agree with my able brother Joshua Mosoti from I don't know if it is Kisii County or Nyamira County. His submission in fact has been so good, nimeipenda sana. Hata mimi nimefurahi because in fact sisi hapa tumerely sana kugonga Malala muda mrefu without kuangalia clear picture ya umuhimu wa this Bukhungu 2 azimio. So mimi ninasema namna hii. In fact, Mudavadi being the Luya spokesman, he has failed his community for not, in fact, because look, since 27 after handshake, in fact, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has been so brilliantly open for Musalia Mudavadi, for Kalonzo Musyoka, for Raila Odinga. In fact, for them to come sit at the table, then they lay grievances which their community were undergoing. But Mudavadi, he kept quiet. Okay? Look, Raila Odinga, when he saw that it is better to negotiate with President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta so that the port of Kisumu can be able to start working. The people of Kisumu and the people of Kenya, in fact, through that negotiation, they have benefited. Now Musalia Mudavadi, being the spokesman of the Luya, look how many factories from Western Kenya have been stalling. Like example of Mumia Sugar, it is maybe 3 or 4 days they have received an investor who is going now, who is already pumping money in order for Mumia Sugar Company to come into life. But yeye amekuwa pale akinyamaza tu. Even for himself, he cannot negotiate for himself. Because Raila maybe, angalia, Raila sasa hivi is an infrastructure minister wa AU. Kalonzo Musyoka is an ambassador to South Sudan. Because every now and then you see him going there to see what is happening with the Riek Machar and Salva Kiir. Wetangula, he was a minority leader, but for Musalia Mudavadi, for himself. So if you cannot negotiate on your behalf and on behalf of your community, my brothers and my sisters, things will go wrong. So me, I want to finish by saying, Bukhungu too, let the leadership from Western Kenya, they change, and then new blood be injected to the leadership of Western Kenya, so that they can be able to get good leaders who are going from as from 2022 onwards, who are going to negotiate on the table where people or where Kenyans, in fact, are going to share the national cake. I thank you so much, and may God bless you, Mr. Andeto, and my fellow panelists.
Asante sana, community ancestor, and let us go to Patriot.
Thank you so much, my fellow panelists. It is always exciting to have this opportunity to discuss, especially at the time when we are supposed to be sleeping, sacrificing our midnight fuel for us to be here. It's always a rare opportunity, but I want to thank God that we have gone out of their way to do this. So I want to appreciate your participation. We don't take this for granted. I'll always appreciate your contribution, regardless on how we discuss this, whether we agree or we don't. We normally agree to disagree and disagree to agree, which should be the way the order of the modern politics should go, because that is democracy. So allow me to end my today's participation by saying the following. If you want to understand the politics of Western Kenya, in as far as Bukhungu, EUGENE, OPARANYA factors, DAP parties is concerned, you will bring this story home by having an analogy that will include 1, a dermatologist, 2, a neurosurgeon, and 3, a patient, because doctors are there for disease and the patient can only be there to be taken care of if the real doctor is there with proper diagnosis for the right prescription. That is the story. So allow me to use this analogy to describe the politics of Western as I conclude. A skin, or the skin, is the largest organ of the human body, followed by the liver. So for you to look at a patient who has had serious burning, either in a house that was burning or a tank that has busted with fuel, and somebody has really gotten burned, So when you want to assess the diagnosis, when you want to look at the level at which the skin has been damaged through the burning, you'll have to involve 2 specialists. One is called a dermatologist, who deals with the skin, and then the other person is a neurosurgeon, or a neurologist in the specialty of dealing with the internal terrains, inner and deeper than the facial skin. So the skin will give you the appearance, but for you to understand the level of damage, you need another specialist who is not just a dermatologist, another expert who deals with the inner organs down the skin. So why am I using this? The politics of Western, and when you talk about, here we are talking about the court leader. The court leader is a neurosurgeon, okay? The dermatologist is the leadership, of Western province that in politics. A neurosurgeon comes in to address what you cannot see from the face value. When you look at the skin, you can easily estimate, the damage and say, well, a dermatologist is the one who has done the job. But without a neurosurgeon, you will not be able to address in matters diagnosis and treatment on how this kind of damage has happened in a case that you're dealing with. So for you to understand the politics of Western, you need to understand the value and the responsibility of Atwoli, the man that we are speaking about here. He has always been behind the curtains. He has always supported the leadership of Western. If you want to like get it straight, you might not see it, but speak to the dermatologists, the politicians, they will tell you who behind them has been funding them to be who they are. So a dermatologist will give you a better prescription if he works with a neurosurgeon. That's what I'm trying to say. And that is the kind of analogy I want to leave you with, that Western diagnosis politically is so complicated that you cannot just have the politician giving you that image. So the position Atwoli has played so far, this long, it is a very serious position, because that prescription cannot be complete without a neurosurgeon. And the neurosurgeon, in as far as the politics of Western province is concerned, is Atwoli the man. Atwoli for you, that is the person, and it's high time you realize that the dermatologist is not senior when it comes to dealing with the in-depth burning of a skin than a neurosurgeon. This is what I want to leave for you, and of course something I will say I'll call food for thought as we go through. Let's see what is interesting. But the most important thing that I want to point out, you know, NATO, as I finalize, is the presence of Savula in the team that will be going to, you know, the Bukhungu. That's very interesting, by the way. Having Savula there, that is a serious indicator of how things are going. So the question that is left in my mind that has been lingering is this, as I part down. Is Savula trying to be a man on himself, or he is showing us that the ANC leader is coming back to Baba? You know, that is food for thought as we think through. And to me, it is very interesting to have Savula coming to this side of the story. That's interesting. So Western, for you, is a very interesting, you know, political terrain. And I think by and large, Raila has a position, and Musalia will still play a very key role on how that politics will go. That's what I wanted to let you know, and may God bless you.
Okay, thank you so much, Patriot. Before I get to Mosoto, let me also make some final submissions. Then Mosoto, I think as you conclude, Wekesa, are you there?
Yeah, Nico.
Ah, good. So let me make my submission. Then after that, Wekesa.
These are just a few minutes, and then Facebook is going off.
Oh, okay. So I will say this, that I'm a fan of football, and you know, every time I watch football, I've seen teams winning, teams losing. What they do different, especially basing on the seasons, sometimes they change coaches. Sometimes you may find maybe new tactics. They even sometimes change players, you know, but the rules of the game remain. If getting to the, maybe to the goalkeeper square is a yellow card, or if holding a ball when you are near the goalpost is a penalty, those rules, they never change. They remain. But you'll see the actors keep changing. Maybe the methods or the tactics also keep changing, but the rules will remain. So through a reflection, I've been following the opposition side closely. And in a way, when you check, like in 2017, you know, they were trying, like, you know, let us change how we do elections so that it can also favor everyone. It is good. Juzi niliona it's like still after feeling a coalition is good, they want now to change the rules. Let us allow the coalitions also to be part of democracy, which is not bad. But, you know, in most cases, he who changes the rules, sometimes it acts against him or her. So today we may be thinking about what is happening in Kakamega, and maybe the reason why we have such a new direction or dimension of politics is because people are in expectation that, you know, we have Azimio. You know, tomorrow we do not know if we will wake up to find another strong coalition that is equal to ODM. Remember, in Central, the reason why people like Moses Kuria and Mwangi Kiojore, they in a way like deferred with the UDA is because the party leader has been saying that we want this party to like include everyone. We don't need a coalition. But tomorrow, you don't know after that rule is passed. You know, we might also think that let us also consider a UDA Kenya coalition, you know, and that way also the game will change because it will come with a lot of other small grassroots parties. So sometimes changing the game, changing the rules does not change the way the game is played. To some extent, you may think in one direction, but when that rule passes, you find it is acting against you. So thank you so much. Today I have seen, I've learned a lot, and also, you know, paying attention to this hour. That shows how patriotic we are. And let us embrace the very same spirit. Let us keep on supporting each other, regardless of our complexion, regardless of our tribes or where we come from. We all belong to one tribe called Kenya. You know, the other day I heard the president saying that if today you go to, maybe by accident you find yourself in a hospital and you need blood, you know, it will not, blood is blood from anyone. So let us embrace that cohesion. Let us come together, strengthen one another, uplift one another like that. So asanteni sana. So Wekesa, before we come to Mosoto, I think you can make your submission, then Mosoto, alafu atuombe.
Mosoti.
Oh.
Yeah, unajua watu wa UDA wamezoea kusota, so wanasema musoto.
Hey, Wekesa, you are so daring.
Yeah, Ndeto, I want to say that in response to what Raila is doing, it's like two people who have intentions to live together. And so the UDA way of living together is you decide to elope. But the Raila's way of living together, he decides to go and have a certificate. So these parties are coming together to have a certificate of how their marriage should be, because they have learned from the experience that marriages that don't have a certificate have issues when it comes to will and whatever. And that one of the wills was the will of NASA, where it was under Raila's own charitable acts that he could share funds. But right now, under coalition parties bill, which if it becomes an act, it shows that when the coalition parties are able to share the funds that are allocated to them. So they are just formalizing things, and our opponents should not panic. I was still reading for you the constitution, and it says a political party shall not be founded on religious, linguistic, racial, gender, regional basis. It should not advocate for violence. Malala scale. It should not advocate for violence or intimidation of its members, supporters, or even opponents. So ANC should not intimidate Azimio. If at all they believe in political parties' rules of engagement. I also want to say that Baba's way of bringing people together, it has been his norm. The good thing about Baba is he's consistent. Look at it. From 2002, they had the summit, they had the Pentagon. He has always been working as a team. It's not a new invention. And he believes in partnering. That's why he could allow parties to field candidates in their zones, because he also, as he nurtures his own party, ODM, he also allows other parties to thrive. Our body is not a homogeneous thing. It's made up of cells. Cells come together to form organelles. Organelles come together to form organs. Organs come together to form systems. Systems come together to form the whole body. So when we have the small parties coming together, they form something, a system that works for this nation. And wish, as a Democrat, we should encourage small and big parties. Now, my also question is, if we can advocate for kazi ni kazi, which means any work is good, why not chama ni chama? Why not any party is good? Because you have to be consistent with your mantra. If anything small and big is good in terms of work, even party small and big is good. If you are going a whole hog and saying that we need good jobs, then we also need those big parties, as you are saying. So if we can be consistent in our own ideologies, then we will grow this nation. But we will not have a selective amnesia. And one part we think this one is good for us, we pick that. Then on the other hand, we think that is not good for us. That is where our friends are failing. Baba believes in partnering. So he is allowing if you come up with your own party, he has no problem. So that was even the dream of NAC. In NAC, people came as individuals. There are those also which came as parties. So there are people who ran on a NAC as a party. There are those who ran under their own party affiliations. And they allowed that. So real Democrats, Eugene was asking, the letter D in that Nini means what? So sometimes we put the letters D, Democrats, but we don't stand for that. Can we believe in the name and symbols of our party? So we are urging for Kenyans to turn out in large numbers for those who will be near Kakamega to attend the Bukhungu declaration, and we are believing, we as people who come from the western part of Kenya, that is going to herald a new beginning in the way we do our western politics. Otherwise, it has been a good discussion, and we look forward for another engagement like this today evening. Have a lovely night, day, morning, whatever. Thank you.
Wow. Ndeto, I can go ahead?
Yes, please.
All right. Mine is to say that this is a wonderful forum for us. But before I talk about the forum, let me make my final, remarks. Number one, Raila knows that this race is between two people, and every person knows, every Kenyan knows that the presidential race is between Raila Amolo Odinga and William Ruto. These others, they in whatever way they'll do, I don't know, they'll fit in. Raila knows, number two, that Western Kenya voted for him close to 70%, if not over 70%, voted for Raila. And he cannot relax even a single minute to see it move to the next strong opponent, that is Ruto. So he has to move with speed and ensure that this region, the Western or the Luya voting bloc, is voting him again, right? So that is very, very necessary. Now, let me talk about the mistake that Musalia will make. If Musalia is not supporting, Musalia will lose. That's my final thing I can say about Musalia. Decision making is very important. Decision making is very important, and Raila has always made the right decisions at the right time. Raila knows how to form what we call a mastermind, because decision-wise, Musalia is becoming obsolete because he doesn't know how to make decisions and when to make the right decisions, when to jump in and when to jump out. That's why he has been, a subordinate to many other people, right? Now, mastermind, alliance, Raila has been always doing what we call the partnership and winning partnerships. He has demonstrated this. When he said Kibaki Tosha, you know what he did with NAC Kenya. When he came with 07, you know what he did. And he has always been, doing what we call a winning team. So if he doesn't join the winning team, let him choose. Now, then there is something I'll say about faith and believing. Now, there is people who don't believe, even right now, that this is a Mandela moment. There's people who doesn't believe that. And they're still thinking that they can win. And people know them, they're jokers. So again, if Musalia is not going to believe in a Raila moment, he'll be got at a particular offside. And another thing is this, as I finish, fear and doubt. Why is it that always at all times, Musalia always looks in fear? He walks with fear. He talks with fear. We need confidence. We need him to come up and say, I want to support 1, 2, 3, 4, and my people have sent me to just call you. We go home, we talk. Now that you have come home, what can we talk? He should call Raila and negotiate with Raila, and this is the best time, such that he doesn't become a follower. He should be becoming a partner to Raila. Now, number 4 thing, Raila is not going to lose any of these counties that he has in Western. Mark it. He's not going to lose it. So this person we are trying to talk about, Malala, is a nobody. Raila is going to place somebody in that where OPARANYA was, and these other counties where he had the governors. Now, you talked about changing rules. I can tell you I've been a football, fan for long time. I'm a Manchester United fan. Let me talk about this. Who knew that those times when people were scoring with the hands will end? Who knew? Now we have VR. There's no scoring with the hands. So rules will always be changing. Things will always be developed. And there's that room. If there is something good that can serve, all the players and the teams inside, let that come up. We should not be blocking things, the changes, necessary changes that can help this country to move. So when VR came, guess what? You have seen what VR has done. It has its own demerits, but I can tell you it has helped a lot. As I finish, the Ruto side, work with what works for you. If you feel that you only need to do a one national party, go ahead and do it if it can work for you. But Raila knows what has worked for him before, and let him go ahead and do it. This country of Kenya, we love it, all of us, and it is okay for any person, so long as they have asked for the meeting and they have been given a ground, let them go ahead and do a meeting. We should not threaten anybody. By the way, we should not. And of all the people, Wekesa asked, of all the people in the world, how can you threaten a minister? You know, who controls the defense? How? Honestly, it's a joke. And in his home ground, Kenya is our home. Do meetings wherever you feel like you can do meetings. Talk to people, convince them, persuade them, and that is all we need this country to be about. Not threats like you should not step in this area, you should not step in this area. Let every person find it easy to go anywhere, to, you know, to sell their ideas and everything like that. Otherwise, I want to wish you God's blessings for, you know, allowing us to be part of this wonderful family today. And my greatest thing I can always say, we never fight. We are Kenyans. We love one another. We want to make this Kenya for our grandchildren and generations to come. We are working together to help this country to move ahead. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Okay, asante sana Mosoti. I would request you pray for us. Then we close the show.
Me, you want me to pray?
Yes.
All right, let's pray. Our Father in heaven, thank you for this time. Thank you for allowing us to learn from one another and to inform one another and to see that we are exchanging good ideas to help ourselves to live well in the world that you've given us. Help us to live in harmony. Help us to live as brothers and sisters. Help us to, you know, as we make the difference that we need to make in the world, we ask, Father, for your guidance. We ask for your direction. We pray for our country, our president, the deputy president, every leadership that we have in this country, Father. We ask that as we go to the election, we ask, Father, that you help us to do campaigns with peace. Help us to enjoy your hand and let us see your peace prevail. Father, we ask that you allow us to, as we go out, Father, we ask that you help us to meet all those people that are going to be a blessing to us, and help us to be a blessing to every person that we're going to meet today. We ask this, believing and trusting in the name of Jesus.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. So, asanteni sana, tunashukuru, tupatane jioni.
Aya, good day, good night, good afternoon.
Kuna wale ni good night.
Wish you well.
I think wote tuko huku, Themba peke yake ndiye ako good afternoon.
Ah,